This broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G, Motorsport Australia, Play Seat, The Gamesman, OG Gear, SimSpeed TV, Speed Cafe, and the Australian Sim Racing Group.
Hi, I'm Brendan Leach, driver of the number 7 Audi R8 or MPC Audi Custom Racing. First impressions of OG Gear on the sim, fantastic. It feels really nice in your hands and doesn't gather up under your fingers. The sock, very breathable for me. I get sweaty feet when I'm on the simulator. I know that's not the nicest thing to say. It has just the right amount of grip because your feet do just naturally move around on the pedals a little bit, and I like the way that they give you that freedom but also give you that stability that you need.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.
After all the trials and tribulations of qualifying 9, after a pole position lap that came from utter obscurity, it is time to welcome our drivers and everyone involved to the 2024 Bathurst 1000. The circuit in question, it asks questions of you all day long. It is going to decide a winner. We have of that no doubt, but who that winner will be, where they will come from, that can only be decided after 1,000 kilometers worth of racing action. 161 laps. Could it be an error at the cutting? Could it be offline at Griffin's Bend? Could it be out in the marbles somewhere where you shouldn't be? Could somebody end up too wide as they try to navigate their way across McPhillamy, across through the skyline in the S's? Is there going to be a car parked at a right angle to your path at the most inopportune time? All of that will unfold as we go right across the duration of our 1,000 kilometers of racing action today. Today we'll also crown our True Force Endurance Cup champion. Dylan Rudd leads the way in not only that, but also the championship standings. And don't forget, it's the run to home in terms of our 2024 championship as well. Will Jared Filsell find enough points to be right on top of Dylan Rudd as we head into the final 2 rounds of the season? Those are all the questions and all the sub-stories that are lurking beneath the depths of what is going to be a massive Bathurst 1000. My name is, of course, Scott Rankin, alongside of not only one, but 2 offsiders here today. And Sandman, this place, we talked about it all evening last night. It chooses its champion. We don't sit here. We don't get to decide. The drivers don't get to decide. Something will happen throughout the course of the day. Could be a 50-cent part.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Scott. Good morning, Zach. Good morning, everyone, wherever you're watching around Australia or even around the world. This is the pinnacle, isn't it, for us? This is our grand final. It's Bathurst and it's race day. Doesn't get much more exciting than this. And, mate, yeah, it's one of those old adages, isn't it? You don't tame the mountain. I think sometimes the mountain has to tame you. But it's, there's so much that's going to unfold tonight and or today, I should say. And just thinking about last night's results, there was even a spanner in the works for the shootout, and didn't that ruffle a few feathers?
Zach Caban, you've been on board for a number of these throughout your commentary history, and that lap last night, what were your thoughts? Were you sitting along, watching and enjoying the ride?
Captivating, wasn't it, Scotty? Hello to you. Hello, Sam, man. Hi, everyone. What a day this is set up to be. Based on what we saw last night, all the drama, the intensity, the excitement, the pressure of a top 15 shootout, which is one of the reasons we love coming to this place, of course, mate. But the sting in the tail last night was that the pole lap was set very early on in the session. You keep waiting for someone to topple the timesheets and displace the incumbent, but provisional pole stayed provisional pole for the final 13 cars of the session. Extraordinary lap from Brady Myers and Ethan Warren. I mean, 2:02.691. So not only were we talking about a time that was slightly faster than qualifying, those guys improved by upwards of half a second. It was a great run from them. The sting in the tail was those that fell by the wayside. I mean, you nailed the point when we spoke to Madison Down late last night. How often do you see him starting outside the top 10 at the best of times, let alone here? Maybe 13 will be a lucky number for them today. Magnificent performance from Brady Myers, however. It set the benchmark for what should be an extraordinary day here. However, as you two both know very well, and I know through the history of watching the real thing as well as the virtual one, throughout the course of the next 7 hours, we're going to see so many twists and turns, and it could be mechanical failures. We saw a couple of engines go at Sandown a few weeks back. But also, we know that this place delivers late thrillers, late drama. I'm just sitting here wondering where the sting in the tail is going to be today, because we've placed all this emphasis and all this attention on one lap, and that is about to amount to nothing because we're going to go racing for 161 laps. So it's going to be the guys that ride a little bit of luck and buy a little bit of good fortune throughout the course of the day that will prevail. As Sam Man said, and I know Scotty's going to get sick of it as we go throughout the day here, buying that ticket at the last few laps. It's going to be an awesome day, and there are some contenders from outside the top 15 that could well throw their hand into the ring at the back end of proceedings.
Yeah, we're going to get an opportunity to witness in all its glory 2 minutes, 2 seconds, and 691 thousandths of a second. That was what it took to claim the place seat pole position for 2024. We're right on board with Brady Myers, the run down to Hell Corner. And it's a tricky lap. You've got to get the car position right. Don't want to touch too much curb at the inside of turn number 1. You'll point and you'll shoot it up the mountain. Then you get this little breath. And in racing scenario, this is really, really important because you've got to make sure that you're prepared to tackle the top of the mountain. Have you done your fuel saving? Are your bars in the right position? Are your brake bias all set? Oh, wait, already we're into Griffin's Bend. Covered the curb really, really nicely. There was a bunch of guys that missed the apex down at turn 2 yesterday in qualifying. That set a big, big part of their lap apart. Carried the pace quite nicely all the way into the cutting as well. Reasonably accurate. Little bit of an oversteer on the way out. Jumps it over the bumps on the run up to the crest of the mountain now as they'll get all the way towards the top end of town, all the way out to the grate, and they'll tip it back in. Climb to the crest of the hill, McPhillamy Park. Tip it in, make sure that you carry that speed. Number of drivers all wide yesterday, too much curb on the right, picked up a touch of the grass, then it's down through the S's. Carry that curb, don't jump it, and have a look at the moment he had on the run down through the S's to the dipper as well. Managed to carry reasonable speed, was only a couple of 100th second off what would be the best Sector 2 time here all day yesterday. Then it's out of the elbow. Again, another snap of oversteer, so even this lap from Brady Myers wasn't the best. That he wasn't happy with it, as he wasn't last year, but this year it was just good enough for pole position. They talked about a headwind on the run down through and underneath the Fuso Bridge was costing them a whole bunch of straight line speed. The kink, the crest of the hill, who's going to dive on the brakes late somewhere throughout the duration of this afternoon? Who's going to bowl a wide down here? Another touch of oversteer, so again the rear tyres are a little bit overworked in terms of a qualifying lap. And then here's a moment that we actually didn't pick up yesterday. Gets down to the final corner, tips it in, touch of the curb, nearly lost it. Wasn't quite able to pull it up nice and accurately. You reckon there was probably a good 3 or 4 tenths left in that lap. Would have potentially got down to a 202 and 2022. And that's what Brady thought potentially would have been required for pole position, but a 2026 was going to be good enough. And in terms of the True Force Enduro Cup standings, this is the last 3 rounds. Interlagos, Sandown, and today here from the Bathurst 1000. They're all going to be in pursuit of Dylan Rudd and Gianni Lutsu. And this is probably the first opportunity for us here in the commentary booth to talk a little bit about driver pairings, because it's that co-driver that is very, very important here, Zach. And the reason being, you've got to have pace in both of your seats if you want to win this.
Exactly right. And the margins that we saw in qualifying last night, mate, verified that. Look at those point standings, though, folks. Doing okay by Lobs Esports on top, 1, 2, and 3. They've swept the podium in the first 2 rounds of the championship as well. 760 plays. Gilliam and Golding, who, of course, were superb at Interlagos, 728. And Luke Rosella and Richie Stanaway, 708. Brady Myers, Ethan Warren, the pole sitters here. They're not without a chance of getting back in the fight as far as the Enduro Cup here is concerned on 640. Then Jared Philsell, Brody Kostecki not in the seat today. New co-driver for Philsell, 636. Jake Maloney, Corey Shepherd, 608. Then Madison Down, Rehan Leonage also on 608. Ian Ford, Daniel Hall, Jacob O'Reilly with Ben Faulkner and Joshua Anderson and Ross Rizzo making up the top 10 there as far as the Enduro Cup is concerned. You mentioned Dylan Rudd leading both championships at the moment, so I mean he's got to think carefully about, well, how much weight and the importance are you going to put on the outright win here, as well as the championship, and nursing that advantage that he enjoys, because there's still 2 sprint rounds to come after this, Scotty.
Yeah, there is, but the big points of the season, remember, all 3 of the Enduro rounds are worth double points, and that's the big key that we're sort of looking at when we sit here at the moment, is we sit around and we talk about how important this section of the season is. Well, Dylan Rudd had actually lost the championship lead on the way into Interlagos. He sat second in the championship, and it was teammate Jared Philsell that had inherited the championship lead. 130 points he's pulled back on Jared Philsell in the last 2 races alone. Philsell should be quick today. And we talked to him yesterday about his co-driver. Thomas McMillan has been forced to step into that seat. Brody Kostecki's had a late withdrawal. We're not 100% certain on the reasoning on that one. So he's had to step his way out of the seat. The thing is, in terms of True Force Endurance Cup, you swap your co-driver, that makes you ineligible to win the True Force Endurance Cup. So that effectively wipes the slate for them. But I said it midweek, you were talking to me earlier, you said you sort of flicked through the article and bits and pieces. For that driver combination, I think they should have a win. A minimum of one win already in the True Force Endurance Cup. And they've got none. They've got a goose egg.
Yep, exactly. And that's been the narrative. There's been a couple of really pivotal moments in this Enduro Cup, mate. The Interlagos safety car being the most talked about of those, and that rubbed a few guys out of contention that night, as we know. So you look at that combination, you think absolutely Phil Sell 4 rounds on the hop going into the Enduros, and then his teammates have stepped up to the plate and carried the momentum for the team at least, but left him in the lurch. Worth noting too, with regards to Dylan Rudd, 2 seconds so far in the Enduro Cup. So he's been the bridesmaid, but he's actually at the moment on top of the summit. So that's quite interesting that consistency is being rewarded there. 161 laps, 1,000 kilometres, folks. Minimum of 54 laps per driver. So that means that the maximum anyone can do is 107. And a maximum of 80 consecutive laps per driver. And that would be near enough to a triple stint, maybe a little bit more, Scotty, later in the piece. But strategy play could go out of the window as soon as the first safety car is thrown this morning.
Well, that's going to be the big key, isn't it? I think the critical lap number that they're all trying to walk around is lap number 88, as we're going to jump into our track map and start talking about this one. The big key for me, it's lap 98. You have to get to lap 98. From there, you can triple the driver home, but that's a lot of driving, and this place loads up on the fatigue. I was talking to a few different teams yesterday, and they sort of said, yeah, look, we probably want to do 2 home. That's probably about where we want to be. So then that margin extends out another 24 laps. That gets you through to 122 is about the targets. 48 laps from there, sort of home. So you need to get to 123. Gets you so it's 113 is the target lap number. My apologies. That's the lap to get yourself home. So that's what they're looking at in terms of things. 2 full fuel stints of 24 laps, 23 of the most iconic corners in Australian sim racing. How many laps has every Aussie on the platform has done around this place? You know every single bump. You know all the crests. You know where to position the car. But now you got to do it for 161 laps. That asks questions. Yeah.
Exactly right. 23 turns. Of course, anti-clockwise the direction. It's been in our lives predominantly since 1963, of course, it's home of the great race. 1938 it opened, however. 6.213 kilometres, slight extension to the circuit in 1987, as we saw with the addition of the chase for, among other things, at the time, the World Touring Car Championship. And yeah, you don't necessarily think of it by corner numbers, you think of it by the names. The landmarks in Australasian motorsport, in world motorsport. This place is revered right around the world. You mentioned earlier, Scotty, that Ethan Warren didn't seem particularly happy with his lap, but it was good enough. I don't think you would have been able to drive the perfect lap last night. There was too much attention, focus on you. There was too much pressure associated with it. And it just goes to show you that even though it was good enough for pole, and you would know, being a sim racer yourself, they're never happy. They're always striving for more. They're always looking for that next 1 or 2%, aren't they?
Yep. Yeah, we are. And we're going to get through the grid nice and quickly here because we've got a few drivers to talk to. And we've got some interviews to play host to right along the duration. Brady Myers took the pole position yesterday. Off alongside of him is going to be James Scott. Looks to be that those will be the drivers starting both of those cars. On row number 2, Andrew Gilliam and Jared Filsell make it at all lobs. Row number 2, and Brady Myers was the spoiler to that party. 4 cars in a row made by Dylan Rudd inside of the 5th position. Jake Burton will start alongside of him. Look for him to be nice and aggressive in the early stages of this race. Out of row number 4, we're still inside our top 15. It's going to be that of the 93 machine of Griffin Gardner. Pole position back at Road America. Rick Kuznetsov's going to be lining up alongside of him. Keep your eyes on the 888 machine to be strong throughout the duration here today. Josh Anderson not necessarily all that happy with his lap yesterday. Luke Rosella will be starting off alongside of him. Chance for the youngster out of Lobs Esports. Outside the 10, we get to our first cars outside there. Here's some changes. Brad Ryan's going to be starting the number 7 car. First of the co-drivers, Corey Shepherd, did the pole position shootout lap yesterday. He'll be starting out of 12th place. Another co-driver that's going to be inside of that car. Madison down. They're going to throw the main drivers back in from here on back. 13th and 14th on the grid alongside of Dylan O'Shea. We'll throw it back to our last driver that was inside the shootout yesterday. was Richard Hamstead in the Blorange livery that they loved over there for him. We were witnessing some throwbacks last night and getting to chat along with those guys. Harley Haber will start to his outside in the 097 machine. It's another co-driver. Bo Albert was disappointed to miss out in the shootout by a couple hundredths of a second. Lachlan Capel will start for Robbie Gibbs alongside of him. So again, we're getting a little bit of a mix of strategies up and down the field. This is what we all like to see. Kobe Williams is going to be starting the 053 entry. Did the qualifying session yesterday, able to get into 19th. Eddie Beswick will be alongside of him at a 20th spot and the 10th row on the grid. Throw it back to the 11th row of the grid, Daniel Hall and Jordan Ross. So again, split strategies all the way back here. 12th row of the grid is going to be that of the 63 machine. Harrison Dengate looking to start that one. They'll be right on the kink in 23rd. Alongside of him, Kurt Stenberg starting the 47 machine. They've had a late co-driver swap as well. Bird will be jumping behind the wheel of that one. Scott Campbell and Sean McNamara, the two teammates, will be starting out of row number 13, just behind the kink. At Murray's corner, Adam Briggs and Wayne Burke will be out of 27th and 28th. We're still going on with this one because there is a whole host of cars we've got to get through. 29th and 30th is going to be the 707 machine of Tom Freer alongside of Paul Young out of 30th. Then we get outside the 30s. This is the guys who were on the back foot yesterday. Damian Johnson and Teo Serrano are going to be starting on row number 16. 17 will be the 900 machine, the Whitey's Pies entry. Andre Yusuf will be starting that one. Andre Heimgartner, the wildcard entry, will start outside of 34th position. 35th and 36th is going to be Tyson Broad and Thomas Freeman. I believe the co-driver set the lap yesterday in that one. Blake Delaney was setting the lap times. Outside of that one, Chad Lewis just could not get that car hooked up yesterday, and then we get into the drivers who failed to set a qualifying time. It's going to be that of Brian Borg, and our final entry for the day that will be starting on the grid is Zach Rattray White, the 777 machine of Michael Talianchi starting on pit lane, and I believe the 025 entry of Michael Whiting, who's had, unfortunately, a drama as well for family members. So we do say a big shout out to Michael Whiting and family, and hope everyone is all set and ready to go over there. Hopefully everything's okay. We're going to race quickly into our driver interviews in our grid walk because we've got yesterday's pole position driver, Brady Myers. You were sitting there and enjoying watching the bulk of the shootout session yesterday. How's the confidence levels coming from today?
Yeah, feeling good. Got a nice clear view into turn one, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Mate, in terms of things, they're all going to be chasing you all on the run down to turn number one. How's the practice starts been going? 111 litres that are going to be on board this Holden Commodore for what is potentially the final time. I get the feeling that you sense that a little bit. You want to be the last driver to win it, but in a Holden Commodore.
Yeah, there's a bit of pride at stake just to get the last Holden win, but little bit of last year playing on my mind, a bit gun shy. So I really want to strike while the iron's hot and deliver today.
All right, mate. Is there any final comments that you've given out there to anyone? What was the talk like with the team this morning?
Team's pretty upbeat. We're all pretty keen to get stuck in. We just want to get racing and get going. So we're all looking forward to it.
Mate, well, congratulations on the pole position from yesterday. Enjoy and have fun with the rest of this afternoon's racing.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
And Zach Caban's going to be stepping one spot further back. He'll be off of the outside of row number one, talking to James Scott.
James, good morning to you. How are the nerves? How's the team camaraderie been through the morning practice and warm-up in the lead-up to this one, mate?
Yeah, obviously long day ahead. Qualifying, we're at the front. But yeah, in a long race, just need to keep the car clean and get to those last few stints there and see what we can do.
With all the movers and shakers in the top 10 shootout or top 15 shootout for you guys last night, you were one of only two drivers to start and finish exactly where you finished the first qualifying session, mate. So you've got consistency, if nothing else, and a long day ahead. This is not one from pole position at the best of times, but it can be lost from the front row as well. How are you guys feeling about your race pace after what was some very promising qualifying speed?
Yeah, no, race pace, probably a bit more confident compared to qualifying. Didn't really do any qualifying practice until, yesterday afternoon. So, no, race pace is looking really good. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of temperature change and track rubber come up throughout the day. So, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. But, yeah, no, the car feels well balanced.
Are you feeling the weight on your shoulders because our lead commentator here has said that you're his tip for the day? Does that make you feel a little bit nervous knowing the old traditional commentator's curse plays a part?
I usually like to fly under the radar a bit. But yeah, obviously, I mean, it's better than not being picked, I guess. Otherwise, at least you got a shot. So yeah, no, we'll see where we end up.
Mate, don't remind him. I've cursed that many drivers this year. It's been
That's
been
exactly
funny,
why I remind him. Yeah.
So James, if you end up in the fence, something goes wrong, please don't rush in here and blame me. Blame Zach. I put it on him, mate.
Yeah, good on you. James, I mean, you guys have had an interesting Enduro Cup so far. I mean, the Doing OK by Lobs Esports Stable has swept the podium throughout the first two rounds. The guys that have finished second throughout the first two lead the points race, both as far as the outright championship is concerned and the Enduro Cup is concerned. Does that fill you guys with any sort of pressure or expectation that you can sweep the podium at all three Enduros, or is it not going to be as easy as it looks on paper?
Nah, we don't really worry too much about that. Obviously we've had some good races, teams working really well together, but don't worry too much about that. Just focus on what we've got ahead of us, and all those results will take care of themselves if we're doing a good enough job.
All right, mate, we're getting the wind up because we're getting close to race start, so we'll leave you to it. Go well for the day. Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
Scotty, let's go further back in the field.
Yeah, we're going to be having a chat to Jordan Ross, the final driver that we'll be doing a grid walk with here today. Rossi, it's not been the easiest of starts for you. You're a little bit further down 22nd, all the way back on that kink. That is going to be a very, very tricky start for you. What's the goal for today?
Mate, just it's the old cliche: stay out of trouble and try and be there at the end, because anything can happen. But yeah, not a ideal quali. A little bit off the mark on quali, but I think our race car is going to be all right.
Mate, in terms of things here, probably one of the most difficult starting locations right on that kink here as well. Surviving down to turn one, what's the chat like with Stokes and his confidence level heading into today?
No, we'll be right. We'll be fine, mate. We're all good.
All right, mate. Well, best of luck. You've got just over a minute left before race start, mate, so get the head down, go get them.
Thanks, guys. Have a good call. See ya.
And called him Rossi.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to say just before the race gets underway, mate. It seemed as though Brady Myers, as good as a lap as that was last night, he thrived on clear air, and you're not going to have much of that today.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one that we are going to get into. Ladies and gentlemen, it is about time for us to go racing. We are 30 seconds away to the 2024 Bathurst 1000 race start. If you're watching along for the first time, jump out, let us know who you're supporting in the chats. Is there anyone that you've got an eye on? Is there anyone from the midfield? Is there anyone that you think is not going to have a great run here today? I can see Brenton Hobson's out in the YouTube chat. He is devastated. This is his mecca. Wanted to be here this weekend. Now he's forced to sit and watch. 10 seconds before we're going to be into the starters' hands for 2024. And ladies and gentlemen, 6.2 kilometers, 161 laps, 1,000 kilometers worth of racing. Drivers from the rear end of the field didn't take part in qualifying yesterday. Watch for Rattray White to get the elbows out. He's been on the improve. Anything could happen when we get down to turn number one. The run to hell corner. The revs have risen. It's time to go for a race start. Gilliam spun tyres off the inside of row number two, and he's gone backwards already. Only Rudd's going to go around the outside of him, so he's lost 2 spots. Jake Burton's going to go around the outside, but how about the front row? Scott got a brilliant start. He's now on the inside. It's going to be Lobs versus TTR on the run down to turn number 2 for lap 1 of 161. Get yourself through here. Look at them still feeding off in the background out of Hell Corner, and James Scott has waited 12 months to put this Commodore back to the lead of a Bathurst 1000. He finished it this way last year, and he's already to the race lead this year.
Converted beautifully off the line. If you can keep up that sort of intensity for the next 6 hours, Scotty Raken, I feel sorry for your voice box tomorrow morning. Out of the cutting for the first time. What a start. Converted off the line beautifully and clean for the field over the top of the mountain for the first time. Green flag flies. Listen to the crowd roar at the top of McPhillamy Park over Skyline. And Brady Myers, the pole sitter. The interesting thing here is we take the drone shot, have a look at this over the top of the mountain for the first time, watch the field in single line formation, work their way down through here for the first of 161 times today, ladies and gentlemen. Myers is sandwiched in the middle of 2 Lobs Esport entries as they make their way through the dipper and down towards the elbow for the first time. Clean run. Now they set themselves up for the run down Conrod straight. If you're Brady Myers, you want to just tuck in and follow? Or do you want to try and snatch that lead back and lead from the outset? But what about that? Scott and Wood off the line. Scott, a beautiful start. Finished this way last year, as you said, Scotty. Wants to start this way again in 2024. What a statement-making start that was.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a look up and down the field. I'm just having a look at Corey Shepherd. He's lost about 4 spots in the opening lap, so that's a co-driver stint that they've gone to start the race as well. I can tell you the 097 car, that's Harley Haber and Forzen El Nami. Haber has had a phenomenal start. He's grabbed a couple spots just to start things off. Richard Hampstead is dueling away with him right at the end of the 15 at the moment. Somebody's gone wide. Ian Ford's had a drama as they've come through the chase for lap number 1, but everyone seems to survive all the way through here. There's a couple of cars that did have to start from pit lane. I'm already showing damage as well to the left rear corner of Sean McNamara. So he's had some sort of bump and grind on lap number 1, but other than that, they look like they've got through nice and clean, and there's a big lockup down at turn 1. I think it might have been Chad Lewis who we were talking about was struggling yesterday. Cameron Dance has had an issue as well, so he's run wide at turn 1, damage to the rear end of his car as well.
GK replay here on the rundown of the chase. Side-by-side action. Oh, a bobble, a big bobble for the 115. And that's a wild ride to start the day.
Yeah, and luckily for him, though, he's managed to find somewhere to just sort of get out of things, recollect himself, regather it back up. So for Dan Hall, who's behind the wheel of the 115 car, will be driving with Ian Ford throughout today's racing action. Troubled early stint. It'll be getting him out of the way nice and early. I'm just watching Cameron Dance as well, continuing to struggle at the tail end of things. So that's Tyson Broad's teammate. Again, it looks like the guys that have put co-drivers into start, they are getting boxed about just a little bit in the opening stanza of the race.
Well, I was actually going to ask you about that, Scotty, but we run out of time. So quick does the half hour go in the lead up to race start here on Super Sunday. You were talking about double stints at the end. I'm going to sway in the direction of most teams will opt to have their lead driver bring the thing home.
Yeah, there'll be a couple. They might make that decision. But we're getting word that there's something that's been a big drama for the 111 car. On the initial start, Sean McNamara hasn't fired.
Oh, no. So the 111, Teo Serrano has gone straight into the back of him. And to be fair, Serrano's weekend has gone from bad to worse because last night, Scotty, they only got out that car to set a banker number at the very end of the session. That's why they ended up so far down the order. They've got good race pace, but it's been compromised from the outset due to that collision. Disaster for McNamara as well, stalling on the grid.
And for the wildcard entry as well, Andre Heimgartner, you saw him up on 2 wheels. Well, it's got worse. There is massive amounts of damage to the number 20 car, and they are just sort of forced to ride and deal with it. They are 3/4 of a lap behind already, and I get the feeling, I can tell you, I'm just having a quick look at his cockpit. We're going to have to go and have a look at that. But to start his Bathurst 1000 sim racing weekend, he has got about 45 degrees of left hand down and is struggling to keep the car on Conrod straight. So, unfortunately for the Andre Heimgartner entry, it is not got off to the best of starts with the number 30. Macaulay Jones behind the wheel with him. This is what it looks like. Look at him just fighting the car at the moment. He just got the worst of all that damage on lap 1.
Indeed he did. And that's going to make for a very long day in the cockpit for those guys. I wouldn't be surprised. No, here they come straight into pit lane, the end of lap 2. Oh dear, an early casualty of the mountain that takes no prisoners. This place tames the best of them at the worst of times. 158 laps to go this time by the line. It's a long way back from there. Yes, there'll be some opportunities throughout the day to get some time back with safety cars and wayfires and that sort of stuff. But, geez, in a field this competitive, you don't want to be that far down the order too long into the day. Have a look at this intensity at the front of the field, though. We take a shot here of my favourite livery in the field, actually, Scotty Rankin. The hark back to the 1994 Ford Falcon winning livery of Dick Johnson and John Bow there for the racecraft team number 19. Across the line we go. And these guys are fighting for 12th on the racetrack right now. It's Dylan O'Shea from Brad Ryan and Richard Hempstead, who was, of course, 15th on the grid here out of Hell Corner on lap number 4. Championship leader sitting 4th at the moment. His replay of a move, actually, O'Shea getting by on the one into the chase.
So he'll set this one up nice and easily here, slides it down the inside. And don't forget, number 7 machine, they have elected to stick the co-driver of Brad Ryan in that car to start that one off. I think the bulk strategy, you've got to find a half stint somewhere throughout this race. I think what's effectively going to happen is you're going to see main driver for 1.5 stints early look to try and clear that half stint out somewhere. You can't do it more than 80 laps consecutively. So that's the number that they're all trying to reach. You can do 72 laps and then about another 8 laps before you hit that number. So that's 3 stints. Harrison Dengate's another one of the co-drivers that's elected to start this race as well. So Blake Warboys will jump into this car for the next stint.
Some trouble for him at the cutting. Crowd in the wall, and I would suspect some right rear damage for that car, because the cutting is one of those places where if you come unstuck, you usually pay the price 9 times out of 10, and that's why he was slow getting up the mountain and has been reeled in by that next pack of cars. How much damage is he riding with for this opening stint, and how is that going to compromise the rest of their day? We'll find out. That's not an ideal start. Of course, Blake Warboys should take over that car a little bit later.
Yeah, just tracking a number of cars up and down the field, as well as Madison Downs managed to make some ground early on for the number 1 car. They've managed to jump 2 spots and move their way into 11th spot. We're going to see another overtaking opportunity. Dengate's now been picked off by Wayne Burke in the 89 entry. So they will progress 1 spot further forward. Wayne Burke and Brett Loxton, another one of the wildcard entries that have made their way through.
Of course, those guys, the OC Gear hard charger at the last round of the championship. OG Gear rather hard charger at the last round of the championship. So they had a very good run at the Sandown 500. They'll be looking to back that up here. We always see this, don't we, with these endurance races, Scotty Rankin. You always see a couple of drivers make their mark from starting further back in the pack, jumping up, that 10, 15, 20 positions. These guys, if they ride a little bit of luck throughout the course of the day, they'll be there when the whips are cracking. They've got the pace to go all day long, and let's be perfectly honest, outright speed isn't going to win this race. It's consistency and staying out of trouble. That's what wins the Bathurst 1000 9 times out of 10. But also, you've got to buy a bit of luck and have track position, and that isn't always an easy assignment. It's easier said than done around here. As we ride on board with Jared Philsell, 4 straight race wins coming into the Enduro Cup. New co-driver for him today, 3rd at the moment. So that outside lane got the best of the start, didn't they, Scott? 2nd and 4th became 1st and 3rd, and the pole sitters sandwiched in the middle of them as they head down Conrod for the 5th time. So already 5 laps down and 156 to come. It's racing on by, flying on by. We'd expect no less on Super Sunday as we hit 297 kilometres an hour top speed for Phil Sell down into the fastest corner in Australian motorsport one more time, and precision perfect running through there on lap 5 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series Bathurst 1000 for 24.
Yeah, I can tell you we've still got 6 hours worth of racing action to come as well. About that, fastest Bathurst 1000 has been run in sim racing history can get underneath 6 hours. I guarantee you'll be one of those guys that'll have the real world race record. It's about 6 hours and 15 minutes from memory.
No, 2018, Craig Lowndes and Stephen Richards. That famous day when Lowndesy and his full-time swan song, 6 hours and 1 minute, believe it or not. And I made the joke at the time, how good was the Bathurst 6 hour? Because the 6 hour had only returned to the calendar only 3 years earlier. Just on, and they started the last lap as they would have if it was the Easter Classic, just this side of the 6 hour mark. So 6 hours 1 minute. I don't know the exact seconds, etc., but I'll get that up as the day goes on. And it's been a while since we've got back in that general direction. Last year was pretty quick from all reports, albeit scale at the end. But yes, I have. You're right. I have called races on the sim that have been sub 6 hours around here. So that comes back to the amount of times we may or may not see the safety car throughout the course of the day as we ride on board with Forza and El Nabi's co-driver, Harley Haber.
Yeah, and I was just thinking to myself, race stats for this one. Tyre wear, it's not too bad actually. It's generally considered right down the middle. It's not aggressive, it's not light because it is a 2-minute lap time. So you do feel the tyres start to fall off. What are the lap times at the moment compared to qualifying yesterday? Well, we're about 13, 14 degrees hotter in terms of track temp at the moment. Fastest lap of the race, 2:03.583. So we're actually about 9/10 of a second slower than qualifying. Remember, we've got a lot of fuel on board here as it currently stands. Drivers up in the front, if they're not leading the way, they are looking to aggressively fuel save just to try and provide any benefit they possibly can to try and jump people at pit stops, but that'll be seeing and soaring all day. Big question though, 100% safety car chance, you would say, throughout a Bathurst 1000. When and where will it come? What will be the strategy implications? And after Interlagos, there was a tightening up of those regulations as well, relating to safety car line 1, I believe, on the safety car line 2 on the way out of the pit lane. Blue cone rulings as Corey Shepherd's going to try and slide down the inside of Harley Haber. Does get to the inside, gets some drive off. They're about even on the way out. Bo Albert's going to try and line this one up. So these guys have had enough for the waiting games. It's now time to put the foot down and see if they can grab themselves some racing positions. Harley Haber's going to line himself back up and try and go back down the inside. Albert's going to go around the outside. 2 by 2 as they feed down into Griffin's Bend on lap 7. And Lachlan Capel's in there as well. We were talking about this one as potentially a dark horse combination. Gibbs does well in Enduros. And the kid in the number 2 entry slides it to the inside of Harley Haber. Haber's won Enduros before. He won the Sandown 500 last year alongside of Rosella. But for now, he is being driven around and escorted to playing second fiddle in this battle pack.
Extraordinarily tight running in the opening stages here, and look at how close to the wall they go as they hit the top of the mountain. Lap 7, ladies and gentlemen. The Great, then Skyline, then the S's, then the Dipper. You won't see too much 2 by 2 running down through here throughout the course of the day. Interesting that you mentioned that those guys had had enough of the waiting game, Scott, and there's only a certain amount of period that you can hold on for. Yes, ease into it, get into a rhythm, but then you've got to be mindful of track position and the horse bolting in terms of those cars that are skipping away from the pack that you're in. Like this train at the front of the field, which is only getting longer as we make our way around one more time. Let's take an onboard shot here with Madison down, up 2 spots on where he started, from 13th into 11th as they make their way down to Murray's one more time around. Driving with Rehan Leonage. We know that Sandman, who will, I'm assuming, be back with us very shortly, of course, he is very big fan of Rehan Leonage. It'll be interesting to see the role that he plays throughout the course of the day and whether these guys can find a way to the front of the field. I say front of the field, they're at the end of this opening train of cars. This is an 11-car train in the early stages of the Bathurst 1000. You wouldn't ask for much more than this. This is extraordinary stuff. They're just running qualifying numbers at the moment. We're not at that qualifying pace, and Scott's already highlighted that you can blame higher fuel tank capacity for that, among other things, changing track conditions, etc., and so forth. So there's the weather and track conditions for you. 20 degrees, 35 on track, 20 degrees ambient, partly cloudy conditions. Southwesterly winds at 12 kilometres an hour and 34% humidity. Perfect conditions for racing. I mean, the service setting time for this race was set to 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, even though we've started at 11:15. So we're at a very nice time of the day at Mount Panorama. And it might warm up throughout the course of the day, it may not. But whether the track becomes hotter as the day goes on and better for these race cars, better for lap time speed, we'll wait and see. But at the same time, you don't need to run those Hollywood numbers this early in the day. You just need to run consistent time. You just need to stay with the train here because you don't want to push too hard too early because, as we know, a safety car brings you straight back to the competition no matter how hard you run.
Yeah, it does. And we're just talking about wind. All the drivers mentioned the wind yesterday was very, very blowy. I think for a bulk of the session it set up around very, very close to, if not 30 kilometers an hour, somewhere between 25 and 30 kilometers an hour was the wind speed yesterday. It looked like it was a headwind heading down Conroe, which is not what you want for lap time, because as soon as that wind kicks up, lap time just starts bleeding in the early stages of things. So yeah, we'll run you through the field and just sort of give you the overview of exactly who is elected to put their co-driver in for the first stint. They'll be looking for a little bit of track position in their second stint. Well, I can tell you the highest placed among them is the number 93 entry. So they've elected to go ahead and stick Dylan Burst in the car and sit 7th on the road. Burst was one of the quickest drivers in the co-driver clash on Wednesday, so they have got so much flexibility in this car, it's not even funny. The other cars around them were Emily Jones and the number 8 entry, Jake Burton, sits 2 car. Oh no, here we go. Andre Youssef on the outside of Murray's and parked up, just waiting for the traffic to clear, so making sure that there's no further damage. So we'll get a replay of that one in just a few moments. Co-driver for that car will be Bailey Ford.
Here we go. Replay now, the OG Gear replay. On the run to Chase. Got through okay on the inside. The exit was a bit skew-if. And then the run down under the bridge. 3 into 1 doesn't go. And he's on the outside. A squeeze job maybe on the outside. Tried to switch back, and that's what brought him undone. Grabbed the curb, locked it up. Pirouetted him. And as you say, Scott, he waited for the traffic to clear. The smartest thing to do this early in the day. You don't want to get pinged for a dangerous rejoin. You don't want to compromise yours or somebody else's race if you don't have to.
No, and that's the big key. There was already damage on the right front corner of that car, did you notice as well? It wasn't a lot, but it was just a scrape on the front right corner of that splitter. Right, so back to where we were. We were just digging through co-drivers that have started the race. So the next placed among them is Brad Ryan, who sits co-driving for... Oh, that was the outside barrier, actually, for Kobe Williams. So he just put the right rear in the fence there on the exit of the elbow. So just ahead of these guys was Brad Ryan in 14th spot at the moment, partnering Ethan Greekgold. Corey Shepherd in the 29 entry is also co-driving at the moment for Jake Maloney. Lachlan Capel's the next among them in the 2 car, will be co-driving for Robbie Gibbs. Harley Haber and Forzan El Nabi's in this next combination, 18th spot. Kobe Williams is co-driving for Hayden Veld. This will be the run down through the elbow for Cobb, as they call it. There you go.
A fair clout. So it's a game of millimetres at times around here. You're always flirting with danger, and there've already been a fair share of wall scrapes in the opening 20 minutes of proceedings. Lap 10 of 161. Kobe Williams, Hayden Bell sitting there at the moment. 19th position. And they're only 15 seconds off the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Eddie Beswick in behind him. Top 11. That's one big freight train. 4.1 separates them at the moment. Scotty, going back to your point, you asked me about Bathurst 1000 race records. The fastest, 2018, 6 hours, 1 minute, 44 seconds. Craig Lundstedt and Richards. Last year, now NASCAR star Shane Van Gisbergen and Richard Stanaway, 6 hours, 7 minutes and 7 seconds. So they're the 2 benchmarks as far as the real world's concerned. It will be interesting to see what we deliver here with regards to the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series and our race time today. I'm sure someone will have the clock on it when we get to just after 5:15 this afternoon. An interesting fact about 2023. 2013, the car of the future, and of course 2023, the next phase supercar. The 2 change of guards have brought about individual race records. Mark Winterbottom and Stephen Richards broke the 1991 mark set by Jim Richards and Mark Skate on a day where they held off Jamie Whincup for victory, and Paul Dambrell, they broke the record by, I think it was about a minute and a half on that day. What was it? 6 hours and 11 minutes, and the previous record was 1991. My apologies, it was actually 8 minutes. In fact, they broke the race record by. So that mark stood for 22 years. It lasted through the end of Group A, all through the early supercar years, and then only broken in 2013 by Mark Winterbottom and Stephen Richards. Safety car boards and flags. The first thing in the tail for the day.
So this is a half stint. So this is really, really intriguing, because we've got to get a half stint out somewhere. We've got to find somewhere in the realm of about 12, 13 laps. We're right on that marker right now. I expect to see the entire field. Sean McNamara has just fired into the pit lane very, very early on. The other benefit is we do receive NASCAR-styled wave around. So for the Andre Heimgartner and Macaulay Jones car, they're 2 laps off the race lead at this point in time, but they do have a repaired chassis back underneath them. It probably won't be perfect, but it'll be better than where they certainly were. They'll move back to 1 lap down. So their day, not over, and this helps.
Indeed it does. They were 2 laps down, as you say, and it was just, I was getting onto race records, and that was my next point. I did notice, having scrolled down the timing screen, that they'd managed to get back out there. This is a get-out-of-jail-free card for them, essentially, because we know the old adage, don't we? Safety cars breed safety cars. We're only on lap 11. So you've got another 150 laps to go once we're done here, mates. So every chance that they could be back on the league lap before the halfway mark. And yes, pit lane activity, very, very lively as we get underway with the first round of pit stops here. As you said, that half stint now in the bag. Teo Sorono continuing on in 39th. They're sporting a bit of damage after the race started as well.
Update as well. We just had an update come out of the number 7 car, because I actually was just messaging them to see if they wanted to jump in and come say hello to us nice and early on with Brad Ryan starting the race. Very interesting to note. Sean McNamara is going to stay in and get a fair bit of damage to actually repair out of that car. He'll need to get rolling anytime right about now will be the big key to make sure he stays on the lead lap. Everyone being into pit lane in this early stage, and there's McNamara feeding out, so he wanted to stay ahead of the lead group, so they were watching that with bated breath. That was trying to get some damage repaired. They'll race around, jump back into the lane for sure, and we'll get this one back underway very, very quickly. Everyone into the lane. That half stint that we were looking to get chopped off, everyone's recognised that strategical advantage.
Wow. Very, very quickly. Welcome back. The great man Sam Mann's re-entered the booth. We've got him back on board. We'll get his thoughts in just a moment. Get out of jail free card for McNamara as well. And look at how lively pit lane is here. Now that's interesting. The pole sitting car, Brody Morris, Ethan Warren. It's a driver change for those guys, hence why they're getting gobbled up for track position here. A lot of there's iRacing at its best for you, ladies and gentlemen. People ghosting through race cars to get back out on the racetrack, and they're the precious tenths and hundredths of a second that make you track position around Mount Panorama. So that first round of pit stops, and it came in a right royal hurry, is over and done with, and the safety car will now pick up the race leader, which is still the 088 of James Scott and Ryan Wood. Dylan Rudd, the winner in that, having moved up into second spot, and Dylan Burst, the Sandown 500 winner, of course, jumping up there into position number 3.
Yeah, interesting to note. Let's just sort of jump through a couple of cars here, because there's going to be some strategy information come into this one. So James Scott and co-driver for him, Brad Ryan, not electing to do a driver swap at this point in time. Dylan Rudd will stay behind the wheel. Dylan Burst will also stay behind the wheel. But remember, that's a co-driver swap. That could be the fastest car in terms of co-driver stints today. Rick Kuznetsov's gone ahead and jumped a few spots, so I wonder whether or not he's actually underfilled that car. There's a few cars down at the tail end of the field. You're seeing longer stop times for them. They'll be taking damage repairs on, looking to do that one. Zach Rattray White,
yes,
has jumped a lot of spots here. And he didn't actually pit. He just drove through the lane. He just went, you know what? There's some track position. We can grab some track position right here. They're going to be light, but they're on older tyres.
So that's a double-edged sword, isn't it? You've got old tyres, but you've got a lighter tank. So hopefully, you know, one will balance the other out, and they might be able to throw their hat into the ring here. They're going to restart 6th, but there's an alternate strategy at play to keep an eye on for the balance of the day. Those guys will be running to different numbers than everybody else. Let's have a look at this. Zach Ratway, actually, no, Ratway White has actually come into pit lane, but there's speculation that he may well have just driven straight past the pit box, missed it. And to be fair, boys, in this flurry of pit activity, it would be easy enough to do.
He's looking for it. You can see he's looking whether or not he wants to turn into the lane. A little bit of a turn in there, looking for it. Where's the boom? Where's the boom? Where's the boom? Can't see it. Sim racing's a little bit different to the real world stuff, because you don't actually know where your pit boom is until you click over into the race if you're pole position, you'll be all the way down the front end of the pit lane, so you know exactly where you are. But for the drivers that are tail end of the field, and remember, he was at the very back end of the field, they double up on pit garages, so you could be halfway down the lane and not know it, which is why he's missed his boom.
Yep, and there's Cameron Dance, who's, of course, driving with Tyson Broad. They're just leaving their pit box now. Position number 40 for them at this point in time. Still Macaulay and Andre, of course, behind him, still a lap down. But the key thing there for those guys, Cameron Dance, they haven't dropped a lap. Yes, they were stationary for 2 minutes, 24 seconds, but they haven't dropped a lap. Safety car has control of this field, and it's going to shake things up just a little bit more. Bunch the field up, give everybody a chance to catch their breath, take a drink, have a bite to eat. I mean, we've all got snacks sitting next to us, either in the commentary box or in the cockpit today, just to catch our collective breath, reset, refocus, and go again. And it came at just the right time for a few of those guys that have run into trouble in the early stages that we would normally consider key contenders in the Bathurst 1000. But Scott and Wood, your early predictions looking good, Scott.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. I'm going to get so many angry messages if they end up in the barrier.
Up all day long, my friend. Now, there is Zach Ratray White coming into pit lane, so he'll have more luck finding his pit boom this time by without 40 different cars blocking his view. And he comes right now. So there he is, 32nd pit boom there. So the last one in the train. That's why he's had some troubles early on. And they're the little 1%ers that you need to be mindful of throughout the course of the day. That's not necessarily a death sentence for them at the moment, but it is a setback. And we'll go around behind the safety car one more time. Safety car pulling to the left-hand side, so maybe this will be a case of getting control of the field, or well, actually, no, I don't think we need to wave anyone by. We've already waved Macaulay and Andre by, so...
no, they're still at 2 down. They're still at 2 down.
They're still 2 down? Okay, so it will be waving them by. Yes, my apologies. There's a lot unfolding out there in a very short period, ladies and gentlemen. Lap 13 of 161, and I just want to run a correction on myself as well, as we have a look here, because I was going off the top of my head. On board from race start, let's have a look at all the carnage and cacophony that unfolded. Yeah, back straight in, and Macaulay. Jeez, that was unlucky, and lucky in the same spate of time, because they could have so easily ended up on their lid there on the run into Murray's Corner. The dangers of a standing start, I guess, on show for everybody to see, and especially when you're that far back in the pack. And it was like a domino effect, Scott, and unfortunately the clear passage got closed off and you had nowhere to go, so there were 3-4 cars compromised before they'd even got their first racing lap underway. So Macaulay Jones and Andre Heimgartner will get their wave around very shortly, and then we'll look to go back to green. Here they come now, and we'll look to get back to green this time by, I would imagine. And yeah, I just wanted to run a correction on myself, mate. 2010, Craig Lowndes and Mark Scaife actually betted that time from 1991, 6 hours and 12 minutes. Then 6 hours 11 in 2013, 6 hours 1 2018, 6 hours 7 last year, and 6 hours 10 2020. So they're the benchmark times that we're looking for this afternoon. And again, that'll be dependent upon how many times we see the field neutralised. What's been your takeaway from the opening stint so far, mate?
First and foremost, everyone just trying to find their groove, the mixture of co-drivers and everything going on. And I think we've actually got Sandman prepped up all down on the G-Hub. Finally got him. He's ready. He's sitting there and he's ready to point to his grand famous TV. You actually confused a few people the other day, Sandman. And I want this known. There was a couple of people that thought that was a big old TV behind you.
The joys of modern technology, hey? And this is what's actually bit us in the backside this morning. So yes. Apologies, a little bit late to the show. But yes, the joys of our technology and having the green screen. But it's something that we're going to implement through our broadcasts in the coming weeks and months and years. So, yeah, really exciting. Sorry I've left you in the lurch, boys, but looking forward to getting into the rest of this Bathurst 1000.
Mate, I want you to run us through, because you've got a few graphics and bits and pieces prepared here, and one of those was the picks for the day as well. We'll see.
Well,
We'll see if this works.
Yeah, I did. Some of it's gone pear-shaped, so at the moment it's not working. But we're gonna delve into that and get that working. I just wanted to get back straight into the commentary box with you guys and didn't want to leave you in the lurch. So hopefully we'll be able to bring that up later. But there's already, I guess, a little spanner in the works for some people. We've seen a safety car. We've seen people taking on the chance to do a driver swap, which I think is a great idea. Get that over and done with and get those laps starting to tick it away. So good to see a couple of those people. It's now myself. I'm going to try and catch up and see where we are with the race. And you guys are going to have to bring me up to speed as well. But looking forward to the rest of the race. It's the Bathurst 1000. Doesn't get much better than this.
Yep, so driver swaps. Thomas McMillan jumps behind the wheel of the number 94 car. Jared Filsell will dive out of that one. 93, the lead car on the road, sits third on the road at this point in time. They have got their co-driver in the car. Dylan Burst did a great job on Wednesday night. Drivers looking to do driver swaps at this point in time as well. The number 22 entry, Brady Myers, jumps out of that car. Ethan Warren will jump in. Also, the number 8 entry, we're talking about the ability for Jake Burton and Emily Jones to do a really, really good job in this race. Emily drove the perfect co-driver stint last year at the Sandown 500. Could today be another opportunity for Emily really to press her case? She was quick on Wednesday night as well. Now jumps behind the wheel of that car. They're out of 12th spot in this point in time. Brad Ryan stays in the car. Ross Rizzo jumps behind the wheel of the 36. Safety cars in pit lane. Restart time. Here we go for our race restart. It's the number 088. James Scott lurches out to another nice little lead. Dylan Rudd is going to try and follow him through, and this is quite critical for the number 990 car. Set up the rest of their day as well. Win themselves a True Force Endurance Cup. Potentially put Dylan Rudd in a very, very difficult to chase down position. There will be 2 more rounds of this championship to go after today, and this could be what defines the 2024 championship. Could you think of this? Joins Lobs Esports at the start of the year for Dylan Rudd. He thought it was going to be a year of learning, a year of experiencing, a year of moving himself forward. He gets into the Bathurst 1000, he sits second on the road, and at the end of today, he could be thinking for the first time about taking the 2024 championship. Oh, sliding it down the inside as well. This is McMillan getting harassed. So McMillan's just got behind the wheel of the 94 car, and he's already bleeding spots. James Golding's gone by on this lap. It's Richard Hampstead as well. So they are all scrambling all over the 94 machine. The late call-up, and now he's getting harassed. Bo Albert wants by as well. Albert now sits just on the outside of the top 10. We are 14 laps through a 1,000-kilometre motor race, and all of a sudden, the safety car might just breed another.
Yeah, exactly, and this is where the whips are cracking, but also you earn your stripes. Poor old McMillan there, Thomas McMillan, as you say, the late call-up, and now in a spotter bother, being harassed off the safety car restart. Just got to bide some time and wait for his moment here and persevere and get through this unscathed to be able to hand the car back over in one piece. But yes, a treacherous restart for him for sure as we head down Conrod. First lap in anger in the second stint of the 1000.
And the
Miller
weight
making a move there on the inside, it looked like as well.
The weight has now been put on Thomas McMillan's shoulders. What's he going to be able to do? Remember, Bo Albert, I was just watching along the socials last night. Bo said very, very disappointed to miss out on getting his way into the top 15 shootout. Now he's going to take an opportunity to get down the inside of Thomas McMillan. Clears him on the exit as well, and able to use all the road. And I tell you what, the co-driver's gone ahead and set the fastest lap of the race. Dylan Burst sets the fastest lap of the race. How is that about a vote of confidence for the driver behind the wheel of 93? They have so many options in terms of their strategy now.
Ethan Warren, 13th with Brady Myers. The pole sitters almost back to where they were at the end of provisional qualifying last night. Emily Jones, 11th, and I know Sam Mann, you were very impressed with her performance in the co-driver race on Wednesday.
Yeah, absolutely. Her pace has been terrific all the way, I guess, throughout the whole Enduro Cup. But yeah, absolutely. She was right there in with a chance to take that golden ticket on Wednesday night. And, you know, I think they will be a force to be reckoned with, herself and Jake Burton a little bit later on. I've had the pleasure of racing with Emily over the years. And, yeah, I'm really keen to see how they progress throughout the day.
Righto, where do you start to look up and down the field? So Emily Jones moves just outside the top 10. I can tell you, Bo Albert's just about having a crack across the top. right up and underneath the rear wing of James Golding, just ahead of him as they got to the crest of the hill and looking to come down the S's. And Golding right alongside of Andrew Gilliam. So they've gone to throw their co-driver in early, throw a challenge at him. 80 laps from when he got on board this car gets you to 92. Guess what? You're a half stint shy of a triple to the end, but you can do it. You can do it from here.
And legally as well, in every sense of the word. Here's a move down Conrod, right on board. Down the inside to the fastest corner of the circuit. Job done. Covered it off nicely. There would have been a chance to go side by side and force the issue going into turn 21, but they opted not to. And Albert continues his charge forward, up into 9th now. We go back to find Ethan Warren in 13th. We ride on board with him all over the back of McMillan, who slipped outside the top 10. So it's Trent Tasman v. Dylan Lobbs Esports for 12th and 13th in the car race at the moment, and Brad Bryan is there wanting a piece of it as well. Soon to hand over to Ethan Greek Gold down the inside. Warren back down the inside and into position number 12. Very nicely done. Oh, a little bit of contact, a little bit of hip and shoulder. Nose to tail as Thomas McMillan gets ruffled up by Brad Ryan.
And there's an update coming out of that 7 car as well. Ethan Greek Gold very, very unwell on Bathurst Sunday. So Brad Ryan is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting from that number 7 car, and that's an adjustment from where they wanted to be. But he's quick, he's capable, he's sitting just outside the top 10, and for Ethan, he just needs points from today. So their target will be points finishes. That'll shift them probably off a race win. It'll be keep themselves alive, keep moving forward will probably be the goal now.
The issues happening on and off the track on Bathurst Sunday already, unfortunately. As you say, Ethan Greek Gold unwell. Sandman's computer a little bit worse for wear. Everything's unfolding here at the early stages. It's only lap 16. Here's the OG gear replay of that nose to tail out of turn 1 out of Hell Corner on the way up Mountain Straight again. It was just a better run for Warren off that corner. Sorry, for Ryan off that corner that got the better of McMillan. McMillan forced wide, of course, having been overtaken by Warren in the first place. And 2 into 1 doesn't always go, but they got away with it on this occasion. Here's Cameron Dance. You're riding on board with him in every sense of the word, coach. You can see him there hard at work, right of screen. Soon to hand over to Tyson Broad, no doubt, in the 27 as we run down towards Forest Elbow. And he'll try and set up the run in the slipstream in the draft down Conrod Straight.
I love these cameras, boys, when we've got a little bit of a sneak peek about how people go with their racing, and to see him right up on the wheel and having a red hot go. Oh, we see coming into the chase here. A little bit of nose to tail. Everyone's having a crack. So the 94, he's under pressure here. So I don't know if there were everything going wrong there, but the two's looking like to have a dive up the inside. That's exactly what he's going to do.
Oh, Capel just about squeezed him wide when they got to the apex. He certainly was a long way up there and a fraction deep. But again, McMillan started this stint inside the top 10. Now he's drifting. Kobe Williams is going to get down the inside. And that's another spot picked up for the 053. Williams was reasonably quick the other night. Had to qualify that car yesterday as well. Harley Haber's now going to line up and have a crack at Thomas McMillan. And I just wonder at the back end of this race, this is going to put Phil Sell on the back foot. And I tell you what, do you remember back at Sebring, Sandman? You remember who started from the rear of the field that day?
Yeah, he's not going to be too much of an issue. Obviously, it's not ideal, but look, at the end of the day, that's been a late change for the Bathurst 1000. But all he needs to do is not get too caught up in the fact that he's slipping down the field. What he needs to do is hand that car back nice and straight.
There's already a few that can't say the same, handing back a straight car as we ride over the top of the mountain once more with the number 1, Madison Down. Number 1 for a reason, but boxed in at the moment. He's sitting 5th. At least he's been able to push his way forward so far this morning. I like Sam Mann, and I'm excited to see what his co-driver will bring to the table a little bit later on this afternoon. But right now, they're sitting just nicely and easing into it. They're following Rick Kuznetsov out of turn number 18 once more. The rundown Conrod. Scott, Rudd, Burst. History repeats itself, gentlemen. We had the top 3 at the end of the Interlagos 500, the top 3 at the end of the Sandown 500, and now the top 3 in the early stages of the Bathurst 1000, all from the same stable, all doing nicely. Battle for first. James Scott, Dylan Rudd, Dylan Burst, Rick Kuznetsov, Madison Down, Luke Rosella, and Dylan O'Shea.
It's very much a Lobs TTR battle, isn't it? And that's no surprise from what we've seen It's probably two of the best outfits we've got in Australian sim racing here in supercars at the moment, and you know, they always put on a decent show, and no doubt they'll all be itching at the bit to do their best for the Bathurst 1000.
Oh, and have a look again. Just James Golding's now starting to come back to a fair few people as well. So Brad Ryan's going to be the next car to try and line him up and have a crack as they'll run down towards Tail Corner. Cable's doing a really, really good job here for Robbie Gibbs, the partner in that car, inside the top 15. Remember, they qualified outside of there, and not too further back outside the 15. Our producer would like to keep the camera on this, because guess who he's picked as his dark horse for the day?
Funny that, isn't it?
Did I correctly hear the term capable earlier in the week from one of you two?
I like the term kid capable. Kid capable. Yeah.
I knew I'd heard capable and capable in the same sentence once or twice throughout the course of the season from you two blokes. Now, Eddie Beswick's made his way by McMillan, so McMillan continues to drop down to 17th now. There is Sean McNamara, the racecraft tribute to the Chickadee Commodore of the days of old, as we make our way out of the cutting once. Yes, I'm old enough to remember that too. Through file footage on Dad's odd VHS tape, if nothing else, as we make our way across the top of the mountain. McNamara back to 34th after stalling on the grid. Interesting to see what they can muster up as the rest of the day unfolds. In behind them, Andre Youssef, then Zach Ratray White. So missing the pit box is pretty costly for Ratray White. Unfortunately, Scotty, he's dropped all the way down to 36th.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things for me from the 17 car, I mean, I talked about it at length at the start of the season, though, for Zach Ratray White, this has just been a season of learning. He's devoted a lot of time this year and put a lot of hours in. He's driving, I think Jay actually said it earlier on in the season, who's our broadcaster behind the scenes, our most broadcasted driver at sim speed on the year, because he's just driving every opportunity he can get behind the wheel of a race car at the moment. Zach Ratray White's putting the effort in. What that culminated in, made the finals of the FIA Motorsports Games, went down to that event about a month and a half ago down in Melbourne now, and really put on a reasonably good display, just qualified at the very last moment. So he was there, he was relevant. If you go back 12 months ago, you go, look, I think he can fill in the field. I think he makes the field, but man, he's just there. He's not going to put in a great performance. We talk about it every week this season now, in a supercar, no less. That's the amount of work that Zach Ratray White has put in this year. And I think most improved. I'm disappointed that Bo Albert's in this field, because otherwise, rookie of the season, I would 100% give it to Zach Ratray White.
There's no substitute for seat time, is it? It doesn't matter what you're driving, and we hear different elements for what people drive, whether they drive GTs or the supercar, and there's so many different driving styles. But you know, you get your backside trackside more often than not, it will reward you in the end, and that's exactly what we're seeing with it.
James Golding pushing his way forward here too, boys. He's got back up into 12th place now. Displaced Brad Ryan, Lachlan Cable, Kobe Williams, Eddie Bestwick in behind 16th at the moment. They're the 5 on shot there momentarily as they go past the break. Then cross Skyline on down to McPhillamy, take the left-hand curve, and then into the S's Dipper downhill section, run through the second sector. So doing okay by lots 201, slowly but surely pushing forward here in this second stanza of the 1000, lap 19 of 161. Air temp 20 degrees, track temp 36 degrees, so that track temp warming up as we go here. And what I want to ask you two about, because you've watched more of this stuff than I have, obviously, but we've all seen a fair few Bathurst in our time. Here's a move now down Conrod. I'll come back to the point. Right on the inside of Golding. Very cleanly done. No forcing the issue from either man at the moment, because they know that now I'm just being told as well that the 201's just dropped down you've just seen it there on your screen, but trying to push back forward in this particular instance. It's hit a little bit of a speed bump there. James Golding back to 13th at the expense of Brad Ryan, so now he's boxed in the pack once more, and the 115 down there on the inside of the 111, so that's Daniel Hall making a move on Teo Serrano, 31st and 32nd. Brian Borgin behind them, having started rear of a grid, and that was the other talking point out of qualifying. 3 drivers unable to set a time last night in a 30-minute session, unable to either get a clean run or bank a number. So that was unfortunate for them, but they've got all day. We've seen this race one from the rear of the grid before in the real world. It's no reason why it couldn't be in the sim world. And look at Lachlan Capel now giving Golding the hurry up. I wanted to come back and ask you guys with regards to Scotty mentioned it in the first stint that you get into a battle pack, you sit in, you tuck in, you wait for your moment. How often will we see that sort of processional phase play out here throughout the course of the day? Because to be fair, I feel as though there's been a bit more moving and shaking going on since the safety car restart.
It's interesting, isn't it? Yeah, I'll let you answer first, Scott.
It's opportunity. That's the thing. When is your biggest opportunity to try and get some moves done? Well, it's when the field's condensed. Why? You get these little battle packs that form. And the other thing is, if you're getting held up, you want to be in a draft train. When you're in a draft train, you can all of a sudden pick up 2.5, 3/10 of a second per lap being pulled along. So you want to get aggressive. You want to make some spots. And then you just you're able to sit with them. If you fall out of a draft train, all of a sudden you're the guy that's going to be pushing that lap time in, and you're towing all the other guys along. They'll have a crack at you because they can. They've all of a sudden got speed that they shouldn't have necessarily. So yeah, it's opportunity meets. If you're not being aggressive, you're going to go backwards. And here comes Lachlan Capel, who's going to try and slot it down the inside, gets it on the inside of Golding at the kink, pulls the car up very, very nicely. And look, it might have been aggressive, but there was a lot of room given by both drivers. And Sandman, your chance to respond on that one as well.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a big, it changes, doesn't it? Especially with the 1000. I mean, obviously you're not in that pressure cooker situation where it's only a quick 30 lap. You've got time on your side, but I guess it's the old adage, isn't it? It's you want to be cautiously aggressive, and make those opportune moves when you can. Obviously, everyone gets a little bit excited when the field bunches up because obviously that makes it that little bit much easier just to stay in touch and make those couple of quick positions. But when you find yourself in a little bit of a pack and you see those leaders starting to get away from you, the pressure rises a little bit on board, and as you're a driver, you're thinking about that yourself. But it's nice to know that you've got time on your side. 161 laps. This, basically, think of it as an all-day event. So, yes, you've got that opportunity, but you've got plenty of time up your sleeve to get the job done too.
There's potential to use strategy play to your advantage as well, but there'll come a point in the race where you're not going to be thinking about that potential for safety cars, because if you're waiting for safety cars all day, eventually you're going to fall up short and be disappointed. Safety cars present an opportunity to get back into the fight, but you don't want to be relying on them all day long, because we know that we can see long, clear green runs here at Mount Panorama. We've seen them in the last couple of 1000s in the real world, so no reason why we wouldn't emulate that in the sim world. And given how evenly matched this field is, based on what we saw in qualifying last night, there were hundredths, tenths, thousandths of a second separating all the grid positions. Yes, you're not going to be taking huge chunks out of your opposition lap on lap. Still doing okay by Lobs Esports 123 at the moment. The 95 SimSport 888 Richard's Netbox 74. Early doors, we're about 25% of the way through, ladies and gentlemen, lap 21 of 161. And interesting that we've been focusing on the battle. We've picked up Kobe Williams now chasing James Golding. So Golding had got his way to the front of this train and brought some clear air, and is now all of a sudden, so he's gone up to and then dropped back to. So it's a bit of a seesaw musical chairs stint for James Golding right here and now. But we know that the Doing stable right across the board will be there when it matters, when they buy that ticket for the last 20 laps or so, or is it going to be 10 laps here today at Mount Panorama? Certainly interesting how the Enduro Cup has played out, boys. Sandown was a little bit more tame than Interlagos, I think.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, because there's a couple of drivers actually really want to grab their thoughts just quickly. I'm gonna go see if I can rustle up some interviews. So I might go see if I can find some friends for a walk on, wander up and down the pit line. So I'll be right back, boys.
Friends, that's a fair stretch, isn't it?
I've commentated an entire season with you here, and I still can't stand the sight of you, Sandman. So I'm gonna walk out whilst I can.
I don't blame you. Maybe you're the one that pulled the plug on my technology.
That's it. Stitched up royally, you two. Look at this.
That's it.
James Scott continues to lead. Dylan Burst, Rick Kuznetsov, 1, 2, 3, 4. Sam, man, your thoughts I mean, Richard Hempstead's been impressive thus far as well. Started 15th, has moved his way up to 8th, but we know that different, as much as everybody came in that first round of pit stops on lap 11, we know that there's some different strategy already at play there, because there was a lot of drivers that opted to stay in the car, and there were a handful that opted for an early driver change.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of this race, isn't it? So many different strategies that'll play out. Hammer's obviously, he's got a good pedigree. He's a decent driver, and he's always there or thereabouts. You never want to discount Hammer. We've even seen throughout the season where he hasn't had some of the best rounds, and he's been caught back in the pack, and he's always found a way of working his way forward. So never discount Hammer. So, how's that? That little bit of a wiggle there under the brakes. Yeah.
Wow. Big moment for Kobe Williams. Riddle Bobble going into the chase. So now pit stops. Here we go. The 94. This is Thomas McMillan coming in.
Oh, he's got damage to the right side of that. Now this might have happened a little bit earlier. I don't know if that did when I was away. I had those technical dramas, but there's definitely damage to the right side of that Doing OK car.
I'm not sold that this is a routine scheduled pit stop for these guys. It was an early change. Phil Sell, of course, opting to start the race. McMillan jumped in. So let's
out of strategy, isn't it? When
it certainly is.
What lap we went green again with safety car? So
it's only lap 23. We went green at the end of, so it was 11, 12, and 13 the safety car. So that was 3 laps. Lap 14 was when we got the green flag once more. Scotty Ray can, believe it or not, Sam Manny has found some friends.
You're joking.
I wouldn't say friend. I sort of had to badger him into coming for a little bit of chat. But at the moment, we've grabbed Bud, who's had his best moment of the season, and he will never live that down for the rest of eternity. He picked himself to finish, 28th back at Road America, Veldy?
Yeah, no, 27.
27. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Now, how's that for a prediction? Have you still managed to work out how to do it with the lottery numbers? That's the next question.
Nah, I haven't quite. The Kano numbers haven't come up as well. So we've tried it a few times, but it doesn't work quite as well as it does at Road America. So I'll have to figure it out.
All right, so if we're ever in Elkhart Lake, huge moment for Kobe Williams trying to get down the inside of James Golding. Will try and line up the drive out the other side. Gets it to the inside. And that's why you can hear the excitement, because this is Veld's teammate. And I was just down chatting with them. Kobe said he's not confident on the brakes. So Veldy, talk us through this one.
He doesn't drive the car. He's a GT driver, so it's coming from some of the ABS to something like this is like a very big change. But he's done amazing. The 3 rounds we're done now. I was on the pace in Interlagos, we had dramas. On the pace at Sandown, we didn't make it. And then had to qual the car last night. It was on fire, so he's doing really well with the car. The brakes, he's actually pretty good. He says he struggles, but he's pretty good under it.
So the braking performance is actually there. It's just a confidence factor, just to pull the trigger on the move, really, is what we're sort of talking about.
Yeah. So I guess, when you're going for a bomb, you're hard on him. And with the way the brakes are, you tend to pinch rears a little bit, so the tube he's alright. Struggling with that part a little bit, but no, he's doing really well.
Mate, in terms of things for you guys, where are you relatively thinking it'll end up today? Because this co-driver seems to be really, really mega. He is progressing, he is moving his way through at the moment. I wouldn't hazard a guess, probably a top 10. You think you're probably top 10 capable today?
Oh, it's possible. I'd be quite happy with that. I reckon, where it's sitting now would be pretty decent. I'm feeling great around here, so I'm not overly fast. I don't think we'll be fighting deep inside the 10 if we get there. I think the top 10 is definitely possible, but it's going to be a difficult one to get there.
Mate, the only other thing I have for you, all your teammates are roughing you up a little bit. She was a big night last night on Saturday night, was it?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it was a large night. Woke up this morning, had a couple of cheeky tackies just before I loaded into the session, and then sort of sat in the fetal position in the sim and not moved for about an hour. So we're feeling a little bit, but it's not too bad now. A couple of Panadols, bit of water to get through.
If you've got any Barocca in the cupboard, you might need to go and chuck one of them in a bowl of water as well.
Oh, don't worry about it, pretty good. We're all out.
move here at the chase. Lachlan Capel on Brad Ryan. So Capel moves up to 12. William in 14th at the moment, trying to latch back onto that train. They've somewhat lost a couple of car lengths on them in the last couple of laps, whilst Golding and Williams have been squabbling amongst themselves. And now we ride on board with Jake Maloney down pit straight at Mount Panorama. Eddie Bestwick up to 18th. Jordan Ross and Ross Risso make up the top 20. Lap 25 of the 1000 for 2024. It's interesting, we mentioned the way in which some of these drivers have moved up and down, and Hayden's just seen himself out of the booth. We were going to go back to him, but
I was just about to say no thank you to him, because I think that's about probably where we'll leave that one anyway for the time. But yeah, I'll keep scrolling. There is a few more drivers I want to see if I can rustle up and have a quick chat too, so
copy that. It's interesting the way in which we're watching this play out, Sam, man. Big squeeze job there at the cutting. Golding's getting ruffled up here. Harley Haber makes his way by up into 15th now. So Golding slips back to 16th. So that point that was made in our broadcast chat inbox here is true. He's gone from potentially trying to push his way back forward to now getting buried in the pack, James Golding. And that, to be fair, I didn't get to mention this with Hayden Veld a few moments ago, Sam, man, but I'd love to see a replay of the moment that set up the overtaking opportunity for Kobe Williams there, because it looked as though Golding was very close to scraping the inside wall at Forest Elbow. Whether the car was out of shape or whether he was hugging that wall to try and defend his spot, it somewhat contributed to being set up and passed on Conrod.
Yeah, and I think, at the moment, it's just him trying to get into a groove a little bit. If he's getting boxed around the ears a little bit, then, the smart thing is just to back off a little bit, maybe give some space. He's still there or thereabouts in touch, and it's still early days. So if you go to the replay, this is exactly what you're talking about. So he's all over almost on exit there.
Yeah, and watch this. Big one. Huge one. Yeah, I didn't catch the start of it, but that's exactly what it looked like, because it was too close to the inside wall for comfort, and it compromised his run into the elbow and out again. But then, thankfully, able to get down the straight without too much of an issue. Yes, he's dropped a spot, but at least the car's still in shape. He was very lucky to get away with it, though. Scotty Rankin, you've got Forza and Al-Nabi standing by.
Yeah, I'm just chatting to Forzen, and they've elected to start with Harley Haber in that car. Forzen, in terms of what you guys are sitting on the road at the moment, 15th in the queue, you've actually just benefited from that moment we were just looking at. Reasonable day at the office. You're really, really happy with this opening stint from Harley. He's going to try and get down the inside of Kobe Williams, gets another spot. So you're very happy. Oh, he gets a touch up as well. So you're happy with the driving from Harley thus far?
It's not over. Sorry, Golding's in the thick of it. Sorry there, Forzen.
No, it was a bit hectic. That's all right. He's going actually really, really well. I think the car's a bit not liking at the moment, but we've got a strong car in the race rather than this part of the race. So I've just told him to just take it easy, hold down his pace, not make too many of those moves. But he's doing amazing so far. And, we'll see how we end up.
Just saw at the top of the screen there too, boys. I'm going to throw back to you in a moment, Scotty. Andre Yusuf's got the 5-second penalty for contact on Daniel Hall. Here it is on the OG Gear replay.
This was about 5 laps ago as well, so just recently runs him out of... No, turns him actually. So... will recover from that one. Andre Yusuf with a bit of damage to repair. So for you guys, you're getting a fair few of these co-driver laps out of the way early. Is the plan for you to jump in the car for this next stint here? You might throw Harley back in for another stint. Lap 98 is the target lap to sort of do a triple home. Are you planning on doubling or tripling home at the moment?
Yeah, we're trying to get as many of his laps out of the way. I'll probably jump in the next stint, and then we'll see how we go. But he'll probably jump in after me, and the plan is to triple to the end. We'll just see how we end up. But I think, like I said before, I think we've tuned up the car for the end of the race. So hopefully we get some cooler conditions at that stage of the race, and then when I'm in the car, I'll go to hell.
James Golding being boxed out here at the moment, Scotty. He's fighting for dear life to hold off Eddie Beswick. He's lost out to Jake Maloney. So, floodgates open, and Golding's fighting for dear life, and Beswick in the car, and then contact Griffins. They're going to both lose spots here. Two of them, in fact. My goodness. It's only lap 27, boys.
Oh, it's all kicking on. This isn't gonna decide itself. Golding's still back down to the inside. It's gonna be Ross Rizzo on the outside, the co-driver for Josh Anderson, still trying to hang on to the car. Round to the outside. Beswick too wide across the top, forced to finally concede the position. And first sort of quarter of the race, that's getting eclectic. Are you happy that Harley cut his way through this pack just a few moments ago for Wazam? Because otherwise he'd been in the thick of that.
Yeah, no, it's good timing. Yeah, thank God for that one. He's up the front now. He's got some clear air ahead of him. So yeah, hopefully he's got his head down. And, yeah, see what we can do.
Well, with things starting to eventuate, it might be time to let you go. I think get back down there and focus on keeping him cool.
Yeah, all good. Thanks, boys. Enjoy.
Thanks for Wazam.
I love that we're 2 from 2, by the way, boys. Twice we brought someone into the booth and twice they've moved forward on the racetracks. Both have gained a position whilst they've been on camera, whilst we're talking to their co-driver. Have a look at this. The gloves are off, early doors. This is the sort of intensity you want to see in the last 30 laps, not the first 30. Have a look at it.
Look at Golding's trying to shut that door, but he's not giving an inch there. Look at him almost, I think he just does quite get on the grass. A little bit of contact. How lucky for these guys not to be fired off into the fence. They actually managed, yes, they lost a couple of spots, but they managed to keep going without too much drama.
And Eddie Beswick, of course, as soon as I saw the name, and it's just been confirmed for me, it is the young gun in Formula Ford, Australian Formula Ford, in real life, that's in the pilot seat there today, and a late change to the co-driver lineup of that entry. And he's by no means, doing himself, any negativity here. He's really holding his own and putting in a strong performance, a strong showing in the early stages. By no means disgraced thus far. They're sitting pretty. 20th at the moment, despite that little setback.
Cody's still carrying a little bit of pace here too, isn't he? Like we saw when we were talking a little bit earlier that he's managed to lead the cars behind him, and now he's all over the back there of Jake Maloney. So looks like he's got a little bit of pace in that car, and he's keen to use it at this stage.
Well, you may as well use it while it's at your disposal, because you never know what the next 140 or 133 laps have got in store for you. Use it while you've got it, make the most of it, take the advantage while it's there, because you're not always going to have the opportunity to do that based on track position, based on time of day, based on stint runs, tyre wear, all those different factors. So they may as well use it while they've got it and hope that it pays off, and they can continue to build on that momentum throughout the course of the day. I think there might have been a small cloud of the wall there, albeit through maybe some netco on a run down Conrod as well. So they're setting themselves up once more as we go back to Sandman.
Yeah, well, Scotty, I was wondering, mate, if you're doing the revolving doors around pit lane, you see him move here through the chase. Be interested to see if you can get in the door of the Lobs guys, because we saw the Money 4 make a pit stop there, and we were curious about just the timing of it all, whether it was to plan, whether it was something that caught them by surprise, but we certainly weren't expecting it in the commentary box.
Yeah, I might go do some exploring on that one. I have a sneaking suspicion they were just starting to cop wax from a whole bunch of different directions. I think that's a risk management pit stop is what that one was. Yeah. And then we noticed there was a little bit of damage to the right side. We see another one, yeah. So that's McNamara in the lane. Lap 29 of 161.
So that's the other point as well, boys. The end of lap 11 or lap 12, depending upon where you caught the safety car call, was when we saw that first round of probably unscheduled pit stops, but triggered by the safety car, of course. So what does that mean? We're looking at lap 35, 36, 37 for the next round of green flag pit stops if we continue running like this. Door-to-door stuff at the cutting once more, and sliding through there as well. The 097 and the 053 on the run up to the top of the mountain once more. They settle it out.
Oh no!
To the crest. Oh no! No! The issue through the crate. You can't go 2x2 through there. Not this time of the day. You shouldn't be allowed to, but somehow they've got away with it again. Wow.
we saw that sort of drama on Wednesday night, and we didn't want to see more of it. People were keen to make moves through that part of the racetrack, and it never ended well. So, they managed to get away with it, thankfully. But I think there needs to be a little bit cooler heads prevailing from that part of the racetrack. It's pretty much single file. You've got to be fairly desperate, or maybe catch a slower car to make sort of a move there. But it's pretty much single file. These guys need to be a little bit more cautious. It's only like 29, absolute long way to go. I'd be having a word to their drivers and just maybe backing it down a little bit.
Have a look at this on the replay before we get to Scotty Rankin. Down into the cutting, riding against the concrete pretty well.
We see moves here.
That was fantastic.
We see that, but this is where it gets a bit sketchy. You see he's got a little bit of pace, looks for a move up the inside here, but that's no man's land. And you thought, look at the contact there. How he held on to that and didn't fire off into the fence is beyond me. But that's why you don't want to go too wide through there.
But the drift work on that was exceptional. You asked Sam Mann for some participation in the broadcast from the Doing Lobs Esports stable. Scotty Rankin has delivered.
Yeah, so I managed to grab Jared just quickly. Didn't quite ask him quickly before I jumped up here. Jared, looking for an early pit stop to get Thomas McMillan sort of out of traffic. Is that just a little bit of risk management from you guys with the early stop?
Yeah, absolutely. As you can see, there's some young bandits up there having an audition for Super 2 drive or something. It's outrageous. It's absolutely egregious they're driving this hard this early. So happy to get Thomas clear air and hope to jump back in soon and see where we end up.
Mate, how's his nerve levels? How are you managing him at the moment? Because obviously, getting clear air is a really, really good idea. But the talk sort of lap to lap, particularly whilst he was in that battle pack, how was he feeling?
He felt okay. It was probably a step up on the aggression level that what we probably thought was expected from some other competitors, but that's okay. He was all good. There's no damage on the car on my end. I know the broadcast shows a little bit, but I think it's just a bit of the phantom stuff, so the car's all clean.
Mate, in terms of things, is this a double for him here? You're going to try and clear his co-driver laps. Is the target to get to lap 98 from here and then hand over to you to the end of the race? Or?
Don't believe so. I'm not going to give away too much, but once his minimum's done, I'll be in the car for the rest of the race. So I'll just say that.
Righto, mate. Well, other than that, thank you very much for joining us, and sending him our way to see how he's going, because I think it's all going to kick off, and Hayward's going to be shooting through right here. Yeah, there was no way he was going to pull that car up after he got in the grass after the kick. Thank you very much for joining us, Joe.
Thank you.
Oh, boys, I keep going to try and grab interviews, and it just keeps getting chaotic. I think I'll stop.
Look at it now, 3 wide down the main straight.
I'm wondering if he needs to get that position back, because obviously he fired off through the grass and made up some track position there. So I don't know if he's thinking about giving that spot back or not. I know there was a little bit of contact if we go to the OGQ replay. Look at this bang just into the side, and he did everything he can from pulling that thing up. Obviously got up on the grass, and that obviously affects your braking zone. So he's got back, joined the racetrack. So I wonder. They made more contact. He nearly fired him into the fence.
Wow. And I was looking at the car behind that, Jordan Ross, of course, in the 143 boys, thinking he's probably looking at this and thinking, I need to get past these and get the hell out of here. I don't want to be here when it comes to blows. I want to be in front of the carnage.
Oh, geez, we've said that the last few laps have been fairly wild for Kobe. They probably just need to dial him back a little bit. It's pretty early in this race. And thankfully, look, he's still got a straight race car too, but he's been in the thick of it. I think there's a few drivers that I think Jared was just stating too. It's a little bit wild at the moment, and I think there's probably a number of teams that probably need to get in their driver's ear and just maybe dial it back a little bit, because I don't know, it's a bit concerning and could turn into something pretty ugly at the top of the mountain if they're not careful.
Yeah, actually, last night I was just doing a scroll through the Discord after we all jumped off of everything. I just wanted to go down and get some thoughts and get some pieces. And I can tell you, Jared's, for what he's done over the last couple of months, and he's not had an easy trot of things either. So I can tell you from his personal perspective, I got a lot more respect for Jared over the last couple of months for just the way he's managed to carry on, his level of professionalism in what are some particularly trying circumstances, the level of respect I actually go for just 20 with about 5 pushes. So really, really impressed with him, and I like the fact that they pulled that alternate strategy. Early at a Bathurst 1000, you don't think about an undercut. I actually think the undercut's the right strategy for a few cars. I'd be pulling Kobe out of this field. If I'm Hayden Veld, I'd be pitting him right now.
And not so worried. Don't stress too much about the undercut or an overcut. Get these guys into some clear air. There's a fair chance that we're going to see some safety cars. We've already seen one today. So there's going to be some more. They're going to pitch the field up. Everyone else is going to make pit stops. But you're exactly right. If you've got a driver that's in the thick of it, things are getting a little bit wild, pull them out. Just get them straight into the lane and get them some clear air.
That was Scott Gamble and Kobe Williams door-to-door rubbing panels on the way up Mountain Straight as well, boys, on the exit of the L corner. Gamble gets by.
I think the big thing is right now they're losing seconds a lap. They're losing about a second a lap with the amount of fighting that's going on. So yeah, the tyres have gone a little bit, but if you it's 1.5, 2 seconds by the time you slap some fresh rubber on.
Oh, he's struggling. He's struggling with that rear.
Oh, get him out. Get him out.
Yeah. Oh, look, it's easier said than done for us in the commentary box. We look like geniuses when we say it and it works, but, you know, it may not be the right plan for them. But, yeah, you'd think just being that what are we, lap 32, so that car's moving around. They're in the thick of it. It's fairly well bunched up here between all these guys. And, yeah, it doesn't hurt to roll the dice, and that's exactly what we saw.
21st lap of stint 2 for most of these guys. And James Golding has got out of the traffic log jam. Yeah, he's gone on for a double stint. He's 39th now, rejoining the racetrack just ahead of Sean McNamara there. So they're well off the train at the moment, but they're in clear air. Kobe Williams 20th now. But pit lane activity is about to be coming thick and fast, boys. So we're looking forward to seeing what the strategy game is going to be. Most of these guys will be doing, well, a full tank of fuel, a fresh set of rubber, and some driver changes as well. We're excited about what's to come.
It's just bedlam at the moment. We've been going for about an hour and 20 minutes, so Brett Loxton, that's probably a smart call from him again, just keeping the eyes a little bit further down the road. 707, so I think that's Freya that's about to climb from that. No, it's Stovall's already in, so they'll probably leave Stovall in that car, and I don't think they'll be doing any driver swaps for Brett Loxton as well. I think he'll probably stay behind the wheel. Benefit though of being this is the biggest benefit of being a wild card. You don't care who's in the car. No. You don't care. You're both probably going to drive about an average, whoever just seems to be in the car at the right point in time.
Just throw caution to the wind, Scott.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Nothing to lose, nothing to gain.
How awesome is this?
Yeah, the intensity at the front of the field is fantastic. I mean, they're doing. We know, Sandman, after the last lap shenanigans from Interlagos, they're doing okay by Lobs Esports stable. They will push each other as far as they possibly can all day long. They don't care about team orders. It's all about individual pride. But at the moment, they're sitting pretty 1, 2, and 3 on the racetrack, and that train is just pushing each other along. There's not much in the way of positional movement, gain or loss there. Everyone's just rolling through the motions in a qualifying trim style manner, just looking to get to that, because they've got the clear air. They are the lead train of cars, there's 7 of them, headed by James Scott and ended by Dylan O'Shea, 1 through 7 on the racetrack. They've got the clear air that the others are seeking and would desperately crave at some point during the day. They're okay for the moment. But at the end of the day, it's, we're still 128 laps from home as we make our way across the start lap number 34. So 33 done and 128 to go. And it's Scott, Rudd and Burst. So Dylan Rudd, the perennial bridesmaid in the Enduro Cup races so far, but still the championship leader in both. Sitting in that aforementioned second position. Dylan Burst behind him, James Scott in front of him, Rick Kuznetsov, Madison Down just hanging on there for dear life, Luke Rosella and Dylan O'Shea. So we've got a 3-horse race at the front of the field. 4 of the Doohan stable, 2 of the 9-5 stable, and that's Seoul Trans-Tasman Racing number 1.
So pit stops are going to be coming in. We're right on the fringes. That's the first mistake we've actually seen out of James Scott, and now it's going to give Dylan Rudd an opportunity to try and go around. They're going to feed in. They're going to feed in.
Team orders, they'll just look after each other. But, oh, man, how lucky was he that he didn't have contact with the wall?
Oh, you could...
That's the point, isn't it? You're just waiting for someone to make a mistake. And there it was. but because of the position of the racetrack and the fact that it was a teammate behind him, James Scott was able to get away with it and hold station for the moment. But if that's like 160, that wouldn't be the case.
He's on the brakes. The rear just scoots away, just a quick little snap of oversteer. He's grabbed it, but thankfully he had a teammate. Exactly what we were saying. He's got a teammate there that just said, you know what, yeah, I saw the little wiggle. Let's just go single file and let's push on with it. So, but it looked a lot scarier when it happened live. But it was just that little catch that thankfully he didn't make contact.
Oh, jeez. Thomas McMillan and Jared Filsell. Filsell, of course.
Oh, no. So this was a 9-4.
That's
a
it.
blown engine.
That's his championship.
This will bring out a safety car too. So what are these teams going to do? Because that car is stranded on pit exit. We just not long spoke to Jared Filsell. He's got him. They said they rolled the dice with a little bit of strategy to give him some clear air. And unfortunately, it's been a motor. So we're going to go to the OG Gear replay. We've seen this a bit, and we told you throughout the Enduros that we're seeing more and more of these engines that are detonating, and it was something that was raised in the podcast leading up to Bathurst. There it is. Smoke out the back there, they're doing it, and then by that point, he's not going to make the pits.
No way.
His pit entry. So unfortunately, that's lunched, and that's their day over.
Safety car deployed, unsurprisingly, because of where that car is parked on the exit of pit lane. And right on the critical lap number at the end of the stint, boys. So it couldn't have worked out better for the field. But what a dagger in the hopes of Jared Filsell as far as the outright championship fight is concerned. An enormous amount of points up for grabs today. 400, in fact, for the win. And he's going to get the duck egg, unfortunately. So that's a huge blow to his title fight.
I'm shocked.
I think there's going to be enough time to get that engine swapped and get that car back out there, actually. And I think with enough time left on the board for them to get 75%, so the whole mindset for that car now changes. It's now get that car repaired, get it back on the road, and get some points. They're going to lose 250 points today.
Yeah. That's all it is. So we're going to...
And that's another point. We're looking on screen here. Okay, so
a massive wiggle. Oh, and he's hit the wall too.
Yep. And the safety car had already been called. So it's interesting that we're seeing some driving here, Sam, man, that's still 10-10s under yellow.
Well,
they're all trying to back pit lane, aren't they?
They're doing exactly what these guys are doing on screen. They need to get back and get to pit lane as quick as they can, but you don't want to do it at the cost of maybe tearing up your car. So unfortunately, he's made contact there, but now you can see all these drivers in. And, man, haven't we seen just a bit of a game changer now, Scotty, with the talks of the 94? It'd be interesting to see how much time they lose, whether they can get back, but they do need to salvage whatever points they can.
I've got an update on that one as well. A towed car is done for the day.
Oh, there you go.
What I thought.
So it's a goose egg. It's a goose egg. That is for. It's going to be. Look, let's put an average on it for Dylan Rudd. Let's say that he gets 4th or 5th place today. It's going to be 350 points. Filsell's done. You can't win the championship from there with 2 rounds left. He has to win both. Yeah. He has to win both, and Rudd has to DNF one of them and finish 30th plus in the other. Not happening.
No.
Oh.
And that is such a season-defining moment for the guy that had got on a run of 4 consecutive round wins coming into the Enduros, boys. And look at the margin coming into the round, 110 first to second. And then you've got to go back to 1642. So 918 and 1642, that's 276. So there's an outside chance that Dylan Rudd could put one hand on it today, with only 400 points up for grabs in the final 2 rounds of the season. So that is a massive championship implication style moment here, and Bathurst always presents that.
Co-drivers in. Co-drivers are going into this
in
car.
The most devastating of fashion.
What we're seeing with, this is incredible, because we touched on what Jared's season was like. Obviously didn't get off to the greatest of starts. Clawed his way, made it all the way up towards the front, and now this has bit him in the backside with 2 rounds to go.
Oh no! Oh no! I think Hayden Sell might have just blown the motor in the 19 car. Out of pit lane. He's facing in the wrong direction.
Are you kidding me?
Now, yep.
Wow.
He's hit Thomas McMillan. He's actually hit him. Because
Dylan O'Shea.
Hold on.
that car
Has
is in the lane.
Did you say he's nailed the 94?
I think he has. Because that 94 car was 50 metres further back down the track.
Here we go, on board. Now, this is out of pit lane. Surely he would have been given the heads up that the car was there. So all the other drivers are going to miss that car. And he's just gone bang, drilled the back of the 94.
Oh! Can you believe
that? See, that should have been heads up from the team. Surely they would have been made well aware that that's why the caution was out, that the 94 had stopped on track.
Well,
they drove past it 2 laps ago, boys.
Wow.
Well, no, he didn't.
He wouldn't have seen it.
No,
He's done a driver's swap.
Yeah.
Wow. So this has just changed again. We were just talking about.
There's a race contender gone.
Oh my goodness.
2 of them. In the blink of an eye.
Doesn't that just speak to what's happened this year, though? Because it's just been a year where weird things have happened. Now, weird things tend to happen in car racing, but Sebring happened.
Yeah. Yes.
Safety car at Interlagos happened.
Yeah.
Di Pasquale blew an engine at Sandown and cost Scott a chance. It's just weird things have happened all season long at different bits and pieces. I don't recall a year where this many it just doesn't happen. Once, twice you go, it is what it is, but not this often.
No.
This is Bathurst for you. And have a look. Here's Rehan. We're on board with Rehan. P3 at the moment. So he's now jumped in the car, taken over from Madison Down. So it's his turn for a stint. Looks like this is it safety cars. Has it? No, it was still under safety car. I didn't know if it was driven away from the field yet. But great to see these onboard cameras from our drivers. So many teams have provided us with these cameras, and we're blessed to have it in the broadcast. But Rehan just sitting in P3 for the moment. Like I said, I've been talking up his stocks ever since I've seen him start racing, and for him to be teamed up with Madison Down at TTR, it's certainly going to be it's going to be dangerous for everyone, because if the more years he gets experience under his belt, I think he's going to be giving us drivers some grief for a long time to come.
So that's 2 retirements in the blink of an eye, boys. That's Hayden Sell, Dylan O'Shea done. That's Thomas McMillan and Jared Philsell done. And
Scotty, did you do some commentators'
going to, no.
I haven't.
I haven't
mentioned Dylan O'Shea at
still
all.
alive. He's cheaper still alive. But Macaulay Jones and Andre are going to get their lap back as well. That's still to come. So there they are, coming down through the S's and the Dipper now. So they'll go to 39th, and we have lost 2 cars out of the motor race, and we aren't even at quarter race distance yet. It's extraordinary. Another lap at least behind the safety car here. As round 10 of the championship continues. Round 3 of the True Force Enduro Cup. Wow, extraordinary drama. On that note, because we've got a safety car at this point of the race, let's grab a commercial break. Let's grab one of those, get one of them out of the way, and get back for a green flag restart, folks. Hope you're enjoying the Bathurst 1024.
The Racing Series is a new milestone in Logitech G.
All the great old wheels, the G29, the G920, the G923, they all have their own unique way of connecting to each other, but there's no room for expansion with those products.
So the question arose was, what if we were to give the opportunity for the racer to switch out from a drifting wheel to a GT rim?
With the wheel hubs that we created, that's got a very specific button set that you can replace any of the steering wheels.
And the real lovely aspect to this was we could give the user, driver and the racer the opportunity to experience different genres of race.
That allows drivers to craft high quality, customized setups that resonate with your individual racing style.
When we start with the design, we always start sketching. But very often once we've got sketches, we start discussing with engineering.
We had 3 rounds of engineering testing or user testing where we invited in users from sim racing, and every single round of feedback we refine, the product based on what they tell us.
In the sim racing lab, again, we're going to use data to really analyze what a driver needs. We've used everything from eye tracking to the inputs from the pedals, the inputs from the, let's say, input devices, the wheel and the pedals, the shifter. We're taking that and we're compiling it so that we can build different products based on those individuals' needs for all consumers and all drivers.
I don't know of anyone else in the industry that's actually doing this kind of research into their products to see how their products are affecting performance of their users.
We've built the product to make sure that it's as reliable as possible.
So the innovations in engineering that I'd say we're most proud of is the sequential handbrake and shifter toolless changeover. This is now a patented system, so it's really easy for the user to just switch between modes.
If you give people the tools to do what they want, they will.
They will just go off and have fun.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Like the rest of us, we were trying to grab some food, trying to grab a quick break because the moments in this race continue to tumble. We haven't reached a quarter race distance. That is just a few laps away. Safety car number 2 of the day. We have now lost 2 cars from this motor race. The 94 machine is now missing in action and will be for the rest of the day. No points on the board for Jared Filsell. Championship hunt over.
Done.
For 2024. In the meantime, though, his teammates now get an opportunity to lead the race. Griffin Gardner has just jumped behind the wheel of the 93 machine, and he's going to fire off as they go underneath the Armour All Bridge. First laps of the day for Griffin Gardner in the 93 machine, as Dylan Burst did a phenomenal job in the start of this race. Gianni Lutsu behind the wheel now for Dylan Rudd, and he will take this car to the middle of the race, and Rayhan Leonage slots into P number 3. Richie Stanaway is also behind the woods, so this is going to be, by and large, the co-driver stint of the race, boys. Here we go, and for those drivers who have just thrown their main driver back in, this will be the time where they start to make some ground. Ethan Griegold climbs aboard the number 7 after feeling under the weather.
Up mountain straight, look at the logjam, the congestion as everybody tries to sort themselves out and find a clear patch of real estate. Easier said than done in this logjam. Hearing too that there might be some issues with the 6 entry with Jake Blackhall in the car. Might be a tech issue for that car, so we'll find out more on that in just a moment. By tech, I mean internet network. So we'll chase that up as the day goes on. We're watching Robert Gibbs up the top of the mountain, Evolution Racing Team. His teammate Ethan Griegold in behind. Now, just how unwell is Ethan Griegold and how is that going to impact his performance today? That's what we don't know.
I think the big key for that car as well will not necessarily Ethan can drive through this. His pace will be quite reasonable, quite close to what he's capable of. I think stamina is going to be the big key. Might be single stints. If I'm going to hazard a guess, and he is as unwell as he sounds, I'd say strategy-wise, you're going to see 24 laps at a time from him. Probably be their goal.
And on that subject, we're looking again at lap 61, maybe 62, as Bo Albert comes back out onto the racetrack. So that was an issue for Jake Blackhall, and Bo Albert's had to get back into the car. So that affects them not just for this stint, but for the balance of the day as well with regards to driving time and driving numbers. And there's your man, Sam, man.
Yeah, he's behind the wheel of the car number 1. He's doing a good job. We're just gone green again. So now he doesn't need to charge to the front. So sitting in P3, he just sort of needs to stay in touch. If he gets a little bit of pressure from behind, he can deal with it or just move over away. All he needs to do is just hit his marks and hand back the car. But he's done a brilliant job throughout the entire endurance series, and I'd really love to see him rewarded with a result today, especially after everything that happened at Interlagos with himself and Madison. But so far, so good. They keep that car nice and clean, and they'll see where they are at the end of the day.
Have a look at this. Ethan Grigg Gold on re-attack here on James Golding up Mountain Straight.
And Ethan Warren's going to have a crack here as well. Warren's just gone by Richie Stanaway. Stanaway lifted and just let him have it. He didn't even fight that one at all. So Warren's gone through. Now we'll keep an eye a little bit further back. Gibbs gets the spot. Ethan Grigg Gold's trying to just keep that one alive. So the two ERT teammates working together on this one. McNamara has driven through the field. Damage at the start of the race to this car to 13th. He has done a phenomenal job.
Indeed he has. And that's the other point as well. What a struggle like for the likes of him and everybody else that's caught up at the start, particularly Sam Mann. Now the wildcard boys, Macaulay Jones, Andre Heimgartner. How far can they push through the field now that they're back on the lead lap?
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of it, isn't it? These endurance races. So unfortunate that incident at the start where they got caught up in that. But back on the lead lap, they just need to start just chipping away at it. We've seen already so much drama unfold. So if they can stay out of that, they can benefit from that from sure. But that's always the biggest one, isn't it? If you can just get on the lead lap, stay in touch, I'm going to say it, buy a ticket to the end, and that's going to be your favourite thing in this race.
Short Cup one. Can we get a counter for that? That's one. One done.
Not bad for lap 39.
Okay.
I grabbed a couple before Sam Mann got going this morning. I had to do it on heat behalf whilst it was
Rayhan's just gone for P2. Rayhan just took P2.
Rayhan Leonage on a charge now. The number one goes to P2. So Griffin Gardner the next target for him. But look at Gardner. He's bumped it. 1.8 seconds to the good. Griffin Gardner has left these boys in his rearview mirror. Ryan Wood down the inside. Pounces on Gianni Lotso as well. And that might open the door up for Ethan Warren. No, he tucks back in.
Yeah, I wonder if that's more that Gianni's just sliding back a little bit as the 22 gets done on him as well. So it wasn't so much that Brian had a big dive. He did one, and he's having a good run here, and he's got the job done up the inside. But I just wonder if that 990's just slipping back just a little bit, just trying to get comfortable as this race goes on. So we're easing into to the third stint now, boys. Lap 40 of 161. By the end of this lap, 25% race distance. Remember that critical number, 121, to be classified for 75% race distance. In the Bathurst 1024, that was an issue. A little bit of a Blinky Bill moment for Gianni Latsu. So we've already seen network issues play their part today, both in the broadcast booth and in the server. Let's hope there's not too much more of that. There'll be a couple of hearts in mouths, no doubt, in the Lobs Esports stable right now. Yeah, that's our 20-cent part, isn't it? That's something that's totally out of our hands, and that's unique to our sport. So, there's times where it's bitten drivers in the backside. You think about Sebring and about people who get a chance to have a great opportunity and your internet falls out. So it happens time and time again, and again, you can't account for that. It's just one of those things that we have to deal with in our sport.
Interesting observation too, Scotty. Track temperature has risen to 38 degrees Celsius and air temp has dropped to 19 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, so I mean, in sim, we are now just beyond midday, 12:23 local time from the mountains. So that sort of gives you, we're going to get a little bit more UV out on the track. It's going to continue to rise probably through to about 3-4 o'clock, at which point it'll start to decline. So we're not there yet, but we are starting to climb in terms of things. Leonage just went deep, by the way, at the chase. And I was just going to say, the shoe's on the other foot from Wednesday night, by the way, because this position was reversed. It might swap hands right now.
Yeah, I think he's just going to back out of it and just hand it over. So, yeah, he had that drama on the Wednesday where he just went in a little bit deep and ran through the grass. I don't know if that was the case this time, but it doesn't need to put any pressure on himself. And this is just, what's going to happen here? Just runs a little bit wide, touches the grass. And you know what? It's just smart driving. He's just, it wasn't the perfect run, and he's just got out of it and given up the position. So he just needs to stay in touch, hit his marks, and he'll be fine.
Look at the drivers, Israel. Look at the guys that he is capable of.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And this is a kid who's born in 2010. He's 14. He's 14.
Making me feel old, mate.
Yep.
We're all talking about it. All of the TTR guys feel old. We were talking about it last night. All of them feel old.
And not only that, you're starting to question your life achievements when you look at what he's achieved at 14, and well, I'm at 34, and I'm not sure I've achieved much more, quite frankly. No, it's incredible, and he has been a star ever since he hit the supercar service on iRacing a couple of years back. I witnessed him in another supercar series, as I made reference to last time I was in the booth with Sandman. He has been a star, and obviously as he ages, as he matures, as he continues to hone his skill set and his craft here in this caper, it's only going to go in a northward direction in the trajectory stakes, because he just continues to learn this craft and learn it well. He's got good pedigree in the form of Lassif, his father, as well. He's no slouch when it comes to these things.
I think Ryan Wood might have just put a right rear in the fence off of at the elbow. He had a huge snapper oversteer as he come out and got the power down. So it was really close if he didn't, but I think he got it.
A lot of drivers just in that shot. How many people just grabbing the edge of the grass there too, as they try to open up their entry? I mean, that's brave at those speeds. So we've seen it time and time again. Oh,
sliding through and millimetre perfect.
No, he got it. He got it.
No, he did. He did. Yeah. He has.
Rian looks like he had a bit of a moment behind there too.
Moments aplenty throughout the course of the day so far. But it's the little ones that you can get away with. It's the little ones that aren't going to cost you at this time of the day. You can win the race, you can lose the race in the early laps, but you can't win it.
Yeah. And it's co-driver hour. That's the big thing, I think.
And that moment for Wood as well has enabled Griffin Gardner to extend his lead out to 2.6.
Now, seeing what I'm seeing on screen, as much as I'm cheering for Rehan, I don't think it'll be a bad move just to maybe swap and let Ethan get past him. Ethan's carrying a little bit of pace here in the 22. So I wouldn't be surprised if, we talk about teams. There's no real team orders in a lot of these teams, especially in the early parts of these races. So I guess everyone's just got that core rule as far as don't touch or take each other out. But I think the 22's carrying a fair bit of speed here, and it wouldn't probably hurt just to maybe let them maybe swap position at this stage. Oh, how good's that? That's poetry in motion right there. Sliding up there right up against the wall, and you can see just how much room everyone else has left, but the 88 was right there, the 22's right up against the wall. Brilliant shot.
Are we on for a golden Logie for best slow-mo camera shots? Because I think we are after this weekend.
Yeah.
Absolutely
indeed. So there we go. Quarter race distance has come and gone. Lap 42. And Griffin Gardner's lead is 2.6 to Ryan Wood. Rehan just settled into third under pressure from Ethan Warren through the chase and out. Gianni Lightsu sitting pretty in fifth at the moment. They're odds on. Gianni Lightsu and Dylan Rudd, of course, to wrap up the True Force Enduro Cup this afternoon. Richie Stanaway sitting sixth at the moment, just at the back of that train, and then a good gap back to Emily Jones, Robert Gibbs, Ethan Grigott, Brodie Sentence make up the top 10, but that's going to ebb and flow throughout the course of the rest of the day. That's for sure. That next pack of cars, it's just a logjam line of traffic, and that goes back to the point that we were making just before that last safety car was deployed, boys. We're talking about waiting for the car in front of you to make a mistake, as Ethan Warren, you're right, called it beautifully, Scott, and Ethan's just allowed him to go, and that was predicted by Sandman. Just get out of it, let Ethan take charge there, and Rehan slots back into fourth place. That next line of cars, which Sean McNamara is now in the thick of, by the way, in 13th place, and you're riding with him at the moment, it's extraordinary, isn't it? They're just rolling through the motions, following the leader. The trigger hasn't been pulled just yet, but at one point or another, someone's going to make a mistake that's going to open the door, or someone's going to pull the trigger and say, look, I'm sick of waiting, I'm getting impatient, I want to pounce. The leaders haven't had that issue a great deal today, but I dare say once we get past the half race distance, then they'll start getting the elbows out a little bit. Blasquam and Sorono, those guys didn't have a great run in qualifying, and they're boxed in down the back end of the field, 33rd, 34th at the moment, fighting for position with the 21 who are riding on board with over Skyline and McPhillamy Park.
Yeah, Rivera's just jumped aboard this car as well. Remember how much trouble Chad Lewis was having. Basically, what they're going to try and do with their race is set it up so that Marcelo can sort of have a crack at a few drivers. They'll run out of sequence because, well, they're just going to be out of sequence. Oh! Marcelo's aggressive. He doesn't wait. He likes to get the elbows out. And I can tell you Damon Woods is a Marcelo Rivera fan.
He wants to do a bit of updraft and try and push him here.
Golding's just leading on Brody Sentence at the moment. These two guys are having a stoush. So what you also... Oh, Marcelo! No! Marcelo! Oh! And Ken Latta just says, all right, thanks, boys. I'll take a couple.
And in behind him, so did the DBMX Beyond Blue entry at Tyson Broad. He pounced on that as well, moved up to 35th. So Zach Vlasblom has lost 3 spots in the mix of all of that. So, yep, when the floodgates open, it's very hard to contain them. Have a look at this. Up now, straight.
Speaking of floodgates, this is getting quite dicey here, isn't it? These guys just trying a little bit of side-by-side. No way they're going to think about 3 wide. Thank you very much. Just tidy that up, fellas. Oh, a lock of the brakes. Nearly made contact. Oh! Come on! He's into the wall. Thankfully, he's going to be out of harm's way. No one's going to collect him where he is. What he needs to do is just wait for a moment. He'll pull a gear. He'll spin it around the right way. It's exactly what he's done there. A little bit of damage to the nose, but thankfully he's got away from it.
He did get some assistance there, so that will be one for race control to have a look at, no doubt. Unlucky for McNamara.
And remember how I was saying that there was more contact? It was between James Golding and Brody Sentence. So Rick Kuznetsov and Andrew Gilliam's co-drivers. And have a look at the difference. Gilliam, oh boy.
Yeah, wow.
And the difference, remember, we were talking about Golding about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. He was just all adrift, all at sea, just losing spots. The co-drivers get in, he stabilises, starts going back forward again. What happened to this race? What happened to this race?
Safety cars happen. Everyone gets that breath of fresh air, that chance to restore the energy tank, and the red mist descends and off they go. The whips are cracking, boys. The elbows are out. But that's the nature of endurance racing these days, isn't it, Sandman and Scott? 1,000 kilometres. Yes, it's an enduro, and yes, it used to be an enduro, but now it's considered just an elongated sprint.
Mate, that all started, he got up on that strip, unfortunately, but then he got a wiggle on and then got the tap, but he was already sort of having his own moment, and unfortunately the tap just finished him off. So easy to do when you catch that ripple strip, but he'll still live to fight another day. It's just, here we go, check out this replay. The onboard, watch this. Up on the ripple strip, sideways, tries to gather up, just gets that little bit of a love tap. That's just hard racing. As we go to our live pictures, 22 now, he's now moved up into 2nd place. And I said not too long ago that they would have been smart if they just let Rehan move out of the way, because it looked like the 22 had pace. It's exactly what's happened. Anyone would think I knew what I was talking about, but he's in P2 now because he knows that he's got that 3-second margin to Griffin Gardner.
He wants to lead this train from the front. I know the way to catch Griffin Gardner. Boys, follow me. Tuck in and let's go. They need to work, rather than squabbling for position, they need to work together now, Scott, this train to push their way forward and reel in the race leader who skipped clear. I mean, what is it, lap 45? We restarted the race about lap 36, 37, I think. So in 9 laps, he's managed to put on nearly 3/10 a lap.
Yeah, so he's doing a really, really good job. The big key, though, is, of course, that pack was squabbling for such an extended period of time. Just keeping an eye on Gianni Mutsu. He's just barely maintaining onto the back end of this pack as we're sort of giving you a view of what the gaps look like at this point in time. Probably one of the faster drivers, I think we just highlighted him, actually, was going to be Ethan Greek Gold at this point. So, EGG. And I think this is actually a really good opportunity for Ethan. He's quick. Okay, I was just about to say, I think he might just tack onto the back of Robbie Gibbs, because then he can just calm himself, look after himself for the day, and let Robbie do all the pushing. And he can just be nice and cruising, just focus on just slotting him behind and just keeping his head down. And Emily Jones as well, also starting to pull themselves forwards. And when I have a look at the last couple lap times, Greek Golt's capable of catching Stenaway. That group in front, though, is there and thereabouts on lap time. So if Ethan can get his head down and keep walking after these tyres, experienced drivers, that's where they'll do it, is the long run. and I've got more friends, boys. Contrary to popular belief, I do have friends.
we normally refer to them as acquaintances, Scott.
Well, yeah. Mr. Dan Hall, you've been invited in. You had yourself a crack at the qualifying series. Things necessarily didn't go the way that you planned, but you learned a lot throughout that. And I think you're applying a lot of those learnings today. But you've just been beaten and boxed about the ears, I tell you what, in this race.
Oh, that's a lot of fun though. It can be a little bit demoralising getting beaten around like that. But then I had 40 in my ear just saying, just remember these are all the main drivers who do it really, really well. So that really helps to keep your spirits up. And my main goal is just to keep that thing straight in the right direction.
It's important about keeping it straight too, because it's a good looking paint scheme too, mate. Mixed it up a little bit for the 1000. I don't mind it. I reckon it looks the part.
Another tribute livery, yeah, and that looks absolutely fantastic. I think the guys are world championing to keep it on for a bit longer.
Yeah, that's it. Mate, how's it feel when you're in the thick of it? You said, obviously you're getting word in your ear that you're with some of the main drivers, and they put the pressure on you. How do you feel as a driver when you've got the likes of those drivers sort of sitting around? Does it stress you out a little bit, or are you able to sort of switch it off?
Oh yeah, I've had to turn the air conditioner on already. I am sweating bullets, but it's great fun, and I'm learning a lot, most importantly, and just try to follow lines, but also keeping it clean at the same time. Look up the tyres. I do a lot of racing in the V8 Vets, and they're all fixed setups where you don't adjust your bars and things like that. So learning all of that is very new to me. So having someone experienced like 40 in my ear, just giving tips like, hey, maybe try lowering now, and seeing the difference that it makes. There's a lot more that goes on.
I want to put a couple of questions to you, because this has actually been a really, really big week for you, not just with the Bathurst 1000 coming up, but for those of you who don't know, along the way, you're actually a part of the Logitech outfit and really making sure that we're looked after, not only from a series perspective, but for your marketing duties as well. It's been a big week, and actually there was a few questions bouncing around the YouTube chat. We've seen a lot of the new products that have actually just been they've just broken cover this week, so it has been a huge week for Logitech on the whole.
It has been, mate. Yeah, thank you. It's been a really good week. A couple of years ago we launched our direct drive wheel, and with this week we announced all of our new accessories to go along with that. So new wheel rims and a universal hub and a shifter and handbrake, and it's honestly it's been everything that the community has been asking for. I mean, not everything. Of course, there's always going to be, you can't please everyone. There was a lot of people that were hoping that we'd have a McLaren F1 replica wheel, but never say never. Who knows what will happen in the future? But I think the sim community is very loyal, very dedicated, and can be very noisy too. And every time we've launched a new product over those last couple of years, the top comments on every single social post is, when are you releasing more wheels? So I'm glad that the team have been able to deliver what we've promised. It may be taking us a little bit longer than we had anticipated, but above all else, we wanted to make sure we did it right. We didn't just release a wheel just for the sake of releasing a wheel. We wanted to make sure that we didn't lock anybody into any ecosystem. That we've got some great partnerships with Momo, and Momo will be releasing wheel rims that will work with our RS wheel hubs. And I know that there's a lot of things happening in the background there. But the best thing is it opens the door to other third parties to start developing wheel rims and products to work with our ecosystem. And at the end of the day, we want customization. These are like race cars to us, and from someone that's gone from having a race car, a very basic entry level solution, but to now investing all my time and money into the sim, it feels the same to me. When I want to make changes to the sim, it's just like making upgrades to a real car. And when you're racing in an open wheel car and then you switch it up to some rallycross or some WRC, you want to be able to change your whole setup to then make you feel like you're driving in that genre and have all the right products that work for it. So really excited. The feedback has been absolutely phenomenal, and looking forward to seeing how people put them into action.
It's a little bit more than that as well, because not only do you support us and the series here, I do actually want to extend a big shout out to Dan. As part of the partnership with Logitech, they've really looked after us, and here in the commentary booth as well. Sound that you guys are hearing at home is coming on behalf of Logitech, microphones and headsets and everything. And I said to you, I think last night, gee, those A50s, the brand new headsets look really schmick, Sandman, don't they?
Yeah, they look absolutely beautiful. But look, the one thing I want to say to Dan is, again, a huge thank you for the support with this series. But Logitech products is one of the things that got me going. It's funny, and people may not believe this. I'll probably have to show a live picture, but I'm still running a Logitech G27 wheelbase on my simulator, and it hasn't let me down. And Dan, you'd know better than I would of what year that came out. So that's been around for quite some time, and it's still doing the business for me. But I get absolutely excited about some of the range and the products that you guys release, and like you said, with the new wheels and all the rest of it, that's certainly exciting. And the fact that we can jump in these simulators and make them at home and feel like they're as close as to the real thing as far as race cars, that's what gets us excited when we get behind the wheel.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can do it from an entry-level style product like the G29, which is the predecessor to the G27, but you know, for a few $100s you can get into it, and it's like the real thing. Once you start, there's no stopping, right?
The world's oyster, mate. The world's oyster.
Yeah.
All right, mate. Talking about you and your race with Ian Ford, as well as the team that you're on board and support with at the moment. Ethan Greekgolt's cut his way inside the top 10. Robbie Gibbs is right there, right along with him. But how have the co-drivers been performing? Because the driving that we've had to see, and the efforts that obviously Brad sort of just had to step up to, unfortunately, today to help cover off Ethan. What's the attitude like up and down the ERT garage at the moment?
Very positive, mate. We've all had some really good testing throughout the last couple of weeks, and everybody has had input into the setup changes, and they've all put the hours in too, and it's been a lot of fun. And yeah, there's a lot of positivity in the team, and I know Ethan in particular is not feeling very well, and Brad has stepped up and started, and he drives like a crazy man. So I'm sure he's done really well with all of the main drivers around him. But yeah, everybody's really put in their efforts and given the right feedback.
All right, mate. Well, you have, about 700 kilometres worth of racing action left to go and sort of work with and stabilise and keep plugging away at, so we can't soak up too much of your time. I want to say big shout out, big thank you, man. You've been really kind to me and very supportive this year. It's been awesome to have you. For those of you who don't know, Dan and I chat on a semi-regular basis. Nearly ended up coming down and recording a podcast live in person. Nearly went out for coffee one day. That just didn't line up, unfortunately, but I'm sure we'll catch up in the future.
We'll get there. We'll get there, mate. We will. I can't believe you still answer my phone calls.
Well, look, if I can put up with Sandman, I can put up with anything, is the way I think.
Oh, shots fired.
Wow.
Mate, congratulations. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Get out there and have fun.
Thanks very much, guys.
Don't worry about the drive-throughs that are happening in this race. There's been a couple of very nice drive-bys in the commentary box so far. In 50 laps, 161 in the Bathurst 1000. Great to hear from Dan and great to get some insight, because it's such a competitive market these days, isn't it? Because of the evolution of sim racing and the following and the uptake in participation, particularly in the last 5 or 6 years, boys. It is like the real world car market. Having the right gear under your bonnet at your disposal, in your cockpit, in your sim rig, whatever the case may be. It's all relative these days. Watch the 47 on the outside here, getting a little bit of a helping hand to the outside of Griffin's Bend. So it's nice to get that insight that these guys, like their competitors in the sim racing world, they're always looking for that competitive edge. They're always looking for, that next evolution in technology.
Sorry, go Scott.
I think one of the big things is that everyone sits down and says, oh, you can spend this amount of money, you can spend this amount of money. There's guys that are driving at the top level on NASCAR that are on Logitech hardware. And you said it, Stan, and you've got it. it's as deep as you want to go down the market, but the Logitech gear still stacks up at the end of the day. And now it's customizable. Now you can add your own wheelbases. I think that's probably one of the bigger criticisms they've had on their gear over the last couple of years. Well, that fixes that. That's now been checked off. So they're in a really, really good spot for their ecosystem moving forward.
Yeah, that's it. And the thing that I love with Dan and his commitment to our series with Logitech and everything else is, and something that he mentioned, is that he actually says that they're listening, and they're listening to what us as the racers and consumers want. And obviously we're not going to get everything we want, but the fact that they're actually listening, paying attention and bringing those products to us, I think it's a pretty exciting time for us sim racers, and to have the likes of Logitech on board and listening to some of our feedback, it's pretty exciting for the years to come.
Dan's a brilliant. He's really, really intelligent. I really like talking to him because his insight level into things and the way that he looks at things. He's not just looking at, we're seeing a fair few movers and shakers out on track at the moment, but Dan in particular, he listens. He's very intelligent. He understands where the sim racing market is going, and he's not just doing Logitech stuff. He's working to try and improve this series. He's trying to work to get more and more people involved. And when he works at the Australian sim racing scene, it's hand in hand. It's not Logitech. It's hand in hand. You don't build a community without a rising tide floats all boats is their approach, and that's the way they go about things. And not just in the sim racing world. I've had the experience of working with Logitech outside of sim racing in esports in Australia as well, and there is a very, very good reason my desk is covered in Logitech products.
Yeah, exactly. And I love that Dan's a racer too. So, even though he knows what he's talking about in the boardroom, but he knows what he's talking about on the racetrack. So, he's the perfect guy to give that sort of feedback as we go to an OG Gear replay. And this is Loxton. Just going to see, solidly. He almost made nose to tail, and that's what he checked up. The car got away with him, lost one position, but still pointing in the right direction. That's the main thing.
An inch is as good as a mile at this point of the race, isn't it? Lap 51 of 161, folks. Just, I know most of you are keeping an eye on the totem pole left-hand side of the screen, but a couple of takeaways in the last few laps whilst we've been hearing the insight from Dan and Logitech is that Griffin Gardner's lead is actually, even though Ethan Warren's got to the head of that train, boys, and he did have the pace of the pack, he has actually lost ground to Griffin Gardner in this stint. 3.4 now the margin to the Trans-Tasman Racing entry number 22. Then Ryan Wood still sitting third, Rehan Leonage still sitting fourth. So those guys holding station. We've got pit lane activity. James Golding comes in to pit lane at the end of lap number 51. He's not the only one. There's a couple of cars on pit lane here. Brett Loxton, the other one. That'll be just to address the situation presented by the damage on the car.
Huge incident, turn one. Huge incident, turn one.
All right, so on the run out of Hell Corner, yes, there's a rear wing being left behind. And that's Alexander Bird, Kurt Stenberg. So the 47 has dropped down to 33rd, and there's debris on the racetrack.
Yeah, that's got front and rear damage to that. Have a look at that. That car is torn up. So we'll have to go to a replay to see exactly what happened, but that car is not looking well. Oh, there's another car that's backwards in that live picture. You can see.
Yep.
So it's getting a little bit ugly. So here we go. The 47. Is it on exit? Does it quite get cleared? Bang. Hard contact.
Did well not to get cleaned up on the way back through.
Look at the live pictures. We've got a car. Is that another motor? I'm just trying to see.
No, it's Luke Mitchelson. He's gone round.
Oh, he's gone. He's just lighting it up. Okay. Woo.
Collective sigh of relief, everybody. Lap 50, turn 2. The 12 is going to get a 5-second penalty for the incident there. So that's going back a few laps now.
He's just got a helping hand there.
Yeah. So it's been a troublesome stint for the Synergy Sim boys, hasn't it?
He's kept it off the wall. There's no damage to that car. So thankfully he'd be just breathing a sigh of relief there. But man, we've seen that a couple of times today where people just that little bit of nose to tail when you just start to climb the mountain again, and it's easy for the cars to swap ends on you.
Just a couple of pit lane activity moments to make note of, two boys. Andrew Gilliam now aboard the 201. They've rejoined in 37th position, and Wayne Burke's taken back over from Brett Loxton in the 89 as well, 38th. They, of course, pitting out. Here's the onboard of that incident that we just saw, Scott.
As Chris Cox said, it's going to go around the outside, gets a little bit loose in the mid-corner, and just takes it in the rear. So he just picked up the accelerator a touch, car gets loose underneath him. If he doesn't do that, there's probably enough space there, to be honest with you, although Bird was quite aggressive. Bird tracked out a lot. So there's in my book, from a racecraft perspective, it's a 50-50. incident there whereby they both made a mistake. I think there might be a penalty issued, though. It's just looking at it from a steward's perspective.
We're not. I reckon we're about 20 laps into the stint. So we're seeing a couple of pit lane transits that a couple of laps shy of that critical number that we were highlighting earlier. So a couple of guys opting to buy some clear air at this point, Sam Mann.
Yeah, and I wonder if maybe there was a couple of people that reacted. Obviously, they'd have some sort of idea when they want to hit the lane, but they may have reacted to some of this action that we've seen on camera. If we go to the OG Gear replay, it's always an opportunity, and this is where that nose-to-tail action right there, just that little wiggle, that check-up, and unfortunately just that contact. So some of these teams may have seen these cars backwards and thought, man, we might have a safety car here. They've dived off into the pit lane, but it hasn't quite worked out for them. But nevertheless, they still need to have these pit stops done. So it's just an opportunity taken for them, and it could have paid off.
Sebastian Vandel's taken over from Andre Youssef in the 900 as well, just momentarily, boys. And Alexander Bird's back on pit lane, getting that rear wing damage replaced or attended to at least. So a fair bit of pit lane activity at a critical point in this car race. And Griffin Gardner's lead is now 3.6 seconds as we ride with Richie Stanaway here, position number 9, chasing the number 8 Trans-Tasman Racing entry of Emily Jones. They're tracing Robert Gibbs. The end of lap 53 for them. Start of lap 54 and Alexander Bird's minus a rear wing for the balance of the day.
Yeah, they might be able to get one stapled back on. I missed it. Apparently, I'm missing the pun. I completely and utterly missed it.
Yeah, well, the comment of the day is Bird won't be able to fly around the mountain without that wing, so...
Yes.
We shouldn't be taking pleasure in his pain, but obviously that's made their day just that little bit difficult, but old Jay's put the pun in the chat.
They say to be a good commentator, you've got to be half a comedian, don't you?
Yeah.
Never a very good one, but you've certainly got to be half a comedian.
So top of screen there, race control issuing a 10-second penalty for the car-to-car contact at turn 1. So, I mean, we've seen a few 5-second penalties handed out today. That's the first 10-second I can recall, boys.
It's interesting because that was, we said it was going to be a tough one. The car did get sideways and obviously made contact, and obviously the 47 their day's gone from bad to worse. But I don't want to be a steward.
And just to go back to the birds and wings comment, if only it was a Red Bull livery, it probably would have sprung to mind a lot quicker. That would have been a pun that would have sprung to mind a lot quicker had it been a Red Bull livery.
We
now
that far down the garden path already.
Yes,
Gee, it's going to be
we
a
are
long
indeed.
day.
It's going to be a long 107 laps to the checkered flag, boys. And on that subject, past 2 hours race time as well. So, I mean, current trajectory would have us going beyond 6 hours, I'd imagine, with 107 still to go. But that depends on how many green flag runs we have and how many safety car deployments we see for the balance of the afternoon. And we will not be far away from all these front-running cars making their way down pit lane. The question will be whether there'll be driver changes or not. Alexander Bird back on pit lane too, by the way.
I think there will be. So what we're seeing, this is what I loved actually about doing this race last year, was actually getting right into the pit lane strategy, plugging away at the numbers and digging into that. I think there will be. One of the big things at the moment is if any of the co-drivers that jumped in at lap 12 can't drive all the way through the critical lap number. So your critical lap numbers, there's two of them. There's lap 113 and there's lap 98. Those are the two big ones because you've got to get 72 laps in from lap 98. So it'll be lap 99, the end of lap 99 to run 24 laps to the flag. Those are the two critical lap numbers. If you pit in lap 12, 80 laps consecutively is as far as you can go. That gets you to 92. That's 7 laps shy of where you need to be. So what this is doing at the moment is just checking these little bits and pieces of the boxes. Then you'll throw the co-driver back in, drive it all the way to that lap number, swap over, 3 main driver in and go.
Oh, it's getting hairy out of the cutting. Sandman.
Yeah, just have a look at this onboard here from Blake Warboys. You just see that these guys just hustling and moving around. And like I said earlier in the broadcast, this is single file across here. You really don't want to be doing any moves or making any passes through this part of the racetrack. So everyone sort of gathered their thoughts and got single file and got back on the train again. But yeah, that had a moment there of looking real ugly.
Just going back to Scott's point, so 48. So the end of lap 113, and therefore take 24 away from that, it's 89. So not 99. So 89 would actually be in the window for these guys. You would be able to triple stint from 89 if you're going triple stint from lap 12. So some interesting numbers at play there. It's a hairy sort of predicament, mathematically speaking, for these guys at this point. So I'm looking at what you're looking at home, ladies and gentlemen. That's the 28 on the tail of the 12 at the moment coming down. They're not interested in the pit lane just yet. We won't be too far away. That's Lee Ellis following Matthew Bowler. That's 14th and 15th at the moment. Ross Rizzo in behind them. Long train of cars here, all chasing Brodie Sentence in the Triple Eight, and an OG Gear replay of some over and under work at the cutting, but very nicely done.
Yeah, love it. Love when a driver gets in there and under brakes, gets the job done nice and smooth. So that was good.
So 80 consecutive laps from 12 is as far as you can go. Would get you to 92. And then 89 gives you 72 to home. So yeah, it's interesting that there's the smallest overlap there, but it will require one of those half stints that we were talking about at the start of the broadcast as well.
I've spent the whole week going, why do my numbers not line up? You've just finally pointed it out to me.
Yeah, I just thought I'll get on top of that. Maths was never meant to be my strong point, I was told many moons ago, but it ended up being my best subject at school. So I'll use it to my advantage throughout the course of the day. But yes, no, you're right. So the fact that we've had that half stint early, it does make it interesting. And also, if you can save a lap or two of fuel under safety car and stretch that run out to 25, 26 laps, that's going to bring you right into that 75 to 78 lap window for 3 consecutive stop runs. So yeah, it's going to be a fine line between pleasure and pain with regards to those numbers lining up just perfectly for you. But who knows what could happen here. We're at the end of a full green flag run, boys. If we get another 2 of those, we're going to be sweet. But this is Bathurst after all, so I'm not going to bet or hedge any bets on that without a great degree of trepidation as we make our way down once more. Some movement here, the 12 to the inside of the Triple Eight. So Matthew Bowler makes a move on Brodie Sentence to the end of Conrod.
Tell you what, if I start looking at this, these cars on track, look at that car. The fact that it's around lunchtime, and I keep seeing that paint scheme of Blake Warboys makes me a little bit hungry, I tell you. Yeah, we're getting calls in the comms box now that we should get some Uber Eats to the commentary box.
It's getting to lunchtime, isn't it? That's big. So this is a really interesting fact. I think I want to say I spent about 45 minutes last year talking about the psychology and the fatigue factor of the race. We haven't touched on it yet, and I think this is one of the biggest aspects of the great race. We actually talked about it at Sandown 500 last year, and it was because Jack Boyd said, yep, I'm sitting back, I'm going to let Cam Jones start the race, I'm going to take a break, I've ordered KFC, I'm sitting down, I'm getting to get my finger looking good. Half a lap later, his day was done, so he got an extra opportunity to finish off eating the KFC. Today's a little bit different. In terms of things, 1,000 kilometres, right? We started today's proceedings all the way back at 10 a.m. for these guys. There was a grid formation procedure that they had to do a little bit earlier on. That, whilst it's not intense from a physicality perspective, it is intense from a mind work capacity, because you've got to listen to the directions, you've got to make sure that you as a driver know what to do, when to drive out, where to be. All of that is incredibly important to how we set the grid, and you start the day off. They've been going since then. Then there's the race strategy. You can't switch off for very long around here. You really can't walk away for any more than 5 or 10 minutes as a driver. We as commentators, we can take that break. I can say, hey to you boys, I'm going to walk out, I'm going to go get myself some lunch right about now. Half hour, 45 minutes later, I casually just stroll back into the box and we're ready to go. If a safety car comes, all of your strategy and all of your options begin to change. We've already had 2, and it's changed the strategy for a ton of drivers. lap 12, throw the co-driver in. They're now taking a 1.5 to get you in the window to get home. That changed the strategy. None of the field, though, is opting to take that full 80 laps consecutively, though. They're breaking it up. From a fatigue perspective, when we get to the back half of this race, mistakes are going to start to happen, and it's not from a lack of concentration, it's just because you've been going all day. I'm going to get nerdy here for a second.
Trouble! 36 has nailed the wall. So Ross Rizzo, I don't know if he got a helping hand or if he just got that left rear up on the curb, but he's made hard contact to the Repco barrier on the inside there. He's just looking for a spot in traffic to turn it round. But man, that was a moment.
Right at the end of a green flag run.
Here we go. So he just got past his teammate.
Oh, he got tagged.
Oh no.
He got some help.
Oh dear. And that was the 28 behind him. So teammate just gave him that little bit of a nudge, and that fired him head first into the concrete.
The invoice is he's now dropped to 29th. The dagger in the heart there, Scott, is that it was the end, pretty much. It's going to be the next 1 or 2 laps. You're going to see these guys on the line of a green flag run. What a costly blow.
That's Lee Ellis too. That's behind the wheel. That's done that, and yep. There's the I've heard bits and pieces. So I'm not gonna put my foot in that miler. Yeah. Think about fatigue, right? That's probably
Correct.
one of the first mistakes that you're likely to see, and he's missed it. If he's 10 centimeters further back, that doesn't happen. 10 centimeters.
They just swapped position. So it was just that little bit of, yeah. Oh man, that's heartbreaking. And this is the bit that concerns me about we're talking about triple stinting. I don't know that I'd want to put a driver in a position where they have to.
Not a Bathurst.
Stint. You know,
Sandown.
Exactly. And you look at some of the co-drivers that we've got that are on board. Here we go. We're going to check out this replay. So this is on board with Ellis. The move gets done up the inside. He gets on the power, and it's just the slightest of touches, just to the back of that 36, and Rizzo's nailed the barrier. But yeah, for me, if you've got a decent co-driver, and we're seeing some great co-drivers throughout this race, there's no point I can't even say
stinting.
it. Triple stinting, easier for you to say. But
it's hitting
the 21. He's going to dive up the inside, so get the job done there. Yeah, why take that risk and have that fatigue be an issue when you've got some really great co-drivers here?
Oh, this is going to be full back.
3-4 cars at least on pit road right now, so we're in the window, boys. And there's some hip and shoulder at turn 1 as well, just for good measure.
Oh, we go to the OG gear replay. Oh, trying to pull it up, didn't quite do it. Shoots across the grass, rejoins, thankfully managed to keep the car straight, but that's a bit of a hold your breath moment, and then dives straight into the lane.
Tell that there's a little bit of front left damage on that car as well. Marcelo Rivera is who we pick up now, the 21, following Dylan Pereira, Blake Warboys out of the cutting once more. And still, Griffin Gardner maintaining that buffer. 3.6 seconds, boys. To the good at the moment. Ahead of Ethan Warren, Ryan Wood, and Rehan Lienage and Gianni Latsu. It's been pretty straightforward running for the top end of the tree the last dozen laps even. Ethan Griggold has moved up into 6th position as we see some pit stops play out behind. Andre Heimgartner has been on pit road. Damien Johnston also on pit road at the end of lap 58. This is the end of lap 59 coming up right now for the Doing Okay by Lobs Esports. Griffin Gardner, 93, leads this from Ethan Warren. Then Ryan Wood, Rehan Lienage. Here we go, pit lane activity. The number 2 comes to pit lane. This is Robert Gibbs, the first to pull out of the train in the top 10.
I think it's going to happen real quick fire here because we're right at the back end of that stint. You could see any of them to sort of fire off. They're all sort of holding station waiting for a safety car, and there's been a few opportunities that were close to triggering one, but nothing eventuated. So what an interesting race. We're not to the halfway point already, and we've lost Phil Snell. We've lost Dylan O'Shea. And yeah, I just... Man, I'm going to... We've got 2 rounds left in this championship. I said it earlier, but I'm going to say it again. What happened? What have we fed our race car drivers? Do we need to have a word with catering?
But hasn't happened today. This has been back from Wednesday. We saw how wild it was on Wednesday for the golden ticket, and ever since then the on-track action's been pretty wild. So, and I think I said in that broadcast too that I was a bit concerned, and I thought, well, no, these guys will probably just tone it down a little bit for the 1,000. You know, it's a long race. Got to buy a ticket to the end. Let's throw that in there again.
There we go.
But these guys haven't. They've actually been quite wild, and you know, I don't know. Are they going to be able to go the distance? It's only lap 60 of 161.
I think that there won't be any issue with going the distance. It'll be more a case of making sure that the car's in good nick for that last 20 laps, because there's already a fair damage bill coming the way of the entire paddock at the moment. But I think more than that, as we keep an eye on the leaders here as we make our way through the chase once more, Warren, Wood, Leonage, then we go back to Lutzu. Grid Gott's latched onto the back of him, very nicely done as they come out of the chase once more. Keep an eye on the entry, the pit lane, and of course the run to Murray's corner. Yes,
there we go.
Ethan Grid Gott dives to pit lane. Griffin Gardner has also dived to pit lane. So he's obviously... Lee Ellis is going to get a drive-through penalty for the earlier incident that we saw. So Ellis, a drive-through penalty. So that's an invoice to pay on top of the invoice coming with the pit stop. And now pit lane is lively. Gardner, Grigott, Stanaway, Shepherd, El Nabi all in. And a driver change at the front of the field for the 93.
Everyone's just taking this opportunity now to fire down in the pits and get these pit stops over and done with. And like you said, with that penalty for Lee to take, you think he'd probably quickly do it now, because the last thing you want to do is have that hanging over your head. You want to get it done over as quick as you can, because a safety car could really change things up. But look at the attitude on the 22. Looks like he's struggling just a little bit here.
Would that be tyre wear? 25 laps into a stint or so?
Yeah, with Ethan now leading, the fact that he's just moving around, the tyres aren't looking great, but for himself, Ryan Wood's right there, Rehan's right there, like they're 3/10 covering the top three. The car looks a little bit like it's got a little bit too much attitude, and I think he'd be praying for a new set of Dunlops, I think.
Lap 62, boys, next time by the line. So this will be 100 laps to go in the Bathurst 1000. And at long last, after missing the jump and losing the lead at turn one, the 22's on track to lead his first lap of the afternoon.
Well, for now, what have you done? I tell you what, if this goes awry at the chase, there will be there will be an invoice in your mail.
I know. Although that being said, Ryan Wood's playing it smart. So there's been some fuel saving going on. That's one of the reasons they've been able to elongate this stint. But now, first and third, Warren and Leonage to pit lane. So no, I stand corrected. You're right, Scott, because Ryan Wood is probably going to get to the line first. No, Warren did get there just ahead. Wood goes through to lead lap 62. And then, of course, Rehan Leonage comes through behind Gianni Latsu. Emily Jones also follow him to pit lane. We'll keep an eye on Blake Warboys, the 63 on screen there now, whether he's in the heat stint as well. But now it's a critical point of the car race.
Yeah, the hunger pains are kicking in, looking at that Chubby Buns Burgers livery, I tell you.
See? I told you. Didn't I tell you?
Oh, mate.
Yeah, brilliant.
Maybe we need to put a shout out and they need to send some to the commentary box. How about that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm on the trip to Sydney in the middle of October, so I might see what I can rustle up, boys.
Now, I was going to make another point there too, whilst you guys were talking about the end of the stint. We got distracted by some positional changes like this one, actually. Corey Shepherd on the inside, the Trent Tasman Racing entry, moves up into 18th at the expense of Richie Stanaway. Dylan Burst comes through. The 93 moves to 4th place on the racetrack now. Ross Rizzo to 5th, and that's the end of the pit lane sequence for quite a few of our drivers now. Eyes forward for the next stint.
Have a look at Leonage versus Ethan Warren's pit lane transition time. He's actually jumped him by a fair way. So they recognised in this car that he couldn't necessarily go out and get that spot on the track, and they just said, oh, why fight for it? You know, let's just use our heads a little bit here. Now remember, think about all the younger kids that are in the middle of that aggressive battle packs. So I'm thinking Kobe Williams, Capel, all of those sorts of drivers. They were squabbling on the road like you wouldn't believe. This is how you get it done. Use your head a little bit. Go, yeah, I'm actually as fast as this guy. Sit back, lift off, put the clutch in, save some gas. And Leonage comes up the spot.
Yeah, it's the 88's turn to fire into pit lane. Oh, it's always tricky. The pit lane entry into Bathurst. It was something that was spoken about in the broadcast. In the podcast leading up to the event. Is if there was one thing that some people would change about Bathurst, and it's that pit lane entry. For me, I'd leave it alone. Adds a little bit of character, makes you work for your pit lane entry to carry that speed in there. But man, it can catch you out.
Absolutely, it can. So Ryan Wood will be interesting to observe here whether the overcut works for Ryan Wood. Whether the prediction of Scott Rankin at the start of the week is going to come out at the front of this train. The 777 to pit lane now as well. So still transiting our way through the third round of pit stops. Dylan Pereira, he leads the next train of cars to pit road. Seth Brown as well. The 777 and the 17 at the end of lap 62. Madison Down standing by to jump in and have a chat with us now that he's out of the car for the moment. So we'll have a chat with him very shortly, I'm sure. Madison, thanks for jumping on in, mate. Great to catch up with you. 13th might end up being a lucky number for you. The first 3 stints have gone really well.
Yeah, so far so good. We're able to capitalise on a few mistakes by others and, just overall track position there in the first stint. So really happy with how I drove early on in the race. Driving to a number, just utilising that big draft train. Rayhan's jumped in now. Been, again, pretty solid. Just driving to numbers, trying to make that extra lap on fuel. And so far so good, but you never know how this race plays out.
Bit of game thus far, isn't there? Sorry, you go, Sam.
No, go for it, Zach.
I was going to say, a bit of gamesmanship thus far, mates. A fair bit of processional running through that stint. Rehan looked content to just tuck in and follow.
Yeah, 100%. We're not out to fight people this early in the race. We're out just, as I said, driving to a number, keeping the tyres on it, keeping the car straight. We know there's a very high chance there's going to be more safety cars coming, so you're not going to close 4.5 seconds being faster than someone, like the gap we had to the lead there, so it's too close out there. So better off just managing where you are, manage those fuel numbers, and probably play it a bit boring until the end of the race.
Now, you've had something to deal with inside TTR too not long ago. Unfortunately, there was a pit lane drive-through penalty. A little bit of contact between teammates. Never ideal, and obviously wasn't intentional, but that's always a little bit of heart-and-mouth stuff within the team, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It was funny. Richard actually jumped up and asked whether him and Lee could come up into our channel, and so during a pit stop, and they came up, and Richard went away for lunch, and wasn't long after that that incident occurred. So bit of an awkward one. I think Lee was trying to let Ross go and just misjudged it, and unfortunately turfed him into the wall. So 100% Lee's fault. He accepts that. Certainly not what we want to see though.
Yeah, we always say that's the first rule within teammates. But look, being that it's only lap 64, and like you said, the likelihood of another safety car, it's pretty large. So not all's lost for them. But look, let's go back to your run at the moment with yourself and Rehan. It was almost like you were listening that earlier on before when I saw the 22 all over the back of Rehan, I was like, probably a good idea if Rehan just moved over and let the 22 go, because there was so much pace on board. And that's exactly what you guys did. And now you just had him settle into a rhythm, and he's been doing really well today.
Yeah, he's done a great job over the whole Enduro Cup. It's a shame we haven't been able to grab some results for varying reasons so far. So, it'd be really good if we can get a result today. He's driven really well, and he's got his head screwed on. He's only 14 years of age, and we actually commented through the week practicing that TTR is about 15 years old, give or take a month. Oh. So it's actually old. The whole team is actually older than Rehan when it started. So puts it in reality just how young this kid is. But doing an awesome job, and cool to be partnering up with him. Really happy that we could make that work, and so far so good. I mean, he's been driving really well, and we got his old man Laz as well, doing a lot behind the scenes, helping him out. Obviously, they've got 3 sim rigs in one room there at home, so
I'm sure it's pretty hot in that room at the moment with 3 computers running. But yeah, his pace has been really good. He hasn't made any mistakes so far, and we're just trying to play our way to the end.
Madison, how do you attack the last couple of rounds of the championship, mate, knowing that today could be decisive in terms of your overall position coming into the round? I think it's, about 328 points between you and Dylan Rudd?
Yeah, well, we kind of have gone into this race feeling no pressure versus the last 2 years where we've obviously been in the championship hunt, last year winning it. And, carrying the car number 1 and this retro livery, we went in going, let's have a good swing at the win. Looking at the points about half an hour ago, we're not as out of it as maybe what we assumed, especially given some of the circumstances and double points and all that type of stuff. So, look, we want to win, no question. But some big news with the likes of Jared Filsell out of the race, and you can never know what happens around it. So,
Sam,
I was going to say it. With him, with Madison taking Rehan under his wing, I was like, I think it's a great thing, but I think it's going to bite us all in the backside in a few years' time, because he's going to be hard to deal with in a few years once he learns everything from you, and he just gets better with age.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, I started this a long time ago myself, so I kind of see it going full circle, and it's why I really wanted to see this happen and unfold and work with a younger guy. I mean, I started competitive sim racing at around that 14, 15 years old a long time ago. So for me, I think a lot of people don't believe in those really young people, and that was something that frustrated me back in 2008, 2009 was, I wanted to be able to prove to people that you're mature enough and could, be a part of leagues and teams and things like that. And, I see the same type of thing with Rehan, those same type of struggles where, he's clearly a very good driver, but I think he's got his head screwed on really well as well. So I think this has been a good opportunity for him to prove that during this Enduro Cup and run at a high level in the series.
I think one of the most interesting things, Madison, for me is how's he taking the advice and the strategy. Like, there's a lot of kids out there that are like, no, I've got the bit between my teeth. I really, really want to prove myself. And sometimes they're not really easy to coach. Rehan's not that kid, isn't he? He's like a sponge. He just soaks. He just loves to sit there, loves to listen. I think one of the biggest things is even when you're watching his camera work and whatnot, he flips the headset, the microphone goes up. He only talks when he wants it, when he needs to talk, and it's a copy. Mic comes down, copy, mic back up. That's just the way. His microphone's on the left-hand side of his face, by the way, in the bottom right-hand corner of that screen. So when he pulls it down, you can actually see it on his camera for the fans that are watching along at home. So he's very quiet. That'll be a talk to something he's just said to Dad as well there. So in terms of his mindset, talk us through him there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a sponge. Like, you go through data with him and you're in practice sessions, and he's able to take everything on board. But the more impressive thing is he's able to apply it in 2 corners. So he'll leave the pits and he'll be straight onto it and testing new things and putting that advice into practice. And obviously some things work, some things don't. We're different drivers at the end of the day with different personalities. But he's willing to try things and look at the team he's had around him. And obviously we're very privileged to have not only some very fast main drivers in this series as a part of TTR, but also a lot of bloody good co-drivers as well. So, I mean, he is one of those, but we've got another 5 or 6 co-drivers that are really, really quick out there. So I think he's really enjoyed being able to bounce those ideas around and kind of get the feedback off other people and compare, which he normally doesn't have that opportunity. So, yeah, he's been fantastic in the race. In the race, he doesn't say anything apart from copy, like you said. You're lip reading him in the webcam. You're spot on. That's 100% all he says. Even from a spotting point of view, very quiet. He understands how the race unfolds as well. So when I was in the car, for instance, he was doing all the engineering and spotting and talking. It wasn't Laz, and he was kind of being that guy, and he asked me to report fuel numbers every lap across the line. So that's what we were doing, and he had the calculator out, making sure it worked. So yeah, really good racing brain, and I agree with you guys. I think he's going to be pretty scary in 3 or 4 years' time, that's for sure.
Absolutely. And one thing before we let you go, how does it feel to be behind the wheel of the old tats.com livery?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's been a long time since we've driven this thing, and it's been really well received by everybody. There's been so many comments and people impressed with with us, one, wheeling it out, but two, how good does it look on a ZB Commodore? It's bloody awesome. So, yeah, really cool. I mean, obviously that's an era that was very professional for its time. The livery looked amazing, and you could really tell that it was something big for its era. And it's cool that we put it on the car 10 years later, and it still feels kind of as big as what it was 10 years ago. So, yeah, that car was run between, I think, 2011 and early 2014. So, yeah, had a lot of success in that, so hoping to repeat that today.
Finally, mate, thank you very much for your time. I know it's difficult to get you to finish a conversation sometimes because you'll just keep this one going on for the next couple of hours, but I'll leave that to your teammates.
I might not get back in the car if you keep me here. I'll separate to you blokes. I know how to talk. So, but no, cheers, guys. Cheers for the chat, and hopefully we're chatting on a positive note at the end.
Yeah, mate. Well, whenever you give up driving, there's a commentary booth slot ready for you.
I'm sure there is. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Oh, I love talking to Mads.
Yeah.
He's just, he is a character. That's the biggest thing. And I think one of the bigger thing is when you sit down and you talk to fans, and I got this opportunity 12 months ago. I was sitting here with eyes the size of black holes, like just so wide and just trying to soak everything up. And I'm sitting here going, "That's Madison Down. Oh, I've watched Madison Down. I've watched him for years. Oh, I'm a big fan. He's really, really cool." You can just walk up and talk to him. He just calms you down. You have that fangirly style, oh my god, look who I'm talking to kind of moment. And Mads just chills you out. He's just a dude. He's just who he is.
And it's funny how you say that, because in a not dissimilar experience, I had the pleasure of, as an 18-year-old, attending a karting event at now the only virtual Oran Park. All wide moment behind the 17 there, and that has back up. In fact, I'll come back to that point because there is a nice little bit of correlation there. But yeah, that has unfortunately cost that pack a bit of time in relation to the 17, who of course has brought a bit of fresh air there in Seth Brown. So Chad Lewis, Thomas Freeman, Kenneth Latta, Daniel Hall, Brodie Sentence, all balked up behind Chad Lewis now. And important to note, Brodie Sentence just saw a replay for OG Gear a few moments ago of him bowling a wide down at the chase, and there it is. So did well, was lucky to get away with that one, the 21. Chad Lewis, and he didn't lose, he only lost territory, he didn't lose a position in the process there. Going back to finish the point before I forget, because you know the ever-evolving door of Bathurst, things change and your mind goes elsewhere. When I met you had a fanboy moment with Madison Down. I had the same experience when I first met the great man Greg Rust at Oran Park, knowing that you know, I'd watch Rusty every given week, watching MotoGP and Formula 1 at the time, wanting to be in the craft that I'm in now, doing play-by-play commentary. And Rusty happened to be there, teamed up with one of my mates at a charity day at Oran Park before they closed it down, before the final supercar event there. And I'm standing back thinking, that's Greg Rust, I've seen him on the TV. And he's the nicest guy, and has always been very good with his time ever since. Whenever I've wanted to chat to him for Bathurst or anything that's linked to a local event for radio that I'm working on, Speed Series here last year, a classic example. And proving that he's the nicest guy in motorsport, he actually slid into the inbox on LinkedIn last Sunday to say happy birthday. So, yeah, no, I know exactly where you're going, but for different reasons.
Yeah, it's just, and when you find that pack as well, I think the biggest comment at the end of the day is we're all just a big group of people who are just racing fans, and we just share that passion in common.
Yeah, and the other thing as well, Scotty, you know this as well, from both a commentary standpoint and a driving standpoint, and I'm interested in Sandman's thoughts too. How nice of Madison to use his own personal experience with the caper when he first started, to then give back to the next generation and say, listen, you know, I'm not here to, you know, be your competitor. I'm here to be your friend. I'm here to help you. I'm here to, you know, inspire and influence and help, you know, breed the next generation in terms of their skill set. I mean, everyone's got their can of secrets here, but Madison seems like an open book. 10-second penalty for the War Boys entry for an incident at turn 21 on lap 35. So that's going back a fair way now.
Yeah,
65, there we go. That's a nice little correction on the fly from race control, and now the elbows are out once more. So War Boys has copped a 10-second penalty, and that's an invoice to pay a little bit later on in the day.
the thing I think that's interesting with Madison is what he's doing with Rehard. It reminds me of back in the day is when I was racing in R Factor and had a team called Sandman Motorsport. There was a young whippersnapper that arrived on the scene and couldn't believe how bloody quick he was. His name was Madison Down, and I had a hard time beating him. So I thought the best thing to do to try and beat him is maybe join him. So I got him and signed him up to Sandman Motorsport, and and now he sort of returned the favour, and I've joined the team at TTR, and it's really awesome to see what he's doing. You know, obviously I had no influence whatsoever on his driving style, but I could see at an early age his talent and how his driving ability was, and it's good that he's seen a young fella and taken him under his wing. It's really good to see.
And guys like that, Scott, you can only learn from and Madison, the number one on the side of the car, is proof of this. They're the benchmark. Everyone's trying to catch them, but the only way to do that is hone your craft.
Yeah, get in, have a crack, and practice. I mean, what's the worst that happened? You get in here and the race goes awry when they put trust on you. Well, Mads isn't the kind of guy who's going to yell and scream. What's going to happen is you're going to sit down, you're going to have a look at what you can, have a look at what you can't, and go, yep, could have improved here, yep, could have improved here, yep, could have improved here. That's what you want in a teammate. Madison's the right guy to be doing that sort of stuff as well.
We're watching a flotilla of Synergy Sim Racing cars at the moment. Have a look at them, lined up. The 097 Harley Haber, then the 707 of Tom Fred, the 72 of Adam Briggs, the 89 of Wayne Burke. They continuing to live up to their hard charger tag, aren't they, those boys? They had a good run at Sandown and slowly but surely finding their way towards the top end of the summit. Here in 15th at the moment. And the only odd one out in the train, are the Evolution Racing Team entry of Hayden Veld and the Vermilion Esports entry of Sebastian Vandel. The Whitey's Pies entry, again on the subject of making people feel hungry at the right time of the day. 10 to 2 Eastern Time, 10 to 12 on the West Coast, 10 to 4 in New Zealand. Starting to get it right in the afternoon tea and happy hour time over there across the ditch today. Emily Jones for Trans-Tasman Racing, number 8 across the top of the mountain, giving Gianni Lutzu the hurry up. Now, something else that was picked up too, boys, and I'm wondering how this compromises their fuel run as the day goes on. We're being reliably informed that Ryan Wood, the race leader, in order to buy some track position, short-fueled in that last round of pit stops.
Bad strategy. I don't mind it. It's still, they've still got plenty of time up their sleeve where they can sort of adjust that, and, you obviously... You rob from the rich and give to the poor a little bit sometimes throughout this race, and it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? So where you'll take one chance and you do that short pit, you'll pay for it a little bit later. But as this race goes on, I think it's probably not a bad shout. They'll know they have to pay that a little bit later back, but I think at this stage it's worked out quite well for them.
Not quite half race distance, boys, but it's coming around quickly. Few different positional battles around the racetrack at the moment. Dylan Burse is closing in on Ryan Wood. It's only 0.9 of a second between the two teammates at the head of the train. Then the two Trans-Tasman Racing entries. Rehan Leonage, Ethan Warren. Only 0.8 of a second separating them. They've got Robert Gibbs for company, who's got Brad Ryan within 2 seconds. Andrew Gilliam's only 4/10 away from him. Then this battle we're watching on screen. Lutzu and Jones and Corey Shepherd making up the top 10. Lap 71. Of 161 on Mount Panorama on a Super Sunday. So not quite half race distance, and what are we, about 23 minutes away from the 3 hour mark of the race. So still looking northward at 6 hours, boys.
I think one of the bigger things to consider though is in that first half of the race, because we're zeroing in on it. At the moment, since green flag, 2 hours, 37 minutes, we are at lap 70. We just have 2 safety cars.
Yes.
So we're going to hit lap 80 right around the 3 hour mark. If we don't get another safety car, we'll come in under 6 hours. We'll be right on it.
Yeah. And the other point as well, I know everyone's getting a little bit antsy here in central commentary, so we will go side by side in a moment. But as we do, still only 2 retirements. Yes, there's been a lot of attrition and a lot of people have had their moments, Sandman, but still, you've got to be in it to win it, and 39 boys and girls still very much are.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of the action on track, look at the Emily Jones just harassing the back of Gianni here. I just wonder how much longer this is going to last, because it looks like Emily's got a little bit of pace here, and she's been brilliant. We talked to stocks up all from Wednesday, just drove a really great race, and I think for the moment she's quite content. But there we go. It did look like she had a little bit of pace, and now she's got that move done. And that was smart heads-up racing there for Gianni. Gianni knew that she was coming, and he just rolled out of it and said, off you go. There you go, Emily. Now it's time for me to sort of follow you for a bit. So Emily's sort of taken that on board, and she knows she's got a little bit of pace up her sleeve, so now's the time to use it.
And that can help with regards to fuel burn as well. I'll help you out with saving a bit of juice. You help me out. They'll swap and change, play musical chairs in the aim of achieving the same numbers here. We're not too far off half race distance, ladies and gentlemen. Pit stop time for those of us in central commentary. So we'll go side by side to continue to enjoy all the action here at the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series 1000 from Mount Panorama, round 10 of the championship, round 3 of the True Force Enduro Cup. Scott Rankin, Sam Mann, Zach Caben with you for the afternoon here, and we're back with more in just a few moments.
The Racing Series is a new milestone in Logitech G.
All the great old wheels, the G29, the G920, the G923, they all have their own unique way of connecting to each other, but there's no room for expansion with those products.
So the question arose was, what if we were to give the opportunity for the racer to switch out from a drifting wheel to a GT rim?
With the wheel hubs that we created, that's got a very specific button set, but you can replace any of the steering wheels.
And the real lovely aspect to this was we could give the user, driver and the racer the opportunity to experience different genres of race.
That allows drivers to craft high quality, customized setups that resonate with your individual racing style.
When we start with the design, we always start sketching. Very often once we've got sketches, we start discussing with engineering.
We had 3 rounds of engineering testing or user testing where we invited in users from sim racing, and every single round of feedback we refine, the product based on what they tell us.
In this sim racing lab, again, we're going to use data to really analyze what a driver needs. We've used everything from eye tracking to the inputs from the pedals, the inputs from the, let's just say, input devices, the wheel and the pedals, the shifter. We're taking that and we're compiling it so that we can build different products based on those individuals' needs for all consumers and all drivers.
I don't know of anyone else in the industry that's actually doing this kind of research into their products to see how their products are affecting performance of their users.
We've built the product to make sure that it's as reliable as possible.
So the innovations in engineering that I'd say we're most proud of is the sequential handbrake and shifter toolless changeover. This is now a patented system, so it's really easy for the user to just switch between modes.
If you give people the tools to do what they want, they will.
They will just go off and have fun.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
We've just gone 2 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We're edging close to the 3-hour mark of the final outing of the True Force Enduro Cup for 2024 Round 10 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Series, the Bathurst 1000, from the virtual Mount Panorama in the beautiful, the heartland of the Central Tablelands and Central Western New South Wales, the grand stage, the mecca of our game in Australian motorsport, and of course, a pivotal moment. It always happens, doesn't it? We go for a commercial break and the proverbial hits the fan, ladies and gentlemen. Zach Caven and Sam Mann in with you for this next short stint. The great man Scotty Rankin is just grabbing a bite to eat and a drink, and he'll be back with us very shortly. He is still in the booth and listening, no, but we're just giving him a chance to catch his breath. Sam Mann, we're reliably informed that it's a competition caution, essentially. First time up here as we return from the break. So this has thrown a spanner in the works with regards to strategy, because we weren't quite 3/4 of the way through a full green flag run.
Yep, exactly, and that's exactly what it's supposed to do too. Keeps everyone on their toes, and obviously a little bit of strategy to play out. Look at the marbles that are building up just on the outside of that racing line too, so that's getting a little bit hairy for them and some of these drivers. But thankfully, yes, it is a competition caution. And so, if you're watching at home and you're trying to look out for your favourite driver, they're not in the fence and their day isn't over. It's just one of these random safety cars that we have. Obviously we don't know how many there will be, and we don't know what lap they'll come on. And that's the beauty of our sport. That's that little bit of randomness that can come into it and keeps everyone on their toes.
I just want to get your thoughts on what we just had on screen there. In fact, if we can bring that back up, please, Jay. There it is. So there's the pit lane numbers throughout the course of the day. The bulk of the field have, if they've stayed out of trouble, only done 4 stops here. There are a couple of driver changes that have unfolded during this round of pit stops. Notice 12:36. That was the second safety car, of course. Then, of course, the green flag pit stop, 61. Oh, Gianni Latsu, Dylan Rudd. Breaking news, black flag speeding in pit lane. That'll be a drive-through, and that'll be a costly invoice for them once we go back to green flag running. Interesting to note there, Sam, and some discrepancy in, we were talking about 24 laps being the critical number with regards to potentially a full tilt, 100% chocker-blocker, green flag run, pedal to the metal, qualifying laps, so on and so forth. But we're noticing there a bit of fuel saving going on. And a few guys just stretching that stint out a little bit, 25, 26, 27 laps. That could be all the difference at the end of the day as well. If you can stretch your stints out 1 or 2 laps, that could be defining moments, albeit if we're not compromised by safety cars, of course, at the back end of the day. But all of that has changed now because everyone's back on the same numbers.
Yeah, interesting. I'm just seeing, is that Gianni that's decided to drive in the pit lane? So he won't be able to serve his pit lane penalty now. So what he's probably doing is that they'll go in, they'll probably top up. They may even think about doing a driver change, and then they'll come and serve this pit stop. So this penalty, I should say. So they're just trying to roll the dice with that little bit of strategy now that they've got they've got the foul ball that they have to worry about. So that's going to happen. This is
here it is
on board. Oh, a couple of drivers just having a red hot go into the lane, but there's so much time to be won and lost in the pit lane. So they're all having a red hot go, and just a little bit of a tyre lock there from a couple of drivers.
And you there's a couple of things that I want to mention here, because isn't it amazing how an ad brake and a safety car jogs your memory of something you wanted to mention earlier? So there's 2 things here. You were talking about the entry into pit lane here, and it is risk v reward. You're trying to get that 100th, that 10th of a second, just by giving it everything you've got on the approach to the lane. But that does bring with it a fair degree of potential risk, and we've seen drivers in the real world fall foul of the pit lane in the past as well. So even under safety car, we're seeing them push the limits there with regards to not just, well, we saw it earlier in the race actually with 2 of the safety cars that were deployed, pushing your in lap, even under safety car, even though the field's going to be neutralised, you're going to be bunched up, but pushing your approach to that white control line just to buy maybe a position or 2, because every position makes a difference when the field's bunched up. The further buried you are in the pack, the more boxed in you are, the more work you've got to do, the more potential risk you could be involved in some sort of carnage. The second point as well, we spoke about fuel numbers and everything else as well. So we're looking at the safety car here. I want to take note of race pace has been around that 204, 205 marker. Some have got into the threes, of course, very early in the race on that fresh rubber. But there is massive potential here to, I think one of the other ingredients in which why we've been able to see 25, 26, 27 lap stints, Sam, man, is the amount of fuel these guys are saving as they crawl over the top of the mountain and down the mountain behind the safety car. So just talk me through that, because we're looking at these lap times here, somewhere in the vicinity of, 4 minutes 50 to 5 minutes for these safety car laps. So, that's 2.5 times the amount of time of a green flag lap. And that brings with it, obviously, a lot of pottering around and therefore the potential to save a bit of juice as well.
Yeah, well, you'll find that a lot of these teams and drivers, especially down the mountain, they'll just be clutching it. They obviously don't. There's nothing to be lost here, so they know they're not going to get past. They can't get past under a safety car. They can only go as fast as what the safety car's doing. So, any opportunity where you can save just that tiny little bit of fuel, that's going to benefit you, because if you're in that lane just that little bit less than everyone else, that's going to help you leapfrog. So, the moment where they're coming down the mountain, don't be surprised if they're just clutching it and just rolling and just riding that brake pedal.
Yeah, and that may also just be the difference between 26 and 27 laps in your stint. Right, there's good news, ladies and gentlemen. So we've just seen the wave by for the 47 Trans-Tasman Racing entry of Alexander Bird, but the invoices for them is there's still a couple of laps down. So they've still got a bit of catching up to do. They probably need another safety car to get back in the game in any way, shape or form. Still only the two retirements. Dylan O'Shea for a 9.5 Sim Sport and Tommy McMillan for the Doing OK by Lobs Esports stable. The 94, Jared Filsell, of course, he's co-driver. That had championship implications for him. That has ended his charge as far as the outright championship's concerned. And now the better news is, at the end of lap 75, ladies and gentlemen, yes, we're slowly but surely chipping away at that lap counter, almost at halfway. The safety car has headed back to pit lane, and the 93 of Dylan Burst has got control of the field. We've got a green light. We've got a green flag at the start-finish line. We're back racing at Mount Panorama. Restart number 3 of the day, the Bathurst 1000 and Logitech G Pro Invitational Series. And Dylan Burst leads a Lobs Esport 1-2 at the moment. James Scott Ryan Wood, Scotty Rankin's tip at the start of the day. I'm not going to let him forget it. Sitting there in second at the moment, sitting pretty. Brad Ryan third. Rehan Leonage is up there in fourth. Sandman's tip, and Ethan Warren fifth. So the pole sitter is still running in the top 5. Geez, they've had a consistent and clean run so far, and that's what you need around here.
Absolutely, and they've showed both pace regardless of who's in the ar. So that's putting them in good stead at the moment. I don't think you'd be too surprised if there's a bit of a change again, a swap between Rehan and the 22 of Ethan Warren. So, a bit of a dive here, look up the inside. Yep. And this is where it gets sketchy for the guys that run wide. We've talked about the marbles, the amount of marbles and build-up that's on the outside of this racetrack. That's just going to get worse as this race goes on, as we quickly approach the halfway mark of this race. You can already see off camera just the amount of marbles that you can see through this part of the racetrack, and especially down towards the dipper. It's unreal the amount of build-up, and that's something that they're going to be mindful of as this race goes on.
Across the top, and already the field is somewhat spread out. There are big gaps in that train on this first lap of stint number, let's call it 5. We've had 4 pit stops already, so stint 5 of the 1000, and we are 6 laps away from half race distance. 80.5 laps actually, as we come across the top and drop down on lap 81. There's your halfway marker. So down to Forest Elbow once more. Doing OK by Lobs Esports, swept the podium in the first 2 Enduros this campaign. They're looking for a 3-peat. They're looking to be labelled, as Matty White put it so perfectly in 2008 when Jamie Wincup and Craig Lowndes secured their hat-trick. They're looking to surmount themselves as the endurance experts as they make their way down to the chase once more. We've got Paul Thompson standing on by in the interview room to come in and have a chat with us, and so too we've got Brenton O'Brien too, so we might be able to hear from him very shortly. In the meantime, the 201 of Gilliam comes back onto the main straight, sitting there in 11th, and there's a combination, it's fair to say, Sam, and it leads me into the next talking point before we have a chat to a few of the guys here, and I'll let you take the lead on this. The interesting thing that we've got here is that we're at a point in the race where we're going to start the run home, the run down. We've made the climb up the hill. We're about to start the run down the hill. And there's still a few guys, and I'd argue that these guys who have already notched a win up in the endurance campaign so far this season, that have got room to grow and room to improve in the second half of the race.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry, I was just a bit distracted with what was going on. I was just seeing that, Kobe Williams all over the back of James Golding. It's like it's a rinse and repeat from what we've seen before. Having a red hot go there, but sorry, mate, you're going to have to ask me that question again because I was so enthralled on what was happening.
I was going to say, when you look through the field, look through the leaderboard at the moment, there's a combination that has that will no doubt want to press forward in the second half of this race. They're on the cusp, on the precipice of the top 10 at the moment. They'll want to push forward. There's probably a few other combinations in the field that will want to improve their track position right now at this point too.
Yeah, absolutely. And we spoke about this before last time there was a safety car. It's a golden opportunity because the cars are so bunched up. So they've got that opportunity to make that pass. It's easier when the cars are all together like this. So, yeah, they sort of, it's risk versus reward though, isn't it? You know, you've got that chance of possibly making a position or two, but you don't want to cause yourself any mischief. You know, you get any damage or put yourself in a position where you're going to cause some contact and maybe get a penalty. That's where it can bite you and that can make your race really come undone.
Now, I was going to say, we've got Sam Mann, we've got another one of our valued supporters joining us in the commentary box now in Paul Thompson from OG Gear. Hello, mate.
Good, Paul. We're just having a bit of hard time hearing. I don't know if we could put you right there.
I was going to say, I can hear you faintly, but I'm not sure what everyone else at home is hearing, mate. So we'll come back to you in a moment. But great to have OG Gear on board, of course. Our replays come from OG Gear. Our hard charger is from OG Gear as well. So just one of many supporting partners of the Logitech Pro Invitational Series. There's the penalty being served by the 990. That's going to drop them down the order. That's a fair invoice for them. That is a costly penalty, and they're going to be chasing their tail for the balance of the day. And let's not forget the championship implications that does have. Sam Mann, the 990 being the Enduro Championship leader at the moment, but also the outright championship leader in Dylan Rudd, had a chance to put one hand on the championship today, and they've got a long way to claw back if they're any hope of doing that now.
Well, just shy of the halfway race distance. So, you know, yeah, there's still so much to play out. And I guess for me as a driver, you never want a penalty. You never want to have to be able to put yourself on the back foot. But if that's the case, if it's going to happen, you want to happen early enough or midway through the race where you can still have time to bounce back. The last thing that these guys need to have is have it happen with about 20-odd laps to go. That's when it'll really bite you. But when you've still got time up your sleeve where you can bounce back from it, that's when it's not too bad. Not ideal, but not too bad.
I'm hoping that we'll have Paul Lenny ticking the clock. Can we hear you a little bit? No, we can't hear him a little bit better right now. He's just fiddling around with his settings there. I can hear you faintly, but I'll get the old clear from Jay Kennedy, our producer, and then we'll have a chat to Paul, and we're looking forward to doing that. Just to get some insight with regards to OG Gear and get his thoughts on the quality of the product that we've put on so far today as well. Battles happening right through the field right now, ladies and gentlemen, as we do at this time of the race. Once we bunch that field up, it's on in earnest once more. Macaulay Jones has... See, there is right there proof in the pudding. Sam, man, I'm just scrolling up and down through the timing leaderboard right now. There's proof in the pudding that once you end up at the rear of the train, it's a very long day in the office and very hard to push your way forward. Here's Kobe Williams trying to push his way forward, looking up on the inside of James Golding on the run to Griffin's Bend. Thank you very much. He takes position number 11. But the fact that Macaulay Jones was involved in that start line incident with the stalled car of Sean McNamara and has only got back to 37th, and we're not quite at the halfway mark. And just ahead of him there is Vlaspolom, who was also caught up in that. Goes to show that once you're caught up in incidents around here, you're chasing your tail for the balance of the day.
I think the beauty for these guys is that they've got enough time up their sleeve to chase your tail. You know, the stressful point is when you get caught up in dramas and stuff like that, and you're in these short sprint races, that's when it's not ideal.
Righto, back across the top of the mountain we go once more. Look at this train of cars, ladies and gentlemen. We pick up the Synergy sim racing entry of Brett Loxton, back to the Evolution Racing Team entry of Eddie Bestwick. Good steerer in Australian Formula Ford, this bloke. So applying the trade that he's learned in the open wheel discipline to virtual tin tops today, and doing a fairly reasonable job of it, sitting 17th in the top 20 at the moment, in the right position to push forward. And at the end of the day, I mean, everyone comes to Bathurst, Sam, man, wanting to win. You wouldn't be in the game if you didn't. And that's virtual and real world, of course. Anytime you go racing at Bathurst, the aim is the top step of the podium. But let's be realistic here. Some of these guys will be setting, goals a little bit south of that. A podium finish for some would be a pass mark. Top 5 for others, top 10 for others. There's a combination that I reckon, if things fall their way, could well be on for a top 10 this afternoon.
Absolutely. And it's realistic for these guys to set goals. I mean, I remember when I started doing endurance racing at the mountain, it was like, all right, I'm in a pretty strong field of drivers. I'm not the greatest driver. If I can finish in the top half, then that's a tip. But then you come back the second time, it's all right, let's aim for a top 15, and then it's top 10. And then, setting yourself little goals like that, then you don't feel like it's never a wasted opportunity to race around Bathurst. But setting those little personal goals and giving yourself steps like that, it really does help the ego and doesn't send you away too disheartened when you come away from the mountain.
Across the top, oh boy, on the ragged edge there, Dylan Burst sliding across the top of the mountain. My goodness gracious me, leading from the front, bringing the train along, and again, like what we saw in the previous stint when we saw a little bobble from the leader at the cutting, a teammate waits in the wings, so there's moral support waiting. But look at the Evolution Racing Team. What about the drive from Brad Ryan and Ethan Grigott, the way in which those guys are just holding their own in third right now, ready to ply their trade when we get to the business end? They are right in contention. Rehad Linage, Ethan Warren, 4th and 5th, millimetres separating Burst and Concrete.
How good was that OG Gear replay, that slow-mo when they're getting the car right up against the concrete? That's just such a brilliant shot. But yeah, you're right, like Brad Ryan sitting in P3, it's worked out quite nicely for him at this stage, just sitting there. He's getting a fair bit of pressure from the back there from Rehan Linage, whether there'll be a change of position or not there, but good to see Brad Ryan there just taking it up to these guys, and they're just slowly getting themselves into a rhythm here, and it's been quite the battle though. There's always been this 6-7 car train up the front, and this doesn't look like settling down anytime soon.
Not at all, but let's keep the pictures rolling there so that you can follow along at home, and turn our attention to talking OG Gear and talking to Paul Thompson. We've got that little mic issue sorted. Hello, mate. Nice to have you on board. What have you made of the spectacle thus far?
Mate, fantastic so far. Look, the race start was very, very high impact, and you can see everybody sort of having a bit of a push around, so it seems to have sort of settled down. But we've lost some big names here today, mate. We've lost some cars that are already, that we were thinking in the last sort of 30 laps were going to be a big one. And look, there's just, TTR up there. There's, I don't want to make any predictions at this point in time. Look, 93 does look very, very good at this stage. But you've got Ethan just sort of sitting back, just playing a bit of a watching brief. Emily's doing a great job as well again tonight. After the co-driver run that she had the other night, which comes second. It's all it's there to play for.
Ewan Baker just had his feathers ruffled coming out of Griffin's Bend as well. He's dropped 2 spots, lost out to Seth Brown, lost out to Eddie Bestwick, slots back into 17th place. Ewan, incidentally, we mentioned earlier, drivers that have been most prominent on the platforms of SimSpeed throughout the course of the season. There's your second most prominent driver in terms of popping up everywhere, having a crack at just about every available race on offer to him.
Sounds
they're
like
running
a pair of OG gloves.
Absolutely, running nicely in the top 20 at the moment. On that subject, for those that aren't aware, and there'll be a few first-time viewers tuning in today because it's Bathurst, because it's the grand daddy of everything that we do in supercar racing in this country. Sell OG gear to us, mate, and tell us how things are going there.
Right, here we go, the 2-minute pitch. For everybody who doesn't know me, I've been around motorsport since I was a young lad. I was one of the ones that didn't make it, you see. But I've worked for an FIA manufacturer, but I did a long stint in supercars as a commercial manager. We got to about a year and a half ago, and a mate of mine, we decided to head on in and create a PC accessories gaming company. And we thought we'd start out with sim gloves and sim socks, because it's something that all the products that we do evolve from our need of gaming. And it actually started back, I used to run F100 go-karts, and I couldn't feel the jets with outside stitch. So I started wearing a motocross glove, and then we thought, hang on, we can actually do this a bit better. But yeah, no, the gloves are out on the market now. The socks are fantastic. A lot of people sort of say to me, Paul, I don't get in the sim, what are these socks about? And I said, well, if you walk, they're your best friend. We've done a lot of sports science with my background through high-performance athletes, and we've just bought not only an affordable glove, $56.95 for a sim glove, which is going to be better than a karting glove or anything like that, and it's absolutely detailed for your needs. I know Scott's had a pair on his hands, we need to get you guys up a bit of a care package of OG gear.
Absolutely, mate. And what we've noticed too is that these drivers, I haven't had the pleasure of running with gloves yet. I've always been a driver without gloves, but obviously when I did a little bit of karting, it was always gloves on. So it seems only natural that you'd wear them in a sim rig. But we had onboard shots of Rehan, who's behind the wheel, and you could see, I don't know what. Obviously, he needs to have a set of OG gear gloves, but he's racing with gloves on today. So you can see that these drivers are utilising that, and it's a benefit for them.
Well, yeah, and look, the biggest thing about it is whether you're in a go-kart, whether you're in a sim, whether you're in a race car, the first thing that raises is your adrenaline. Mm-hmm. The first things that sweat at that point are your hands.
Yep.
So just even dish down to keeping, we're all sim racers, we all spend our very good money on the equipment that we have. Wearing a pair of gloves just keeps your equipment in top rate condition all the way through its life. So outside of the benefits it has with pressure points in your hands through performance sports science that we've done, it's just the little things. It just allows those soft hands that these drivers use throughout this run.
And it's funny you mention that, because I bought myself a gorgeous steering wheel, beautiful suede on it. And before I knew it, unfortunately, my sweaty hands didn't do the suede too much favour. Still looks
Sam,
okay.
Man, there's a set of gloves coming your way, mate. There's a set of gloves coming your way.
Thank you very much. But I wish I'd done it earlier now, because looking at that, the marks in the suede now, I sort of kicked myself a little bit, because just the difference that it makes, the visually just on the steering wheel.
Yeah. And look at this, we've got a hard charger award up from OG Gear as we speak, so this is fantastic stuff. Look at these guys heading up through the cutting here, just line and stern, absolutely line and stern. It's fantastic to watch. And just the level of the series, I mean, we're so proud to be a part of the series, because it's just going from strength to strength, and the driving quality and the drivers that we have throughout the series, male and female, are just taking it to that next level, which is just amazing.
It's interesting that you were talking about being one that didn't make it, mate, and I have followed that narrative throughout my entire career, because I raced karts like you many moons ago through midgets, rookies, junior national light, senior national light, and then commentary kind of took over, and I was 18 at the time. I haven't raced a kart professionally for 16 years now, going on 17, but it's interesting, isn't it? I know of so many people. It doesn't. No, it's an addictive drug once you get hold of it. Yeah. But it's I could name off the top of my head quite a few drivers that are in the same boat. They had all the talent in the world, but either someone hasn't picked them up, or they didn't have the budget to back themselves. But they've found ways to still be involved. And as you say here, time with supercars, enter OG Gear. And it's interesting that you've been obviously a fan of the caper for a while here, the virtual racing caper, because the way in which you guys have watched on and noticed, hang on, these guys are as just as competitive and just as intense as the real thing. We need to have the apparel to back that accordingly.
And that's exactly what we're going to do at OG Gear as we go over the next sort of 18 to 24 months. One of the big things for us is looking at technical apparel. So we're not going to turn up with suits and underwear and all that sort of stuff. We're going to be very choosy with where we bring our products in. But there was just a gap in the market, and it's just the little things. And being involved with an FIA manufacturer and dealing with the top echelon. Oh, look at this.
The 777 with an enormous moment. Michael Talianic getting
how's he
away
done
with
that?
it.
How's he held onto that?
Can't wait to see that on replay, Sam, man. But in the meantime, sorry to interrupt you, Paul.
No, all good, mate. All good. We've got to commentate what's going on the screen at the moment too, because I tell you what, you turn away for a second and it all just changes.
Exactly.
But yeah,
we took a commercial break and got a safety car. I know what you're talking about.
I know. Yeah, exactly right. I came back and I went, hang on a second. Who we're missing? Who we're missing? And look at these.
Have a look at
this
this.
coming in.
The OG Gear replay. Oh, there was hip and shoulder. There was contact in that.
Contact. I mean, it's never a good thing going up too wide there. You know that it's always going to funnel down. We don't want to see Greg Murphy and Marcus Ambrose again. I'm telling you that.
Past the half race distance, boys, so you can just sense that the intensity has lifted somewhat, and it's only going to continue to do so for the balance of the day. You notice, I mean, the key phrase coming to mind here, Paul, because you noted a gap in the market, is attention to detail from you guys. Just foresight to say, well, hang on, the sim racing community is growing. The interest is building and lifting. So is the following from those that tune in at home. We need to get involved.
The equipment that the guys are using as well. I mean, we were, when I was at Erebus, we obviously had COVID hit, and we were, with my sim racing background, we were very instrumental in helping Supercars set up the E-Series. Just the equipment, not only the equipment, but the platforms the guys are using. Every year there's another step. And one thing that hasn't kept up with that is the apparel that's behind it. And that's because, most of the big manufacturers in the world are looking at FIA drivers, and that's their bag. And we love them that they look after their drivers on the track. But nobody's really looking at sim stuff. And, we've gone through, I have, as you can imagine, I have every competitor's glove here. And it's just little things we do, like our palm is actually a suede palm. But what it does is it doesn't pill. Every other glove that you buy that's a sim glove is normally a synthetic suede. And anywhere between 2 and 12 hours, they start to pill. So, one of the things we did, we really sort of sat down and said, okay, what do we need out of glove? We need phone and equipment connectivity, so you don't have to take off your glove to use your phone if you're talking to your mates on Discord or whatever it might be. And then the breathability, like the lightness of the glove. I mean, the gloves weigh 20 grams. It's almost like you're not wearing anything. So, even down to the reverse side of the thumb, rather than running the palm material, which can be quite scratchy on the nose or across the top of the eyebrows as you do. I mean, I used to wear it in the sim. It's just we've put a nice suede material on that, so it's actually nice on the face. Just all those little things that everybody sort of seems to miss. We just sort of sat down and went, right, we're going to build the best glove in the world. How do we do that? And, we spoke to sim people, to racing people, and, we've collectively come up with, the OG racing glove. But the biggest thing about it is our sock. The sock was just an add-on that we wanted to do. Yeah. And every time we give these socks to people, they're just like, oh my God, I'm never wearing another sock in my life. So you've got to make sure you get the socks up to you as well. So,
excellent.
But, oggear.com.au, we're out on sale now. We've got a bundle at the moment. It's 20% off. If you are in a sim at any stage, no matter what level you are, whether you're at the level that we've got here today, which is the absolute echelon, or whether you're like me, who loves to get in and have a roll around with their mates, you just need them. You just need them. It's just part of parcel of what we do.
And we know a lot of people will be watching through Facebook today as well. So OG Gear-Original Gamer Gear on Facebook if you want to find the OG Gear stable and give them a like and follow, and keep across all their deals and specials and paraphernalia and stock take and the like, and still on in earnest 2x2 for the bag in the pack here.
It's getting a bit. The level's rising here, isn't it? There's just a little bit more urgency with every look down the inside up through here. There's just a little more urgency.
These guys are fighting for 27th, if you don't mind. 27th in the car race, and the gloves are off in this instance, if you'll pardon the pun. But
Zach, if you know yourself, if you've raced before, mate, it doesn't matter whether it's
Exactly.
21st or first. If there's a car in front of you, you got to get past them.
once that red mist descends, the logical thinking of it goes out the door. The reason why we were focusing, of course, ladies and gentlemen, on the Chris Coxhead entry, the 033, was because those guys picked up the OG Gear Hard Charger Award in the Sandown 500 a few weeks ago. Back to the top end of the train we go. 13th position on screen now, Brett Loxton, of course. 89, my apologies, was the OG Gear Hard Charger. I'm getting my numbers.
There he is on screen at the moment.
Yes, I had the right stable, I just had the wrong number. So 89, Brett Loxton.
Only 13th at the moment. They're
Yeah.
in amongst it. 12 seconds off the lead. It's looking pretty good.
Yeah,
Well, and
and-
we know that Golding's in a set of the gloves today as well. So he's giving a trial today with Gilly. So I think Richie's got a set. So there's Jake and Emily might have a set out there as well. Plus all the hard chargers that have got them this year, because every hard charger this year gets a set of gloves and socks, so they can give them a roll. But you know, I'm just in awe of the series this year, mate. OG are absolutely fantastic. We've already extended our deal into next year, so we're on board for next year, and we're gonna spend a bit more of our marketing dollars with the series as well. So, and that's just coming down to the fantastic that you guys do in the booth, and of course just the level of racing. So we're in for the long haul.
Appreciate it, Paul. It's been brilliant. We're thrilled to have OG on board, and and for you to have a chat with us today has been sensational. Hopefully you're sticking around to watch the rest of the race. You'll be tuning in, no doubt.
You could not get rid of me if you had a pitchfork. So I actually had my sister's birthday this morning. She turned 40 for the 12th time today. I had a little bit of stuff to do this morning, but mate, as soon as I got in the door, I've just been sort of flipping through, just sort of slowly catching up to you. So, but mate, it looks like it's all on. Like, look at this top 10 covered by 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Bring it on. Bring it on.
Just to tidy up before we let you go, Paul, just to tidy up my own little mess that I dug the hole for myself there a few moments ago. Brett Loxton, of course, 13th at the moment. Those guys, Wayne Burke and he, started 28th on the grid, so they might be on track again for another hard charger award the way they're going.
I tell you what, we all know what Bathurst is like. It's 1,000 k's around this 6.2 kilometre circuit is a very long way. And no matter where you are throughout that day, here we go.
Rehan
down the
move.
inside. Rehan, he's going to run wide.
Oh, it didn't work well for him. No. Tried to get one, lost two, and might have actually lost three. So keep an eye on that on the run down to Murray's. Yes, lost out to teammate Emily Jones as well. So Rehan's going to tuck back into 6th and start the charge again, start the climb back forward. And that's the thing, when they're tightly bunched up like this, one small blip in the road, one small blink, and you're all of a sudden making the rod for your own back.
I think the word that Crompton used was 0 to 0 in about 2/10 of a second. Another one that I like to use is I've just run out of talent.
Yes, exactly. Now, it's funny how you mentioned, of course, being integral to setting up the Supercar Race Series, of course.
Yes.
And we're about to let you go as well, mate, and we thank you very much for stopping on by.
Absolute
But
pleasure,
as you do, one last comment. For all the frustration that society felt through the pandemic, and I don't want to get into it today, but really, if you were going to look at one positive, sim racing was the biggest winner out of all of it, wasn't it?
Mate, we were not a sport.
No.
We went from being
a hobby,
a national sport, to something that, we had to get out of states in 24-hour periods, and we were on the road for a long time. And, between the government and supercars and the teams, the effort that was put in, and then the effort that just went into E-Series, not only from a level, but even from the level of the gameplay as well. Like, you had people like SVG and Scott McLaughlin and Bush and Anton and those sort of guys really sort of going back to iRacing, going, okay, well, if you guys are the best in the world, how about you listen to us and we do the dynamics on these cars that we can, and we saw some really great advancements over that time. and it's just gone from strength to strength. And you know, the reason we started this business is because we see, you know, there's 1.6 billion registered PC gamers in the world. So that's just the PC side of it. So we're not even taking in, you know, your Gran Turismo and Xbox and that sort of thing on other platforms. So, you know, it is a massive, massive, massive industry. And, you know, we want to be there and we want to do quality products. One of the things we'll never do is compromise on what we put out into the marketplace, because there's no point doing it. You know, I want to be the best at what we do. Like every one of these drivers wants to be the best on the circuit, we want to be the best off the circuit. We want to be the equipment that you know when you put it on, you don't need to think about it anymore because we've done all the thinking for it.
Thanks, mate. Happy birthday to your sister.
No
thank
worries,
you
I'll let her know.
very much for dropping on by and having a chat to us. We've probably held on to you for a couple of minutes longer than planned, but thank you very much for that.
Have a
well
great
done.
call, guys. Have a great call.
Thank you for your ongoing support.
Bring it on.
Yeah,
Go number 8. Come on, go number 8.
Exactly. Not just for your support today, throughout the year, but also into next year as well, mate. Go well.
Fantastic, mate. You be well. Gloves coming your way, Zach.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. Paul Thompson, very nice to catch up with him from OG Gear. Thanks to him and the entire stable for their ongoing efforts in 2024 to make this make the wheels turn in motion here, because, put simply, Sam, man, it doesn't happen without the support of sponsors. We know that. We appreciate their ongoing involvement. And it's interesting because it's not for the first time today. The same thing happened when we spoke to the team from Logitech. They're listening to the customer base. They're listening to the fans. They're listening to their clientele, and they're delivering.
Absolutely. They're tapping into a market where, you know, both Logitech and OG saw that there was a chance to improve on that. And we're thrilled to have their support throughout the series, and excited to hear that OG is sticking around for 2025, which is brilliant. But here we go. Richie Stanaway is under pressure here. So the 63's made that big dive. It feels like, I tell you what, it feels like these guys have been racing each other all day long.
Yeah, just in different spates, in different stints. So the 53 finds its way back. Kobe Williams to 9th position now. Harley Haber just outside the 10. But not too far away if they squabble too much. Oh, a little bit hairy on the exit, and that will set up the run potentially for Stanaway up Mountain Straight, and it buys Harley Haber a couple of car lengths as well as he claws back the deficit there. Brody Santon's on pit lane now as well. You've just seen Andre Youssef go in there a few moments ago as well, so pit lane activity, different strategies playing out at this point. We hit lap 90, ladies and gentlemen, so in amongst all of that, yes, we've gone past half race distance. We're on the run home, inside 500 Ks to run in the Bathurst 1000 of 2024 as we ride on board on the run up out of the cutting towards the top of the mountain with Richie Stanaway.
Yeah, it was cool, that on board from Richie. It was just a little bit of braille into the front, to the back of Kobe Williams there, just up the straight there, just letting him know that he was still just not going to let him have it all his own way. But you can see the attitude just moving around in Kobe Williams' car too. When we went that on board, you could see that tail just moving around now. Whether that's car set up and the car's just starting to get a little bit older on tyres, or whether he's just pushing that little bit harder. But it's a good little battle, and they've had that, I touched on it throughout the day. And he's perfect. OG Gear replay. And look at the slide, just taking it right up against the wall. Obviously keeping it off the wall, but that's what it's all about. It's just getting up and dare as close as you can to that wall and keeping the speed there, and obviously not making contact.
Now's not the time to be pushing the limits and being a little bit too greedy with your territory there, because it can bite you in the bum very quickly at Mount Panorama. Ethan Warren back into the top 3 now. Very nicely done. Ethan Warren on the inside of Brad Ryan as Emily Jones comes to pit lane. And we're on lap 90. So, I mean, we're almost at that crossover window, aren't we, with regards to the end of... So we're on lap 91, so that's 71 laps to go. We're in that critical window now where, if you want to, if you've got your minimum numbers up, you can hand over to the co-driver, the primary driver in most cases, for the balance of the day. Emily herself has done 79 laps. That's an awesome stint from her.
Yeah, and her pace has been brilliant. So I think she'll gladly have a well-earned rest now and hand the keys over to Jake. But yeah, great little run for them. But how's this battle too? Just keeping an eye on this, and it's Rehan was all over the back there of Brad Ryan and Ethan Warren in the 22.
The other thing as well, and I know Scotty Rankin's still out of the booth at the moment, but you guys were talking about the intensity and the action that we've seen, the drama that we've seen so far. I would have thought that would have been a given on Wednesday night when we're talking about the co-driver race, because once you dangle the carrot, it's as good as putting poll money up for qualifying. As soon as you dangle the carrot, everyone wants it. So, of course, no one was going to leave anything on the table. That's why we saw the amount of drama, I reckon, Sam meant on Wednesday night in the co-driver race, because there was the ultimate prize, which was, well, come and join us for the entire year next year.
Yeah, a golden ticket to the 2025 championship. And, I think it was a brilliant initiative from the team of the Logitech series that's to put that on offer. And it's just a little bit of a reward for the co-drivers too. Obviously, they played a huge part in the True Force Endurance Cup, but to know that they've got a chance at being a regular in this series for next year, that was obviously, it was enough risk versus reward for everyone, and they certainly put on an entertaining show. It was a brilliant run on Wednesday.
Ethan Warren is on pit road. So Warren comes to the lane. Brad Ryan will move into third position now. He's had to take up a bit of the freight left behind by an ill Ethan Greg Galt. That said, there was nothing wrong with the stint that Ethan Greg Galt put in a few moments ago here. Lachlan Capel is running sixth at the moment behind Corey Shepherd. Kobe Williams will now move up to seventh. Richie Stanaway to eighth. Harley Haber to ninth. And James Golding will jump up into the top 10. Are we surprised with where the safety cars have fallen to see pit stops so early again, or is that part of the strategy dictated by 89, 90, 91 being those critical lap numbers with regards to being able to triple stint home?
I think everyone was looking at that lap 92 mark, knowing that you can go 2 more stops from here. It's basically that charge to the end. So, but that's the beauty with safety cars, isn't it? It never works in your favour. Sometimes it works with you, sometimes it works against you. So, at the end of the day, we know that, so many different things can play out, whether it works in your favour or not.
Remember, you can't do more than 80 laps consecutively. So, that now doesn't become a problem either, because there are less than 80 to go. We ticked that box off at the start of lap 82. There was 80 to go from the end of lap 81. So gone is that issue as well for the most part. If you're looking to triple stint home, you're doing less than 80 laps. So we're good on that front, unless, of course, you've been in the car and you haven't actually taken a breather in the last few stints. If you're triple stinting early in the race, you've got to be mindful that we've been able to stretch the fuel window out with a couple of different safety car periods. So Emily, having been in the car for I think the number was 79, wasn't it? So she was on the cusp. She had to pull. She had to bail out. Now here's the 17 on the 201. James Golding fighting to hold on to a top 10 spot at the moment. Seth Brown wanting it to the chase.
Nice and close there. Just trying to see one exit there. You always worry about that exit there. You can see he's not too impressed. The flash of the light, the wiggle of the car, but hey, they're still racing for position though.
And Brett Loxton wants a piece of it as well. He's latched onto the back here and said, give me some of this. Across the line we go. More pit lane activity. James Scott on pit road right now. And worth mentioning too, Sam, man, I noticed this whilst we were talking to Paul. Brian Borg didn't set a number in qualifying. Rear of grid start. Was firmly inside the top 20 when we got back to green a short time ago, and still remains there in 16th place.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, as much as everyone wants to have the glory of qualifying on pole and make your day just that little bit easier when you're up the front, hopefully staying out of drama, it doesn't really matter where you start, does it? 1,000 kilometres around here, you definitely got a chance at making your way through the field. And we've seen in the real great race that the winners come from dead motherless last, and that's certainly something that could happen today.
Across the top we go. We're watching the number one, and what a clean. Okay, it hasn't been faultless from Rehan Leonage, but it's been clean. He's only bowled a wide at the chase once or twice, and it's not been fully off the track, all 4 wheels in the grass. It's been a very good drive from him, albeit Right on cue. There's Four Wheels. Getting out of hand, riding that ripple strip. That ripple strip is treacherous as well. You mentioned treacherous ripple strips around Mount Panorama. There is one of them. The run out of the Chase is another. The run out of Murray's. And even we've seen today, the run out of Hell Corner can be sketchy as well. Hence why they call it Hell Corner. Round onto the main straight. They're going to come now to complete lap 93. We'll start lap 94. Dylan Burst, the leader. They're looking good, the 93 stable. These guys are fighting for second, third and fourth at the moment, but it's not on corrected order. We know that there's some pit stops playing out behind them. And Corey Shepherd just hanging in there as a supporting cast role member for his teammate Rehan Leonage there, pressuring Brad Ryan for the Evolution Racing team. Number 7, Ethan Grigalt getting ready to step back into that car, I'm sure, at some point. Up on the inside, here comes Rehan Leonage. He's had enough of following. He wants to lead it. And Ryan backs out of it and lets him go.
Oh, he's made a mistake!
Oh, jeez, Brad Ryan did well to gather it up, but hasn't got damage. Yes, he does. Front left. You saw the lock-up on screen there. Brad Ryan was bailing out of it, had driven a very clean run himself, was firmly putting himself in contention there with Ethan Grigalt, and then all of a sudden opted to bail out of it, opted to let Rehan go through, and he scrapes the tyre wall.
Yeah, so what he done?
Boy.
Yeah, he definitely got out of there to give Rehan the space, but he's got that little bit of damage on the left front where you can see at the onboard there that the steering still looks pretty straight, so it might just be a little bit of superficial damage there. But yeah, unfortunately, he just sort of rolled out of the throttle to give that position and probably just missed his braking marker, locked up a tyre and made contact with the wall. So I think he'll be thanking his lucky stars that steering is still straight on him and it's just a little bit of bodywork damage there.
Jeez, what a moment. Out of nowhere on lap 94, Brad Ryan counting his lucky stars, as Sandman said. But the beneficiary of that is not just Rehan Leonage but also Corey Shepherd. It's cost Ryan 1.5 seconds on those two that moment at Griffin's Bend. Here we go, the 17, the Millionaire Esports. Seth Brown down the inside of James Golding forcing the issue to the chase. Doesn't want a bar of it. They're still side by side. A little bit of grass. But Brown and Golding survives.
Yeah, this is going to heat up a little bit more. You can already see the attitude there with Seth Brown. He's been moving around. He's been flashing the lights. He's busting a gut to try and get the job done. And I think frustration's kicking it a little bit that he hasn't been able to get the pass done.
Rightio, two things. So Brown has bailed out of it. Brad Ryan has bailed out of it. He's come to pit lane. And so too, following him in was Harley Haber and Brett Loxton. We saw Brett Loxton bail out of this battle. He was right on the cusp of being able to join Richie Stanaway and Kobe Williams in the fight for what is now 5th position on the racetrack, but he's gone to pit lane. So pit lane activity playing out under green flag conditions for at least the second time today. And Ethan Grigalt jumps back into the Ryan entry as well.
Seth hasn't given up. He's still trying to have another crack on the back of James Golding. Just lost a little bit of margin, but they start to climb the mountain. You can see just a little bit of attitude in that car too. It's just squirming around. I think the team just need to sort of get in his ear and say, look, don't worry, don't worry about getting the pass done. If that frustration's starting to kick in, just get him to settle down, or think about maybe pulling him in for a pit stop and just get him away from underneath the wing there of Golding.
Right on cue, we're about to have Scotty Rankin rejoin us in the central commentary position as well. he's waving at us. I think he's just reaching for a drink bottle and a pizza at the moment, is Scotty. We'll have him back very shortly to join us for the run to the checkered flag. Bathurst 1000 of 2024. Hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're tuning in around Australia. We're now into our 5th hour of broadcast, and of course there's the flashing lights now. So Seth Brown is eyeing off James Golding, and that's just tactical gamesmanship, isn't it? The flash of the headlights, just anything to try and distract him here.
Yeah, but Golding doesn't care. He can sit back there and flash your lights as much as you want. He couldn't care less. I think more if it's starting to frustrate Seth, I think they just need to let him know that, look, just calm down and, pit stops, as we can see on screen. It'll be their turn soon as well.
So the entire top 6, so Williams and Stanaway have both made their way to pit road. And so too did Burst, Leonard, Shepherd, Capel, Golding and Brown, and Beswick. Stovall comes in. So this is the critical lap for a lot of the drivers. Pretty much anyone that hasn't yet stopped, I'm assuming, is in right now. Critical lap. 96. And the top 15 are all on pit lane, make it 16, 17, 18, 19. And the first of the cars that's going to come through and take up front running is going to be Ryan Wood. Chad Lewis has also made his way onto the lane. So Ryan Wood's going to come through, bring Jake Burton and Brady Myers with him. And they are going to run 1, 2, 3 up Mountain Straight on lap 96.
Is that a safety car?
Oh, safety car. Now, hang on. We've missed that. No wonder everybody was in pit lane, said man. What's going on here, please?
That'll send everyone. So I think this may be another competition caution. We haven't seen anyone have an incident on track, but
No.
That's exactly why everyone fired off into pit lane. So we weren't expecting that in the commentary box, so I imagine it was a random safety car.
Yep. Oh, dear. So, there we go. Confirmed by race control, random competition caution. So, lap 96, and it shakes things up once more. Might take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, with pit lane activity at an all-time high right now, to jump away and catch our breath. Magnificent racing so far, but the best yet to come. Lap 96 of the 1000, the Logitech Pro Invitational Series, round 10 of the championship, round 3 of the True Force Enduro Cup, the Bathurst 1000, and it's the prediction of Scott Rankin that's leading the way right now. We haven't put the mocker on it yet. Lap 96, Lobs Esport lead the way from Jake Burton and Brady Myers. We're back with more in just a moment.
The Racing Series is a new milestone in Logitech G.
All the great old wheels, the G29, the G920, the G923, they all have their own unique way of connecting to each other, but there's no room for expansion with those products.
So the question arose was, what if we were to give the opportunity for the racer to switch out from a drifting wheel to a GT rim?
With the wheel hubs that we've created, that's got a very specific button set, but you can replace any of the steering wheels.
And the real lovely aspect to this was we could give the user, driver and the racer the opportunity to experience different genres of race.
That allows drivers to craft high quality, customized setups that resonate with your individual racing style.
When we start with the design, we always start sketching. Very often, once we've got sketches, we start discussing with engineering.
We had 3 rounds of engineering testing or user testing where we invited in users from sim racing, and every single round of feedback we refine, the product based on what they tell us.
In the sim racing lab, again, we're going to use data to really analyze what a driver needs. We've used everything from eye tracking to the inputs from the pedals, the inputs from the, let's just say, input devices, the wheel and the pedals, the shifter. We're taking that and we're compiling it so that we can build different products based on those individuals' needs for all consumers and all drivers.
I don't know of anyone else in the industry that's actually doing this kind of research into their products to see how their products are affecting performance of their users.
We've built the product to make sure that it's as reliable as possible.
So the innovations in engineering that I'd say we're most proud of is the sequential handbrake and shifter toolless changeover. This is now a patented system, so it's really easy for the user to just switch between modes.
If you give people the tools to do what they want, they will.
They will just go off and have fun.
Weekend in, weekend out, Motorsport Australia officials are making waves. From waving flags, waving cars through pit lane, or responding to a wave for help. Wave hello to new lifelong friends. Who knows, you might just make waves around the world. Ride the first wave. Search Motorsport Australia officials today.
Well, hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. Zach said a few moments ago that I'd be back in a few minutes' time, and indeed I am, complete with the honey tea to get us through the rest of the afternoon. The fuel of commentators is honey, strepsils, and a large amount of caffeine.
Yes.
Although, for our racing drivers at this point in time, safety car is back out on the circuit. We've just had Alexander Bird and Kurt Stenberg move back to one lap down. An additional thing that's happened underneath this caution period, unfortunately, we've had issues for Corey Shepherd and Jake Maloney. Jake Maloney's internet's just dropped out, and Corey Shepherd's jumped back into the car. They will move back to the tail end of the train. They maintain position on the lead lap, much the same as Bo Albert and Jake Blackhall a little bit earlier on, but track position has been lost, and it is a very, very difficult task to get the bulk of that back. They'll get some back, but not all of it.
And that's the second devastating blow for them throughout the course of the day. That was the first one, Blackhall and Albert. We talk about it, the technical issues of the sim world or the mechanical issues of the real world. Internet dropout is one of those that can't be helped, so it's stung two of our contenders already today. Let's not wish that luck upon anyone else because it's bad and wretched. But nice recovery so far from Blackhall and Albert. These safety cars help them in terms of trying to push for track position. Safety car lights are extinguished. It's on its way back to the lane. Field is in control of the 88. Your tip at the start of the day, Scotty. Ryan Wood behind the wheel of this one to bring us back to green. Jake Burton in second. And then Brady Myers, the pole sitter, sitting there in third. Dylan Burst, Madison down, Robert Gibbs. All the big heavyweights are back in the cockpit now. Ethan Grigott, Luke Rosella, Rick Kuznetsov, Wayne Burke, 11th right now. 12th for Kobe Williams, 13th Andrew Gilliam, 4th Adam Briggs, and then Zach Ratway White has made his way back to 15th place. What a charge from those guys so far today. Now, the Trans-Tasman entry of Alexander Bird, still a lap down, of course. So the next safety car may well be to their advantage. Let's go.
It's going to be back under the control of the 088 machine, and Ryan Wood has got another opportunity to lead laps like he did on Wednesday night. And right now, Jake Burton's going to be his biggest piece of competition. The differential of the strategy starts to open up. We're within inside the final 80 laps to home, and that means main drivers can get back into the cars and run to the end of the race. We are inside the final 3 stints of this motor race as well, so there will be a short splash and dash. It's going to be about 3/4 of a stint. We've lost about 1/4 of a stint under this safety car period, so it's going to be nice and tight. A little bit of fuel saving required. Burton's going to be right underneath the rear wing of Ryan Wood. Followed him all the way down the inside of the track and said, if you want to block, that's fine, but just be aware, I'm going to be dialing up the pressure. I want to lead. And leading the thousands at this point in time. Track position becomes more and more relevant the longer we run from now.
Absolutely it does. Also, lock up for Forza El Navi there has dropped a couple of spots out of the top 10 now, 11th. That was at Griffin's Bend. The brakes just not wanting to cooperate at that point of the racetrack, but he was able to pull it up and keep it off the wall. Drops a couple of spots though. His teammate Ron Burke jumps into the top 10 now. Rick Kuznetsov also benefiting from that. Ethan Grigoltz has made track position as well. So the whips are cracking at the top end of the tree. Ryan Wood and Jake Burton have seen their opportunity to try and put some real estate between themselves and Brady Myers. They did that, and Burton backed out of what was otherwise an aggressive restart and a potential overtaking opportunity. So Duanlob's esports continue to lead the train down Conrod on what is lap 98 of 161. My goodness me. You just feel as though with every safety car, Scotty, yes, we put a bit more fuel in the tank, but the intensity lifts with that as well.
That's the big opportunity. Now it's starting to get into the final laps and the final setup. We've been buying tickets all day long, but I think the tickets are about to be sold out to the end of this motor race.
So after
you chalked me up for one.
Yes, exactly. I was going to say, after giving Sednet grief about it earlier in the day, how many times he was going to use the terminology, you've thrown one into the ring yourself. Well done. That was a good bit of driving there. Luke Rosella down on the inside of Ethan Grigoltz. So the 55 dispatches the 7 momentarily. Rick Kuznetsov's in behind them, having a sniff as well. 7th, 8th, 9th on the racetrack. So this is lap 99, folks. That century number is but one away. Burton, Myers, 0.6 of a second. The difference between Burton and Myers at the moment, the two teammates in a position here where they could potentially gang up on Do It Okay, but they've got Dylan Bursing behind them. They've got to be mindful of him. Madison Down wants a crack at the top end of the tree as well. And then the first of the Evolution e-racing stable entries of Robert Gibbs is 6th. Doing Okay have 4 contenders in the top, I think it's 13 at the moment. And you've got 1, 2, 3 Trans-Tasman entries as well in the top 5. So the two key protagonists here, Doing Okay and Trans-Tasman, locking horns as you'd expect at this time of day.
Although I keep my eyes on that Robbie Gibbs car, and I can't recall who it was. It might have actually been our producer a little bit earlier in the week that said keep half an eye on Robbie Gibbs. He comes alive during endurance season. Boy, hasn't he. When you look at the way that their day has gone 18th on the grid, they have plus 12 at the moment to sit deep inside the top 10. We'll have a look at who's made the most spots so far on the day, because this is starting to become relevant as well. Yep. Rattray White, of course, from the rear of the field, 24. Michael Taliancic as well, pit lane start. Andrew Dyson's made a bunch of spots as well. Although for Dyso, you take a look at him and you take a look at what he's done and you go, yep, honestly, that's about on par for Dyso. Well,
the hard work of he and Brian Borg. So up inside the top 20, and they have been for the last couple of stints. Wayne Burke and Brett Loxton, of course. OG Gear hard charges last time out. 18 positions gained here. To this point, Luke Rosella off the restart. A 2:03.166 to chalk up the fastest lap of the race for now. Are we on the cusp of the 2:02s at some point this afternoon?
Well, you think at the moment, 20:03 in the afternoon. In the sim, it's about 20 minutes behind local time in Bathurst at the moment. So it's relatively close to what we were expecting from our timing sheets. And Taliancic is right there in with Dyson as well. Ian Ford's taken back over the wheel of the 115 Holden Commodore. Dan Hall's driving duties for the day just might about be done. Richard Hampstead's on the recovery effort now after Lee Ellis's contact with teammate Josh Anderson's car. Going to drive through pit lane for that early penalty, but time was left on the server, an opportunity to move that car back through the field, move back through they have.
I think credit where it's due too, Scotty, and we probably haven't emphasised this as much as we need to. It needs to go to the co-drivers, because they've really held their own they've done their job. They've come in for the most part. They've done their bit to keep these top end of town cars on track and in contention. Yeah, okay, we've had a couple of incidents. That's Bathurst. That's to be expected. But for the most part, an exemplary performance, to steal the word out of Lockie Mansell's vocabulary. Exemplary performance from all and sundry as far as the co-drivers do.
Well, I have a look at Dylan Burst, and I'm like, he's still in the car. Ryan Wood's still in the car. What they're doing is taking critical pressure away from their main drivers. That's how key it is. When these guys finally hand back over to what is considered the air quotes main driver, they're going to have a lot less to do. And for Hayden Veld as well, he was very, very happy when we spoke to him earlier in the day with what Kobe Williams was doing at the time. Kobe Williams right now looking at Forza El Nabi and going, I had a stoush with your teammate, what, about 80 laps or so ago? Let's have another crack at this one.
Let's renew hostilities once more. I think the other as well is when you look at the fact that there are still a couple of co-drivers out there, Scotty, that's placing a tremendous vote of confidence in their lap. They're saying, look, you know, you're pretty much on par with our primary driver in terms of lap speed and performance. So we're going to let you stick it out a little bit longer. We're trusting you to go a little bit further. So, yeah, a little bit of extra weight and expectation on their shoulders, but these guys can clearly handle it. Here's Dylan Wright on the comeback trail at the moment, 26th after that drive-through penalty. By gee, that was a very expensive invoice for them to pay, and that could well have championship implications at the end of the day as far as the not necessarily the outright championship, because we know there's still 2 rounds of that to go, but definitely the True Force Enduro Cup for Dylan Wright.
Yeah, it certainly will be for Dylan Wright. Sits towards 26th at this point in time. How's this from Bo Albert? Thomas Freeman and Co in behind it. Have a look how close that train of cars is starting to box up right in underneath each other as well. And it's Delaney, sorry, my apology. Jake Blackhall behind the wheel of the 06 at this point in time. And Coxhead was right there and underneath the rear wing of Blake Delaney as well. So he's starting to apply a bunch of pressure, as is Mitchinson, as is Marcelo Rivera. So Rivera will be looking for an opportunity. And there's one thing we know about the 21 car, and Jake Burton will tell you this at length as well. He is not afraid to get the elbows out, sometimes to Burton's credit, sometimes to his commiserations.
The demise and the downfall, and already today, I mean, credit where it's due to the entire field. Yeah, we've had a few spanners thrown in the works, but only those 2 incidents, the engine failure for McMillan and then the pit exit bundle into the McMillan car for Dylan O'Shea. The only 2 retirements so far at lap 102. Spinner at the back. One of the Synergy Sim Racing entries is pointing in the wrong direction. That is Tom Freer, dropping a bunch of spots. So costly when the field's bunched up like that, you pay a bigger invoice. He drops all the way down to 38th to he and Jamie Stolbold, and that is probably their race run in terms of factoring into the top end of the equation, because it's a long way back from there. They've dropped a bunch of time, not just a bunch of spots.
Has he ended up back? So this might be on his own. Yep, indeed it is. So was there might have just been a touch of grass on the outside at the turning point. That might have triggered all that one. And you have a look right there at Ryan Wood from the front end of the pack as well. It was just about up and against and into the fence. That car is still hanging on, and it was informed and kept up to date by a producer as well that there was contact with the wall for one of the Wood drivers here today. And the difficulties being we're now into that last piece of the race now as well. So a drama from here, instead of having 161 laps to come from it as we started the day, maybe it was 120 laps when drama first started cropping up. Now you're starting to run out. You're down to 59 laps to make something back. So the issue now is if you do have a drama, it's so much more difficult to recover from it, and you've got to work harder. And at the end of the day, the instant you start trying harder, one thing that happens in racing is you tend to go backwards, not forwards.
Indeed. Out of the chase once more. This battle pack, Zach Ratway-White was on track at the start of the Enduros to be, in contention for Rookie of the Year. Has held his own today, fought back through the field, right in the thick of it. Teammate to the pole sitter in Josh Anderson sitting in behind Ratway White at the moment after his incident. And then Eddie Bestwick in behind that. So still the Australian Formula Ford regular holding his own in 17th. That's been about his place in the field throughout the balance of the day. But again, still opportunity to push forward here. Side by side up Mountain Straight. Anderson accounts for Ratway White.
Now, another step forward from the 36 machine. That'll move them up inside the top 15. And Jake Burton, again, continuing to just sit there and match Ryan Wood. I do wonder if indeed he's doing exactly... Remember what Rehan Leonage did a couple of stints ago? Just sat there, fuel safe, recognised he wasn't going to get the job done out on tracks. He just sat there quietly and fuel safe. And Burton is one of those kinds of drivers. We'll have a crack with the racing brain as much as with the anchors at the end of Conrod.
The margin at the front is 0.3 of a second. There's nothing in this car race at the moment. It's Wood, it's Burton, it's Myers, it's Burson down. The two heavyweights of the series in terms of the teams contest, ladies and gentlemen. Pulling out all stops to make sure that they're there when the whips are cracking. Evolution Racing, they've got two contenders in the top 10 as well. 9.5 SimSport, despite a couple of setbacks for them, they're still there in the way of Rich Kuznetsov and the 888. The Synergy Sim Racing stable, Forza El Nabi, sits 10th as well. So probably the big teams that you expected to play a part here, factor in the equation, are right there. May not necessarily be the numbers that we might have been expecting. There's a couple of contenders that would have liked to have still been in the fight, but still, you've got to be in it to win it. Here we go. OG Gear replay down Conrod, the 143. Being passed on the outside, I believe, on the run down to Chase. Yes. So the 990 continues its charge back through the field. Dylan Rudd accounts for Ian Ford. That's 22nd now. And there's a car as the 115 gets it wide on the exit of the Chase. Sketchy part of the racetrack, Sandman was right, and he slots in behind. When you talk about Dylan Rudd, you talk about Rehan Leonage being able to fuel save last year, not whip along at 10 tenths, Scotty. There's a car, and there's a driver in Dylan Rudd that needs to go 10 tenths all up every lap and do it in a clean manner.
He's got to do qualifying laps for the final 55 or so laps of the race. That's what he's got. And not only does he have to do qualifying laps, he's got to look after the tyres, he's got to make overtakes. This will have championship implications, and I saw that post already out on the Facebook of Phil Sell's done for the day. And look, it's tough, but the big factor that we've got to keep in the back of your mind, does this mean that Andrew Gilliam and James Golding now sit? Remember, today's the last round of the True Force Endurance Cup. If it was to finish right now, Gilliam and Golding would be your True Force Endurance Cup champions for 2024, the inaugural season of the Endurance Cup. The first time we've had 3 endurance races on the schedule. The first time we've had 12 races on the calendar. 1 sprint race, 1 endurance race added on for 2024. Changes the card just a little bit. 4 qualifying races to start the season all the way back in January and February after around 2 rounds of qualifying times only. And for those of you watching along at home, if you're thinking, you're sitting there and you're going, I can do that, I can absolutely do that, you can have a crack.
Yeah, 100%. And then you'll either find out that it's as easy as it looks on the television screen, or it's not. And 9 times out of 10, these guys are the best of the best because they've put the work in, because they've put the effort, the manpower, the hours, the investment, not just in terms of the time that they've spent, but also in the gear that they've acquired to do the job. It's easier said than done. The best way of finding out whether you're cut out for it is by jumping in and having a crack. And that's why I'm in the commentary box with you, Scotty Rankin. To be fair, I was saying earlier to Paul Thompson when he dropped by for a chat with us that my karting career ended in 2008. I raced for 8 years or thereabouts. I was 18 when I finished up, but I knew from before that, that I wasn't going to be the next Max Verstappen or Oscar Piastri. I knew full well that I wanted to be the next Darrell Eastlake. Thankfully, I've made a career out of being able to get paid to talk. So it's a good thing that I had my heart set on that from the very early. So across the top we go. The intensity of this race continues to lift, ladies and gentlemen. We know you're enjoying it. We know that it's just like the real world one will be in 3 weeks' time for you. We know that it's become a day-long marathon for a lot of you tuning in as well. So we appreciate you sticking in there and hanging on for the ride.
I was just having a look. It's one of the highest viewer numbers we've actually had across the course of the series as well. So we want to say a big shout out, big thank you. We've said thank yous to our sponsors right throughout the duration, but there are two particular groups that we can't do this without. One of them is the drivers, and the other one's the fans. And without the fans, we're not out here. We're not talking to you guys about iRacing. And probably the third and most important one, I guess, is realistically the guys behind the scene, not only just the series admins, and there are a lot of them, make this work, but also the stewards, as we're going to see down the inside. Once again, I believe that is going to be Anderson having a crack, and I believe that is Anderson making his way past Wayne Burke. So another car for him dispatched as well. And keep an eye on Zach Rattray Wright, which will try and line up Adam Briggs in the next couple of laps. And the other side of that coin is that Dylan Rudd is closing in on these guys. Dispatched for Scott Gamble most recently, his next victim. And I believe they're going to be victims in this, is going to be Michael Taliancic.
At the end of Mountain Straight, if I'm a gambling man, I'm not, but if Rudd gets the run out of here, I reckon he'll be setting it up and eyeing it off. And that will be him back into the top 20. Which means, all bets are off for the balance of the afternoon. They can still salvage a respectable result, and with every position comes vital championship points in both contests here as they make their way across the top of the mountain one more time. So the 017 on the outside. On the inside, we're looking at the 777 squeezes through. Talianic got by. We weren't even considering Andrew Dyson's roll in there. Right around the outside of the cutting. Are you kidding me? What a way to enter the top 20. And it wasn't by getting by Talianic. Instead, Dyson. That will be an awesome bit on the highlight reel a little bit later on today, I'm sure.
Oh, and I'm looking at that, and you know what? Dyson had an opportunity. If he'd have fought that at all, there was two cars in the fence. It was, instead, we're still cracking on. That was Andrew Dyson going and showing why he is known as one of the better multi-discipline racers in Australia. And he is a multi-discipline driver, by the way. Don't you have any questions about that one? Phenomenal NASCAR driver. Phenomenal NASCAR driver. Really likes to up the bar. Works incredibly hard at multiple different disciplines. And the biggest factor there from Dyson was he looked at that, he went, and his responsibility in this one's really unique. Borg is out of the championship. Borg is not qualifying back for the top half of the field. The top 20 drivers qualify automatically to 2025. Don't have to go through the qualifying performance. Borg is not in that. That's his co-driver. So his responsibility changes. Taliancic is the same thing. Takes a look at Dylan Rudd and just says, yep, this is not my fight. I'm not interested in this. And Rudd's got to be aggressive, but he only has to be aggressive with some drivers. The rest of them are just going, right, Taliancic is looking at this and going, I need a tow. I need someone to pull me up to that next back. Here he is, Luke Rosella on the aggression.
So Rosella finds a way by. Very nicely done into 6th position now by Robert Gibbs. Got a special guest standing by. I mentioned his name earlier. He didn't come in with Paul Thompson, but he helped us get Paul Thompson on air. So Brenton O'Brien standing on by to come in and have a chat to us, and looking forward to that. Scotty, one of the key integral components here is new race leader as we're getting ready. What a time to enter the commentary box, Brenton, as Jake Burton finds a way. He was forceful off the restart, aggressive on his pursuit of Ryan Wood, and he waited a couple of laps, bided his time, waited for his moment. New race leader, and I'm pretty sure it's the first time the 8's led today. So Burton leads us across the top of the mountain. Trent Tasman say to Lobs Esports, yes, you've led for the bulk of the day, but we want to lead the back end of it, the part that counts matters most. Scott, you mentioned the organisers of the series, the people that are integral to this getting up and away.
Say thank you to Brenton.
And I think we have to. Yeah, absolutely, we do. 100%. Let's have a chat to Brenton. Go, Brian. Go for it, mate.
Brenton.
Well, hello, and thanks all. Thanks for the intro, Scotty. You don't have to say thanks to me. You've got to say thanks to the team, because it's not just me. There's obviously good people working behind the scenes to create this outstanding race, the outstanding product that we've got in front of us right now. What an absolute cracker we've got.
No, I do actually want to say thank you, because this guy's really, really lovely to work with and being around. He harasses, he harangues you a little bit, but he gets the best out of you, and that's what I like working with him Brenton, for us here, this has been, what a season. We're just saying it's a year where just so many funny things have happened. and I think that's worked in the series' favour. I cannot recall. Supercars racing's always had drama. Never this much.
Well, right from the start at Sebring, it just threw up such a different order of what we were expecting with Robbie Gibbs winning the race and Dylan Rudd showing pretty much straight away that he's going to be in amongst it. And yeah, the very minute that he got ahead in the series by, I think Jared took over at one stage, and then Jared had dramas, and now it's back to Dylan. And from here, you'd have to think it's Dylan's to lose, wouldn't you? He's had some hurdles today, which he's overcoming, but yeah, they're certainly on the right track. But the series itself has been amazing so far.
Mate, in terms of things from strength to strength, the number of sponsors have been coming on board, and you were introducing Paul from OG Gear earlier on. We had a chat to Dan from Logitech. We were also lucky enough to have the Gamesman on board, and Playseat as well to come on board for the pole position. At the moment, Australian sim racing is looking about the best it has in the last probably 2 years, and this is what you set out to do when you first started the Pro Invitational Series, isn't it?
Absolutely it is. We've got to mention Motorsport Australia as well, being affiliated with them. All unbelievably good supporters. And then with Speed Cafe coming on board as well and broadcasting our races, it's just gone to another level. It really has. And the fact is, without them, there is no us. So it's great to have guys like Paul and Dan and Chris from Games and Playseat as well. So to have them involved in the series, actually literally involved in the series, and their level of support and their level of confidence in what we do and what we produce, and a lot of these guys are already keen to come on board for next year. It gives us the motivation to continue. It's not really a slog. We've got a good bunch of guys in the admin team, and obviously Stuart and the outstanding job that the broadcasting team, including yourselves, do. It makes things a lot easier to handle.
Looking a little bit further to 2025, I think probably one of the bigger ones is that we're sort of chatting behind the scenes. There's actually a big TBA over the next round on the calendar. Are you actually able to give us finally the announcement of where we're going to be heading for round number 11?
Yeah, absolutely. We were kind of sitting in a whole pattern. Hopefully, fingers crossed, waiting for Koei to come out in the last update. Didn't happen, unfortunately. But by saying that, we're going to go back to a bit of a favourite, back to Belle Isle, introduce the street circuit, and it's one of those races where there's concrete jungles. There's walls everywhere, and if you are in a championship winning position, you're going to be pretty careful, aren't you? So it's going to add a lot of spice. It's a replacement for being before. Andrew Gilliam had success there last year, and the way he and his Lobs team are going at the moment, you'd have to think that they'll be right up there again.
That really spices up the equation, because I was sitting here going, we're going to go somewhere where Dylan Rowe can just really relax. He can just settle, and he can just chalk off 2 top 10s in a row. That's all he needs now. He doesn't need race victories. He doesn't need top 5s anymore. He just needs probably even 2 top 15s. He doesn't need great race results. That changes the script yet again. Race format when we head out next time, we're going to stick with the bog standard about 250Ks, or are we looking at a sprint format as well?
Yeah, no, the 250Ks is working. I think there are issues with the sprint format. You can only have race 1. Race 2, so until that gets refined, it's going to stick with the 250k format, which is working well. It's going to be obviously quite a wide pit window strategy, so there's going to be some options there. But it's part of our growth that we introduce that. We have 12 rounds. We can't have these drivers relaxing. They get enough time off in between rounds, so it's going to be something that I'm looking forward to that. Like the Enduro season, the last few races, at the moment have been amazingly good. I was only commenting before to our admin crew that having the co-drivers that are not part of the series be the only co-drivers that you can use has been a massive success for us. Because right now there's 45 guys out there that are already thinking, how do we get involved next year? This absolutely gives them the taste for it.
I get the feeling that the support categories this week have been a huge success as well. Like we've loved it. We've absolutely loved it. I mean, Sandman went off with how good the Porsche Cup stuff was last night. So, is this sort of you putting perhaps the sim racing world in Australia on notice? We're looking for more support categories for 2025.
Well, so the group that we run is called the Australian Sim Racing Group. So, as time goes on, we're not just going to box ourselves into supercars. We are going to expand. We already had those discussions earlier in the year. So we're going to continue that. we'd like to have involvement eventually in some GT series, some GT or Enduros. Friday nights are wide opening, so we constantly talk about this. There's a bit of a space where we started to talk about some GT Enduros on Friday night. Certainly not going to be many rounds, but it's something that there's certainly a gap in the calendar for Australian sim racers to have that available. So, and the Porsches last night, Dan Yeaman and the crew at AOG, they did a fantastic job getting numbers. The racing was fantastic. I was on the way back from Sydney on Friday night, so I was on the way back from Sydney, but I did get to see quite a bit of it on the broadcast. So, it's just something that we're developing more, and as we get more sponsors on board, we can afford to do that type of thing, and that's where we're at. And we're in a very, very good position where we're at the moment.
Finally,
getting some feedback, Scotty. We've got to ask a question because Brenton's mentioned the key word football. We're getting a question as to whether you're wiping away the tears with some Kleenex on the way back home, Brenton. I wasn't as a Sydney Swans supporter. I wasn't going to mention it, but since you did, the pathway is open for me to pounce on.
If someone said to me at the start of the year, Paul, Adelaide would come third, I would have taken that.
Yeah, exactly.
By saying that, it's a fourth prelim final in a row we've lost. It's a long way up there, and it's a long way back when you lose. But you know what? I've done it. There's certainly some frustration, but that's love my club and I won't change.
Great place to watch AFL and cricket is the Sydney Cricket Ground.
Yeah.
Finally, mate, before we let you go, you've got an opportunity to give out your own commentator's curse. These don't come around. You really got to, we're giving you the premium experience here in the commentary booth. Is there anyone that you would like to say, I think this car's in a really strong place at the moment?
I think the car 93 is in a very strong spot at the moment. Putting my ERT hat on, we've had a really good day, really good day. Like a lot of practice changes. Setup. I don't think they're perfectly happy with the setup. There's turning issues, but that's not my pay grade. But we've got two cars in the top 10 looking to move forward. From here on in, it's pretty much just the sprint race to the finish for all teams now. Everybody's got the same team strategy. The A drivers will be coming out shortly. So it's going to be a great competition. Before I go, I just want to do a bit of a shout out individually, and I don't do this very often. But Charlie Barlow, I know she's going to be watching this. If not, she's watching this already. I wish her the best of luck. She's got a new position at Motorsport Australia as a development manager. Part of her role is to help support esports, and she will do a cracking job. And we've already started communication with Charlie, and we'll give her every bit of hand we can to help esports go further with Motorsport Australia. Get more participants, and it is a big deal having someone that's actually their role is set aside to do this. So, hope everything's good, Charlie, and we look forward to talking soon.
One more question, mate. Do you spell it esports with a lowercase or a capital E?
No, I'm lowercase and then capital S. But is that my age? Is that my generation?
I don't know. It's the same. It's the same format iRacing is spelled in. So,
that's
right.
That's probably why I copied it. But anyway, so look. At the end of the day, we've got how many laps they've got? 50 laps to go. Had a cracking race. It's going to continue to be a cracking race. Looking forward to seeing everyone at Bella as the series goes on. And don't forget, if you want to be involved with this series, you absolutely can. Qualifying series, we have pre-qualifying and then qualifying series, 4 races. It's March, I think it might be. And with the expectation that the new Gen 3 will be out around March, hopefully. So I reckon it's going to be the last time these cars will be out.
Right, thank you very much for your time, brother, and to all the fans that are watching along at home, and give them a big Yahoo, how good's motor racing or something from you. Go on.
Yahoo, how good's motor racing? That's not my forte. You asked me to be up at about a couple of 48 hours after Port Adelaide lost my head.
Exactly. I was going to say, who are you going for in the big dance now that Port Adelaide's not in the fight, mate?
Well, I'm hoping the Lions.
Sorry, mate, I wasn't responding to your wording there. I was responding to the replay for OG Gear on screen. A little bit of Sky door panel riding on the run coming onto the main straight there. Yeah, the Lions are due, the Swans are due. Should be an epic game. And I saw their regular season fixture earlier in the year at the Gabba in front of a full house. If they put on a show like that at the MCG next week, no one will be disappointed. It'll be fantastic stuff. Good on you, mate.
Thanks, mate. And like I said, thanks to Logitech G Games for Motorsport Australia OG gear and play seat for all your support. Thanks all.
Thank you very much from Brenton O'Brien. He's worth a chat too. He's okay. Goes by the nickname of... I don't know if you've ever heard him... Oh!
You can tell we're getting to the business end, can't you, Scotty?
Yeah. I was just going to say, his nickname, Disappointed Dad, whenever he drives on his own as well, has a real red-hot crack in the V8 Veterans. And if you've ever heard him on the radio to Race Control... Race Control... And that's our favourite man, Disappointed Dad. I love telling that story. He hates it.
Oh, brilliant. And that's the thing. Once you put these guys, we can sit here all day and say, look, there's not $1 million on the line. There's, no one lining up to give you a Formula One or a Supercars contract or anything like that. But at the end of the day, that's the competitive instinct of us as, humans and Australians. Once we put the helmet on, the gloves on, and we jump into the cockpit and the light goes green, you wear your heart on your sleeve and you've got that competitive flair. The red mist descends and away you go. So as soon as it all goes pear-shaped, of course you're deflated, you're disappointed, you're heartbroken, you're dejected, all that sort of stuff. And we've already seen our fair share of that throughout the course of the day. Replay for OG gear here and the run up towards Christmas.
Yeah, and this was just after Taliancic and Gamble, I think, had gotten together. So they were all trying to scramble for a little bit of spot. Different battle pack going on these days, but the 990 machine of Dylan Rudd is really giving Adam Briggs the hurry up. Not been the smartest season, unfortunately, for Adam Briggs. Struggled a little bit right throughout the duration, but starting to turn it around inside the top 20 at this point in time. In the championship. Yep, championship leader from the rear of the field, charging his way back forward. Work to do. But with 49 laps on the card, if he can pick off, one spot every 5 or so laps, he's still going to end up deep inside the top 10, and that might be enough for the Enduro Cup.
And it was interesting listening to Brenton talk about the ins and outs of, as we see Rudd now finally make that move and make it stick. Millimetre perfect. Well done. Dylan Rudd up to 17. Doing okay by Lobs Esports. You were talking about, so two things. One, you were talking about the esports, iRacing, etc. I like E-Sports, so capital E-. Because remember the old school days when it was E-mail and now the hyphen, the dash has just disappeared? It's gone. So there are some generational people out there that go, oh, look at this. Now the gloves are off at the top of the field. The pole sitter getting muscled out of Griffin's Bend. It's going to cost him potentially 2 spots.
Yeah, and now he's dropped 1, so now he's dropped back in behind Dylan Burst, and Burst has got speed at this point in time. Wood's starting to become the cork in the bottle. And in the meantime, Jake Burton looks in the rearview mirror and starts his ascent. He's trying to break the toe. He has now gapped them just enough. Just about on the wall, though, for Ryan Wood. He is scrambling all over the tyres, and I'll cast your mind back to the final stint for 2024. James Scott sat second on the road. He was hunting down Brady Mullins, and they came to blows then. This time, teammate, but still Myers, the 22 and the 088, for the second year in a row at the pointy end of the field, make contact, and Myers comes off worse once again.
We're being reliably informed that Burton's slightly off strategy compared to these guys, but we're also at that critical point, Scott. 48 to go, 47 next time by the line. There it is. There's the moment at the cutting for the Logitech entry. For the 115, and just got gobbled up, lost 2 spots. 2 at the top of the hill. It's interesting, isn't it? We're at that critical point where you can pit now and then pit again towards the back end around that lap 139, 140 marker if you need to. And we're at that 23, 21 lap marker of the stint for a few of these competitors. And there's the first cab off the rank, the 888 Kuznetsov's team. For 9.5 Simsport, the 888 is on the way.
And here comes the undercuts. We are bang on the distance to home. So from this lap on, you can pit, and you'll have to make one more stop to get yourself to the end of the race. For Rick Kuznetsov, he's going early. He's throwing all the cards to commit into this one to try and make some track position. At the start of the stint, the lap times were down in the low 203s, the very low 203s. We're now outside the 204s, so he's going to look for an undercut. 204.932 last time by for Brady Myers. We're underneath the final 50 laps of the race. If you need to jump down to the supermarket and buy yourself some popcorn, if you need to go to the drive-thru and try and pick yourself up a bottle of wine to finish this end of this race, there is time. There is still time, but you better go, and you better go now, much like these guys, to the pit lane.
To be honest, if you are going, Scott, you're a bit poorly prepared for the day. I would have got all that, all those errands run yesterday, got the I's dotted, the T's crossed, etc. You wouldn't want to be leaving your couch at the moment, because this is where it just gets spicy and interesting. And it's interesting to note as well, as we see those pit stops play out, 20 degrees the ambient, 28 on track. So the track temp has started to drop. The air temps remain steady from the start of the day as we head towards the business end here. There it is on your screen, bottom right-hand side of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. September 22nd, 3:11 p.m. server time. And we are seeing a nice little increase and decrease now, that rise and fall of track temperature, as opposed to the the ambient temperature that has remained constant all day long. And to be fair, as someone that lived in Bathurst for a good portion of time, oh, look at that. Two wheels riding on the grass for Ryan Wood at the top of the hill. I can tell you that 20 degrees is a very generous spring day in central western New South Wales. Right, race leader, Jake Burton to the lane. Ryan Wood's going to take up front running, but for how much longer? Because we know that they've got to stop again as well in the not too distant future. Interesting times here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, here we go. Strategy is going to start playing itself majorly into this one. They're all offset by just a couple of laps. Burton and Emily Jones went for the undercut on the previous stint. Then the safety car come out, condensed them all back together, but they got the track position. That was the key factor. Ryan Woods got back to the point. What has Brady Myers got in terms of reserve? What can he respond with late on in this stint? Madison down. It was a three-way stoush last year. This year, it's going to be 6 or 7 of them as they all condense on the run up the hill. Now they'll come out of Griffin's Bend. This is going to be a really good lap. Someone from this train's going to undercut. Someone will dive into the lane this lap. And I tell you what, Myers just had a huge moment as they come out of the cutting now as well. He was right there and just about rapping out a little bit of music on the rear bumper of Dylan Burst. Now he slots a few car lengths back. I thought he might have a crack at him as they got down to the elbow and onto Conrad. Now he's got some time to find.
Indeed, but he's still in the tow, importantly enough, across the top. He's got to be mindful of the presence of Madison down behind him as well. Does Down want to sit in there and wait for his moment, or does he want to pounce and strike while the iron's hot and have a crack at just improving his track position marginally before they pit for fuel and tyres? Look at that! It was checked up on the exit of the cutting for the pole sit-up. It was a phenomenal lap in qualifying for Brady Myers. It stood the test of time. Now he has proven that the form wasn't a fluke. He's been in contention. He's been at the top end of the tree all day long.
Comes Burst. Burst lifts it out
in the final quarter.
I tell you what, Burst is fuel saving. Burst is fuel saving massively. He built a huge run as they got to the kink, and they just lifted, just bailed out of it. Now it's going to be wide though from Ryan Wood as the tyres are starting to age. They're all checked up. Myers will have a crack. He'll either have a crack or drive to the lane. No, does neither. Now it's going to be Dylan Burst down to the inside. They head down into Murray's corner. They're going to lift. They're going to look for the crisscross. Burst gets to the lead. The 93 machine gets to the point here in the hands of the co-drivers, and Myers is forced to cover from teammate. Going to have a crack when they get to turn 1. Ryan Wood, 2 co-drivers in the lead at the moment. Wood wiggles it all the way out of Hill Corner. Burst starts to run away. They'll bang doors as they come out. Somebody remind these guys, we're not in the final stint, but we're right about there. Have a look at the look on Madison Down's face. He pulled a grimace right there.
The eyes just lit right up, didn't they? We're riding on board with him at the moment. The run to Griffin's Bend. Now the elbows again. Rise has been hung out to dry. He drops to 5th. Ethan Grigg wants a piece of this. He's up on the outside, Scott. My goodness.
And don't count out.
The Band-Aid's been ripped off. And look at that. 2 for the price of 1 up for grabs there for Andrew Gilliam up the outside, out of the cutting. Not going to be able to get it done. Myers will cover that off. Grigg wants back up on the inside. He goes back to 6th. Gilliam goes back to where he started. Burst is enjoying a bit of clear real estate at the moment. A bit of a bumper. 1 second of the good on Wood, but then Wood's under immense pressure from Rosella, Graham, Myers, Griggold, Gilliam and Gibbs. And in all of that, Madison Down was fourth, then ended up fifth, has got back to fourth.
Can I get that webcam of Madison Downs back up? I think we've got to watch this right here. He is going to be crucial to this. Look at him. He's leaning further forward. Half a lap ago, he was back in the chair. He was relaxed. He was chilled. He was calm. Look at what he just did. Come off. He's forcing himself to think about things, take a breather, right? Relax the hand, because he's just sat up on the wheel and grabbed it. We all do it when we're in this moment at this point in time. There's the teammate. Rehan Leonage is sitting there watching along and nervous as you can't believe. I think it's worse to be a co-driver in this race in this sort of position, because his job's done. He can't do anything. He just sits alongside and watches. Wood's going to dive to the lane. This is going to be a driver swap. This will be Scott into the end of the race. Here they all come.
Yep. Pit lane's about to be getting very, very busy. Peak hour almost. Traffic on pit lane right now. Here we go. Critical moments in the 1000 of 2024. Burt skips clear. Rosella's in behind. Down, Myers and Greg Gold all stay out. So does Gilliam. Hampstead still minding his own business in seventh. Ratley, White, Rudd and Burke jump up the top 10. Now, just how much fuel has Dylan Rudd been able to save? Just how much track position is he going to be able to get on pit lane this time by? And is he triple stinting to the flag? All that will soon be revealed. Here's the OG Gear replay. These were the hairy moments for Madison Down last time by.
Yeah, and Luke Rosella went and picked the pockets of a whole bunch of them, and then he wanted to try and shove the nose 3 wide. No, he's covering, and Down just went, yeah, kind of can't get in there. Greg Galt's just in the wrong line, picked the wrong lane to be in, and I was just looking at that car that's in the bottom right-hand corner. Can we get a comparison when he comes by this time? We're going to get lap times, right? He was in the lead, but he had more to do. He's got to save a little bit more fuel. He's got 2 laps less of fuel on board for the number 8 car. So the problem is that his final stop, he's going to give up about 4 seconds. Somewhere to 2 to 4 seconds is the time he's going to give up at that final pit stop. That's not irrelevant. That is completely and utterly not irrelevant. That is very, very important to keep in the back of your mind. He's got some work to do, but what he's done is he's flipped the script. He's undercut. Yeah. He's in the window and he's undercut, and when he undercut, everyone went haywire. They all battled each other. They probably cost themselves about another second. Burton's going to pop out. It's going to be 3 to 5 seconds, I reckon, in the lead by the time he pops back out here. It's going to be tight.
Absolutely. So, across the top. On the ragged edge, on the absolute limit here. So, Burton, second lap of the stint, 27th on the racetrack at the moment. Let's wait and see. What a performance it's been from that stable throughout the course of the day. Burton and Jones punching above their weight right there. I mean, we talk about contenders and pretenders. We always talk about, however, Scott, when we get to Mount Panorama, we always talk about the wild cards that punch above their weight on a day like this. With no disrespect to those guys, when you look at the lineup of the top 7 around them, they have well and truly exceeded expectations in my book.
There's a bunch more that just dived into the lane this lap. One of those was Brady Myers, so he's jumped into the lane. Keep an eye on this battle. This is really, really important, because Netsov was one of the early takers for this pit stop. He recognised the crucialness of trying to get the undercut done as well. James Scott back behind the wheel. He's only got a double to the end of the race here, so he is very, very fresh. And that, again, comes from the strength of the driving combination. My word, we are setting up for a blockbuster.
Indeed.
And I think,
more traffic. Brady Myers
I think this is the perfect time to cross to Sandman in just a few moments and get him down in that Logitech G-Hub, because there's been a few crucial moments in this race, and I want him to just suss it out for us, because he is ready.
We've been waiting for the hub to be alive and active all day long. There he is. Have a look at the setup. Magnificent. Sandman, it's yours.
Yes, managed to get into Logitech G-Hub and just taken some of the images that we've seen from Mount Panorama. And, of course, one of the talking points has been safety cars and how how strong the teams have been up front, but I guess one of the biggest surprises was one of the pictures that we're going to see in just a moment, just waiting for it to tick over shortly, is one of the talking points that'll be from the Bathurst 1000, and that's the motor blowing up for the 94. Like that's a game changer, and as if the mountain doesn't throw enough at us as it is, to see that and how that's going to affect the outcome of this race, not only with them missing out, but missing out on a massive chunk of points, and it always hurts when it's enduro time when you lose points.
Indeed, mates. And from your standpoint, what are we keeping an eye on in the last 40 laps?
Brady Myers, we're going to have to stop. We're going to have to stop. Brady Myers has just had a huge incident. I think Forza Nabi's involved.
No. Okay. So this could be safety car number 5 if that's the case.
No. They've got back rolling. They've got back rolling.
Okay.
I left my headset on, so I just walked away because I was taking my break to set myself up for the end of the race. I had to take the dog outside, make sure that she relieved herself so that we could dig down to the end of this. Check this out.
No. Whooshka. Bang.
Oh my goodness. How lucky. That could have been so much worse. Got caught up in someone else's incident. Thankfully managed to get away with it unscathed. Little bit of damage there, but boy, oh boy, one of the fastest parts of the racetrack there, and so tricky and so narrow. And look at him, just trying his absolute best to pull a gear and not get nailed from behind.
And how lucky that everybody else behind was alert to that and able to take evasive action. Thankfully, they were just off the racing line, boys.
Oh, that's really, that's really put a crimp in their chances. But hey, 42 laps, we still may see another safety car, and that could bunch things up again. But watch this replay, and you'll see just how he misses the incident, but just gets tagged right at the last minute. So he can see the action that's happening in front of him. The cars they try to go around the outside. Look at him just trying to pick a spot. The car turns around, tags him in that left rear, and that's what spins the car around.
So that was all triggered by a little bit of hip and shoulder, started by, was it Kuznetsov? Did I read that right?
Yeah, Kuznetsov. It was Kuznetsov and Forza Nabi were the two at the front, yep.
Oh, jeez.
You can
not a game-ending moment, but a race-defining moment for those guys, and any chance potentially of an outright podium gone begging, you would imagine.
We go the OG Gear replay. And so it's tight enough as it is through here, but just that little bit of contact there.
It wasn't much.
No.
It was just enough.
I'm giving up. I'm trying to do extracurricular content for this stream because every time we do it, every time we've done it today.
But that's what I mean. You can prepare for everything, but you can't prepare for someone else's insight. And you can just be in the wrong spot at the wrong time, get that unlucky touch, and that spins you around. They've been in contention all day long, and now that's put them right behind the 8 ball for the moment.
Best thing about Bathurst, boys, you throw the form guide out the window. You can draw up a form guide and you can have expectations and predictions, but as soon as the race starts and we go green for 161 laps, throw any idea of what you think might play out the window, because the script writers at this place deserve a pay rise and then a parliamentary pension when they're done. It is, some of the narratives we've seen play out here over the years, both virtual and real, have to be seen to be believed. And it's all opened up beautifully for Dylan Burst and Luke Rosella to be 1-2 at the front of the field for Do It OK by Lobs Esports. But here's the thing, I'm looking at those stint numbers. Top 8 all on lap 26 of their stint. So the critical number for those guys is nigh in terms of when they're going to be running on fumes and coming to pit lane to top up. But they're also at a point, boys, where that last stint, potentially, maybe the penultimate stint, depending upon whether we see another safety car deployment, might not be a full stint. The other spanner in the works, if we do get a safety car before that critical number of, what are we saying, 136, 137, that throws the spanner in the works as well. Here they come.
Yeah.
Both the pit lane.
Yep.
First and down. Rosella.
Yeah, Down's decided to stay out. So that'll probably help him when he decides to make his tour down pit lane, is that he hasn't got any cars in front of him. He can sort of predict his own speed and not get caught up by some slower cars. It's always hard to sort of judge your pit lane entry when you're tucked up behind someone. So that might benefit him, just knowing that he'll have that little bit of clear track, but it won't be too much longer before we see Madison Down make his pit stop, as we see now Luke Mitchison in the lane.
I just can't believe Brady Myers has wanted to win this race for so long. And he said yesterday, that's my first pole. That's my first pole from the mountain. I've never had one before, and he's looked so good. They've been a brilliant, brilliant car in all the right places all day, but one moment.
But little Tyson just having a moment coming in the lane. But we say about how unlucky he was, but then how lucky was Anderson in the 36. He was in the thick of it as well, but he managed to just skate through just by the hair of his chin. But that's what Bathurst is all about. You can be in the wrong point at the wrong time, and it bites you in the backside.
There's your effective race leader, boys.
How good's this? Jake Burt and Emily Jones. Well, I've been talking up Emily's stocks all week. She was strong on Wednesday, and she did an amazing job today. And we knew that once Jake got sort of in the hot seat, that they were going to be a force to be reckoned with. But have a look at him go.
I'm stunned.
You're still speechless, aren't you, Scotty?
Could we be about to see a girl on top of the summit of Mount Panorama? A female racer flying the flag for the girls. What a moment this could be in the sim racing career of Emily Jones, Sam, then.
I'll be stoked. I don't know, too many people know that I was, not that, it was pretty easy to tell. Once I'd seen Emily arrive on the scene, I'd actually reach out to Madison and I said, hey, have you been tracking this driver, Emily Jones? I reckon she's probably someone that we should get at TTR. And some talks happened, and I reached out to her and said, would she be interested? And no doubt she'd had some interest from other teams as well. But I'm actually stoked that she got in the fold of TTR, and for her to be in the position where she is in tonight, it's just brilliant.
Penultimate stop for Madison down on screen there as well. Scotty, I want to ask you this. You were talking a moment ago about when we took the shot of Rehan Leonage during the gloves being off in that battle for the second through, I think it was 7th or 8th. It's not just the co-drivers that are feeling helpless at this point. It's everybody involved in the team setup. They're trusting the drivers with their life to bring this thing home in one piece. So there's so many people invested in what plays out here, and they're all sitting back with no role to play at this point. They just grit their teeth and hope for the best.
Mate, I feel like an expectant father. I really do. Because I'm just sitting here, and I'm not even associated with any of these guys, right? I've had, when you have a look at the trajectory for 2024, and let's step away from the driving stuff, we sit in such a unique position. I get to go out and I get to talk to all of these guys. Holy cow, where did this come from?
Okay, well, pit time compared to those around him was about 7 seconds faster as well, Madison down. So he's come out ahead of Jake Burton. So I think he's playing the undercut here, boys. I reckon he's going to that critical number of 136, 137, and then going to pull in and hope for the best. In terms of if he pits then, he's hoping for a green flag run all the way to the checkered flag, remembering full well that you're gambling, aren't you? You're just hedging your bets with regards to these pit stops. I'm going to go to Sandman on this because you're the strategist, you're at the screen. They're hedging their bets here because basically we're gambling on green flag runs to the checkered flag. A safety car at an opportune moment could ruin somebody's race strategically here if you don't get it right.
Well, there's no guarantees, is there, with the safety car? So there's no point putting a strategy out there that say we're going to get a safety car, because if you do that, you're going to end up in pit lane and you're probably going to end up 30th. So what you need to do is race this race like it is going to go green for the end, and then if a safety car happens, then you worry about it then. I know these teams will have people in the background and they'll be crunching the numbers to say, right, this is what we need to do if it goes green, but if there's a safety car, this is what we're going to do. So you're going to have two plans. But ideally, everyone just needs to run straight to the end, exactly like there's going to be no more safety cars.
And Scotty, I'm looking through the top 20 here, and I'm picking up Robert Gibbs 38.5 seconds. I'm looking at 37 seconds for Zach Ratway Wright. So I'm looking at 33 seconds for Dylan Pereira and 34 seconds for Sean McNamara. All those, and 35 seconds for Brian Borg. So all those guys are on somewhat of a reverse strategy here in the final quarter. They're all going to that minimum number and then hoping for the best.
So they're specifically targeting getting to that final stop of the race and that critical lap number. Is it going to advance their position? Oh, maybe, but a lot of the issues you're talking about cars has just been off sequence all day. They've just been trying to struggle from the back. And speaking of one of those, I believe we just saw the 990 machine making some more moves as well, so that's still in run.
Up to 12th now for those guys. What a recovery, really. And a safety car from this point on for them. They're back in it as a top 10 contender, aren't they? One more question for both of you, and I'm throwing these questions at you as the outsider that's just come in as an imposter, as a gate crasher for the 2 or the 3 Enduros with you folks. When you look at the strategy here, it's interesting, isn't it? You're looking at the critical number. So we've been talking about fuel saving throughout the course of the afternoon. So we're all looking at 137 as the critical number in terms of a 24-lap run. But we're seeing guys get 25, 26, 27 laps out of a stint. Is there any merit in fuel saving in that final stint, or do you want to hit that critical number 137 and then punch out qualifying numbers for the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, I know I'll let you answer in a sec, Scott, but I reckon if it was me, I want to know that I've got enough fuel in the car where I can go hard to the end. I don't want to be put in a position where I've got someone chasing me down where I have to save fuel. Ideally, you want to have enough in the tank where you can absolutely wring its neck and know that, you know, you've got enough in the tank to make it home, but you've got enough pace in the car to get the job done too. How about you, Scotty?
That's not an easy question. I mean, if I was in the car, yes, I would 100%. James Scott slices it down the inside and takes the spot away, and that's from Robbie Gibbs, so that'll move him.
That's for third.
Yeah, up into third spot as it currently stands. Apologies to the fans watching along at home, just losing pictures from the server at this point in time. But the way that I go about it, if I was behind the sim, I'd absolutely run those number. The way I think it's going to play out is I'm going to say they're probably going to need to save half to 3/4 of a lap worth of fuel. They'll undercut by about that much and then save it. That gives them enough fuel that they can definitely save it, but they're not squeezed for it in a pinch. If you remember back to Road America, what did the Lobs Esports guys do? Now Jake Burton obviously had his night a little bit ruined there by Marcelo Rivera sort of being in the way. But they threw one car at it where they undercut and they threw a lot of fuel at it. Phil Sell was not going to make the line, and I believe James Scott come through and collected that one. Might have been the shoe actually on the other foot. It might have been Scott that underfueled it massively. Phil Sell towed him to the line to effectively get that one done. You're going to see Lobs are going to do that.
And there's going to be teams and drivers that are in different positions. Like, you look at the margin that Madison Downs got over Jake Burton at the moment. Yes, he's got a 5-second margin. Yes, it's a teammate, but he's in a good position where he can save fuel at the moment. You know, he doesn't have to worry about someone breathing down his neck and putting that pressure on him. So for him and even Jake Burton just having that small margin over James Scott, those guys would be grateful and trying to save probably just little bits that they can, because obviously what fuel you save on the racetrack, it shortens your pit stop come the last one. So the less time you can spend in the lane, that definitely benefits you in the long run.
Would not have been happy with 13th on the grid. So the way in which they've been able to orchestrate this so that they've brought some clear air. This is the most relaxing Madison Downs day is going to be. This period right here. He's got a 4.5 second, 4 3/4 second buffer on his teammate Jake Burton, and he's setting himself up for the run home. It's the first time, these last few laps are the first time we've seen the one leading proceedings today. So I've lost track of how many different race leaders we've had and how many different positional changes we've had. But yes, the number one is in P1 at the moment, proving why they are a formidable force. They are the defending champion in Downs' case, and why they've been on Sandman's radar all endurance campaign long.
"36 laps, a stint and a half left to go." Let's sort of take you back and walk you back through the big moments that have happened right throughout the day. It was an incredible start. James Scott managed to snag the lead on lap 1 when he got down to Hell Corner all those laps ago. That was over 100 laps and 4 hours and 40 minutes ago. Since that time, we've run into a sprint race of sorts. We ended up with an early safety car, one of the random safety cars of the day, which shook the strategy up. A whole bunch of different teams, a whole bunch of different drivers elected to go on to different strategies. How supreme has the pace of the 93 machine been today? Dylan Burst has driven the wheels off that car and left Grifton Gardner feeling like he might actually just have another one of the Lobs Esports main drivers alongside of him, as supreme as the pace has been. Then we got to the middle segment of the race, and that's where we had our first moment of attrition. It was the 94 machine. Jared Philsell jumped out of the car. He handed it over to Thomas McMillan. He had a late driver swap out of that car. Kostecki was supposed to be driving alongside of him this weekend. The engine blew for Thomas McMillan, and Dylan O'Shea took the opportunity to hand over to Hayden Sell. Hayden Sell wasn't aware of where that car was. It was parked on the pit lane exit. 2-for-1 deal, only the kind that we don't necessarily like. 2 drivers eliminated, one of them gone from the championship fight. Then from there, it's been a slow tick of the laps. Everyone logging laps, running it nice, clean and consistently. The lap target anytime after lap 89. We got there. We got through the safety cars. We got through the middle stints of the race. And now we set our sights on the final hours. We're about 90 minutes away from crowning ourselves a 2024 Bathurst 1000 champion. And we've had an opportunity to witness all of these guys now. The form guides are in. We all picked different drivers at the top of the day. Sandman, report card on the number 1 car at this point in time.
Well, I think they've been running fairly faultless. You know, yes, there've been those little bit of whoopsies. They've been caught in traffic and all the rest of it. But I think for the whole endurance series, they've been a force to be reckoned with. You know, they got a little bit unlucky in the first race in Lagos and all sorts of things. But for me, they've been my tip for this entire endurance series, and they're looking the goods at the moment. You can never hold your breath around this place. Yes, they might be in a position where they are at this stage, but still too many laps away that you would actually go and take it to the bank. But yeah, they've both impressed me, especially Rehan. You know, I obviously can't talk his stocks up enough, and it's great to have a guy of his calibre under the wing of Madison Down. I mean, you know, I love what he's doing, but I think he's going to be creating some headaches for a lot of these drivers in the field that are going to have to deal with Rehan and probably going to be battling into the end to try and fight championships off him, because he's definitely championship driver material.
All right, we'll take one step further forward through your driver picks. Have you got any more on the graphics for us? They're not going to crash your PC yet again. We'll get our producers' picks in from the background, and Jay Kennedy's going to feed me his thoughts on this driver combination, and I'll read them off to you just to keep a pick going for you. Robbie Gibbs and Lachlan Capel were the pick of our producer. They're running extremely well at this point in time. Started out at 18th, now sit 6th on the road. The report card for these guys, above average, certainly been running extremely strong. Punching above their weight, you might even say. In terms of things, young kid capable will just about have locked in a drive for 2025. You feel he'll be taking a crack through the qualifying series. Then we'll jump on to the next of our report cards that are sitting along in the background. I want to hear from the fans watching along at home. Who are your favourite drivers that will jump through as well? Who have you got money on towards the tail end of this race? And it's time for my picks. James Scott and Ryan Wood. Well, they sit 3rd on the race. Yeah. They've just made some overtakes. Ryan Wood ran one of the co-driver stints of the race. Very, very supreme pace from him. But now they've got some work to do. I think in terms of the effective strategy, probably the best placed car, and will look to leave the lane. I think for the final stint, they'll start that final stint in front, and it's going to be very tight. I mean, I'm putting this under a second margin for our top 3. And then finally, Zach Caven, your pre-race picks.
Well, I was in the same corner with Sandman. I thought that Madison Down and Rehan Leonage were due, so there's nothing I can add to that. And from a selfish standpoint, I was a fan of the paint scheme, the throwback to 1994 of the first car that retired from the race. Unfortunately, Dylan O'Shea, Hayden Sell. So I feel as though by liking the colour yellow, I might have put the kiss of death on them. However, I mean, yeah. I said that the Doing OK Lob Sports stable would be hard to watch, hard to beat, I should say. They're still in contention here, but Trans-Tasman might just be about to come out and spoil their party here. They're eyeing off 3 hat-tricks, 3 podium sweeps, lockouts in as many Enduros. These guys, the one in the gate, may well categorically deny them. So the number 1 sits P1 at the moment, but we know this is Bathurst, and with 34 laps to go, there could still be a sting in the tail. I'll tell you who else is impressing me is the number 7, Ethan Griggold. I don't know exactly how physical unwell he is, but the way in which the 7 is still 7th at this time of the day, maybe that's lucky 7 in terms of their finishing position. They've moved up from where they started. Madison Down, of course, maybe grid position 13 proves to be a lucky one. Zach Ratway-White's had a good run too, on the cusp of potentially getting into the top 10. And watch for Dylan Rudd, because that's one hell of a comeback if they can come from the rear of the field past halfway after a drive-through penalty to get back into the top 10. And I don't know what that means, Scotty, with regards to the implications of the points race. And I'm more focusing on the Enduro Cup here, mates, with regards to just by the way in which he's clawed his way back through the field, whether they're going to be able to salvage those Enduro honours.
Yeah, look, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be tight. Look, the one thing we can say about Dylan Rudd is that he was dealt a bum. Well, I don't even think he's been dealt a bum cut. I think he's dealt that to himself. But at the same time, you've got two opportunities. It's all about how you respond. We're going to see an overtake, I think, as Rossi sends it down the inside as we run down here into... under the underside of Brian Borg. Borg just runs it wide on his own, and this will be an opportunity for Brady Myers to pick up another spot at the tail end of this race and at least have a crack. But I will say, from Dylan Rudd, he could have dropped his head. He could have dropped his head at any stage. Instead, I think one of the biggest things is if you have a look at the Lobs guys, the amount of times these guys have been put in tough positions this year, they are absolute warriors in a race car, because not a single time have they dropped their head. They might do it under a safety car. If something happens, they go, all right, that's a bit unlucky. But the first response is, all right, what can I do? And you have a look at it, it goes all the way back to Sebring at round number 1. Jared Filsell drove from dead last. Dead last. He was told after everything that went on last year, his carryover penalty for this year, after being suspended for the end of last season, have to start the first race of the year last. Imagine being told that. He drove to 4th. And then chaos unfolded, right? But I still remember that day. Everything that happened after that, we just celebrated what was an awesome race. If you look at who was the driver of the day, back at Sebring, it's Jared Filsell. Who's been the driver of the championship since? Jared Filsell. And I think you take out the little mistakes and little bits and pieces, no doubt in my mind we'd be crowning Jared Filsell champion. It hasn't happened, right? No. But the Lobs Esports, the way they go about their motor racing is, okay, that happened. Pick myself up, go again.
Just noticing here too, boys, that there are a couple of drivers still a lap down, or 3 laps down. Hip and shoulder at the exit of the chase. How many times have we seen that today? McNamara makes his way by. So that's 18th, 19th, 20th on the racetrack, or 17th, 18th, 19th, I should say. The 12 of Matthew Bell leads McNamara, leads Burke. So they're 19th. Jordan Ross is sitting outside the top 20. Forzen El Nabi's had a moment. Brian Borg's back in 25th now from the rear of the grid. So, there were guys that made a rod for their own back before this thing even got underway. The day didn't start well for Andre Heimgartner and Macaulay Jones. They've got back to 28th position. Teo Serrano struggled to bank a number in qualifying. They've only managed to get back to 31st. What about the packet loss for Bo Albert? What might have been for those guys in 33rd? There's a replay of the hip and shoulder at the chase, the Synergy Sim Racing entry getting forced off the road there. And then you go back beyond that, Blake Warboys, 38th and a lap down on the nearest car to him in Kurt Sternberg, and of course Damien Johnston 4 laps down. So slowly but surely the day has run its course for those contenders down the back end of the train.
Think about this.
I was just going to say, I'm just loving the way this is playing out. I just hope we don't see a safety car. Sorry, your thoughts, Scott?
I was just going to say, think about this. We are 8 laps away from a pit stop to the final lap of the race. Think about this car. Think about this car. This generation of car and what it's done for Australian sim racing. We've been in this car since, 2017? It's been, I think it might have been 2019, my apologies, 2018, 2019, somewhere right around that period. We've been in this car for such a long period of time now. What it's done for all of these guys' careers. Think about Rayhan Leonard. She's only known one supercar. He's only ever known one supercar. There's a bunch of guys up and down this field that have known multiple different supercars. This is it. This is the last stint. This is the last Bathurst pit stop these guys are going to do. And I've talked about this a lot today because it means a lot to us in the car culture. This is the final chance we get to celebrate the death of the Holden brand, and that hurts. That hurts a little bit inside, but at the same time, it's a celebration of cars and what we've achieved and everything that's gone on. The Tats Auto cars, even I don't care about the Mustang. I like the fact that we've got the Mustang and whatnot out there because this is just such a celebration of Australia and who we are. The cars don't represent us, I think, anymore, and that really hurts me, which is kind of why I'm also good to see the Super on the grid. So.
Yeah, that was the huge news in the real world this week, wasn't it? From 2026, and of course in sim racing circuits, we're not just excited about Gen 3, but we're excited about the rain model coming with that. We're excited about the 3 circuits that are on the way, Pukekohe, the Bend, the Adelaide Parklands. So many exciting things happening both virtually and in the real world of Australian motorsport at the moment. Wanted to get you guys' thoughts as well. We heard Brenton talking about it earlier, and something happened and we never got back to it. So, you know, detouring 15 different streets to tell the same story. He was talking about the sprint format and how it's not a straightforward process to apply penalties between the 2 races there. That's an iRacing thing, isn't it? It's one of those little incremental bits of detail that as the platform continues to grow and expand and improve, that's one of those little tedious bits of exercise that will no doubt be cleaned up.
They did announce from iRacing's perspective, yeah, they're tinkering with not only the safety car, they're attempting to bring a safety car system to the road course side of things that'll be functional. So we might see that in official races. That's obviously not for us. We've already got our policy and procedures in place here already. But yeah, they're tinkering and they're trying to really upgrade the penalty system. What we've already got here, I actually really, really like, because the penalties that we can apply here now, we're one of the only services, I think, internationally, where you can add a 5, 10 or 15 second penalty to the in-race times and have them servable under a pit lane and not have to wait them. And there's such a big benefit to that, because it means that if you get your penalty out of the way at your first ever pit stop, it's not hanging over you. You know, if we get a safety car 5 laps from home, all of a sudden that 5 second penalty is worth 10 spots instead of it being worth 1, if that, at the tail end of a race. So, you know, we're lucky. It's unique in that aspect, and there's criticism that goes both ways in terms of this. There will always be criticism that goes both ways, but that's one of the things that I like about what we do. It's unique. I think the thing is, we've got to keep building on it as a category. Are we done with our race control systems? Are we done with improving the product? We have never.
No,
absolutely never.
No. A bit like race car drivers, we're always looking for that next, you know.
I wish they'd stop, because then I might eventually qualify.
Reinvention, reinventing the wheel, evolution, all those positive things. This battle is ongoing, isn't it? It's fantastic. 17th, 18th, 19th in the racetrack. Throw a code advantage over them. That was a moment for Bowler coming across the top of the hill. Through past the grate, up towards Reed Park, on down to McPhillamon. Take the left-hand downhill curve. Sweep it across Skyline and down towards the S's into the Lap 132, boys. Everybody's starting to feel a little bit tense and anxious because they know the checkered flag's inside.
Yeah, it's what everyone builds up for the entire day. You know, I say it, and this is where you buy your ticket. This is the end, because this is where you want to be. You want to be towards the front of the pack. You want to be in with a chance. You know that you've got one more pit stop to make, and then you have that hard charge home. If you're having an absolute stinker of a day and you're back in 30th, you're probably just thinking sometimes, all right, 30 laps to go. Oh, we'll just get this over and done with, and we'll lick our wounds, and we'll think about next year. But for the teams that have busted a gut and they're up towards the pointy end, they know that it's about to get serious, even though it's been serious all day long. But they know that it's really, the pressure is about to rise now.
Scott, I would argue that the top 15, as we watch the trio here make their way around once more to complete another lap. So 133 in 132 in the 29 to go. And there are the train of cars that are well within the next talking point here, mate. I'm wondering if we do get it, be it fabricated or legitimately, whether we get another safety car or not, and it bunches the field up. Who has an extra, 10% to give? Who has an extra gear to pull? And I say that because I feel as though Sandman was on point at the start of the day. As much as we'll give him grief for it, you've got to buy your ticket, and so many of these contenders have bought their ticket. They've kept it clean. They've kept it intact. They're there when the whips are going to be cracking, as I've been saying all day as well. So what I'm interested in, we're up to 6 on the find the ticket counter, but make it 7. But we told you we'd get out of it throughout the course of the day, ladies and gentlemen. But you know, if the field gets bunched up, who's got an extra bit to give? I feel as though 6 of the top 7 played their hand earlier when the gloves were off late in the previous stint. But I'm just wondering if they've got a little bit more to give when, you know, they can see the finish line in sight and the big prize is on the line.
There's an interesting case of Luke Rosella. Hasn't he just all of a sudden found some pace? So he's really, really quick at this point in time. There's an incident between Matthew Bowler and the 89 of the Coxhead car, Loxton car.
That would have been the hip and shoulder here at the Chase that we saw on screen a few moments ago. I think they'd be investigating that.
Griffin Gardner took on a little bit more fuel at the last pit stop. Now, remember, they led such a significant chunk of that run as well, so they didn't have the opportunity to save as much fuel. So when you have a look at the group of cars that's sort of running all close together, you've got Scott, Rosella, Gardner, and then you have a look at these 2 cars that are just up the road of them. There's one of them that's just popped through on the screen. It's Jake Burton, and Jake Maloney's stuck in behind him. They've had a torrid day in terms of internet connections. There's nothing they can do about that. That's just how their life has really, really gone. But they're in an interesting spot, and they're going to be sort of asked to move aside, I think, in the very, very near future, because James Scott's starting to come back quite a lot at Jake Burton. And the thing is, Burton's got more fuel that he's got to add at this final stop. The tyres are older too on that car. So they are really, really working hard to try and get some drive and try and get some life out of Jake Burton at this point in time.
An invoice, boys.
You're talking about the tyres. Holy crap.
Oh, McNamara down the inside of the car in question that we've been talking about. Bowler's copped a 5-second invoice there, and he's lost a bit of track position as well. Sorry, Sam, man, go on.
I was just going to say, he was just talking about that, how those tyres are on Burton, but he got that crossed up and just made just that little bit of contact with the concrete barrier. Still able to keep on going, but man, oh man, it was close.
Oh boy.
Take a breath and hold on. It's about the last start we're going to get for air.
Yeah, so, you know, and we're close now. We're 4 laps away from this one. Madison down at the last pit stop, 8 seconds quicker through the lane than a majority of these drivers, right? So he's got the longest fuel bill to pay, and he can't go quite as far. I think he's going to be in right at the end, 24 to go. He's going to be in. Burton is going to be right there in about the same lap, which says to me that both of those guys have got about the same amount of fuel to add at this final stop. Burton, I think, he's either been saving or he's just not had speed over the last couple of laps is basically how that stint's gone, unfortunately, for Jake Burton, which says that James Scott's really, really quick. Scott's going to jump at least Burton.
Yeah.
I've got him on track to lead this race post-pit stop. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah, and the pace we've seen out of Scott I've been watching him just the last few laps. It just seems to be getting quicker and quicker. So, we talked about the gains and losses that you do in pit lane where you short fuel and you jump the field and you get a little bit of that track position and stuff, but you've got to pay it back later, and I think that's where Madison's at. He's got that margin out to 5.5 seconds over his teammate, but obviously he's going to take a hit when it comes to the pit lane because he's going to take that little bit of extra fuel that he needs to take on. So, but everyone's now, it's that charge to the end now, so it's going to be very, very interesting once everyone's got that last stop out of the way and see how it all filters through and see who our effective race leader is.
Oh, yeah, read that graph if you can and read all the implications of it, because that's got so much more of an implication than a lot of you guys are realising. But the problem is it's not a number, it's not giving us a time prediction. You've got to read into that, and for every lap around here, there's obviously a certain amount of fuel. You're burning quite a lot of fuel around a 6-kilometre lap, so to speak. So it's not as simple as every lap is equal to 1 second. It's probably in the realm of 1.5 to 2 seconds in terms of the fuel that you've got to add. So for each lap that you've stopped earlier, so for example, Jake Burton and Madison down, they're going to be due about the same lap. So that one you can sort of cross off just because of the underfilling. But for everyone else behind him, 2 laps, about 4 seconds. That's what James Scott should sort of jump, which puts him very, very tight with Madison down. He's going to be exceptionally tight with where Madison down is. And again, everyone else is sort of another 4 laps that they've gone longer. So Scott could lead it, Rosella could lead it, Gardner could lead it. Any of these guys are close enough to the front. Griegault's there, but he's not quite close enough, and that's the biggest issue for him at the moment.
Yeah, it's that track position, isn't it, where you actually are on track. So, yeah, definitely getting interesting. I'd love to be in and out of these teams to find out, where they think they're going to come out and who they think the effective race leader is. But Scott's looking good. Here we are, 26 to go. So, And I'm impressed with the 7 and how well he's hanging in there. Yeah, obviously we've touched on the fact that Ethan hasn't been feeling the best, but he's got a little bit of right front or left front damage, I should say, to that Commodore. So that isn't hindering him too much, which is good, because sometimes that can be a bit of a curse. You get that little bit of aero damage and it can really pin you for it. I think thankfully with this new damage model, it's not as bad as what it used to be.
Dylan Rudd, quite crucially, by the way, guys, sits only about 4 spots behind Andrew Gilliam. And that's your True Force Endurance Cup top 2. And at the end of this race, that'll be your top 2 in the championship as well.
Haven't we seen a roundabout thing with that, with points and everything, the way this is all unfolded? But I tell you what, Jake Burton's feeling the pressure now from James Scott. That onboard camera that we had on Jake Burton, looking back, you could just see that Scott is right there ready to pounce, and this is exactly what Jake would be seeing in his rearview mirror. I think ideally he doesn't want to be looking backwards. This is the view he wants, eyes forward. He just needs to not worry about it, but he knows that he's getting that pressure here, and I don't think it'll be too much longer. A little bit of a lock of a tyre there, but I don't know. Scott's looking racy here, and I wonder if he's just going to get enough of a draft here where he might think about getting the job done. Here he comes.
He's gonna have a go. Yeah, for sure.
Look at him.
It's close enough.
Yep, he's going to dive to the inside. Jake's not going to be able to put too much of a fight here just because you don't want to argue too hard around the outside. He's better off just breathing the throttle. That's exactly what he did, and this is where James Scott needs to run now. He's got that little bit of clear air, and now it's going to come down to pit stops. That margin just under 6 seconds between James Scott and Madison Down. That'll fluctuate a little bit by the time these teams come in and finish off and fill up towards to the end. But it's definitely putting James Scott in a decent position now that he's not stuck behind Jake Burton.
Dylan Rudd update is closing in on Zach Rattray. Rattray White is running just outside the top 10. He's about 5 seconds outside of the top 10. How is that for a day's work at the office? We said he had a reasonable start to this final stint. He's gone and made more ground. The problem for him at the moment is the 990 machine is starting to track him down at the tail end of this race. And where is Burton going to go when they get to the end of Mountain Straight here? Fuel saving. I get the feeling this is Jake Burton fuel saving. This is him trying to claw back some of that margin. And now Rosella's going to start to close back on in. Boys, we are 25 laps left to run from the mountain. 25 by 6.2 kilometres. And now James Scott has a wiggle as he excites the rear tyres. P-brake, get it in now, ladies and gentlemen. 24 laps is your final fuel stint to the end of the race. If you're going to get up, if you are going to walk away, your chances are running out. It's time to empty the bladder, boys, because we are 1 hour from the end of this motor race.
So next time by the line, 24 to go, boys, 149.112 kilometres. So we're almost at the 850 kilometre mark of what has been a captivating, compelling, intriguing, engaging, exciting motor race. And the best is yet to come, you get the feeling. We're at the critical lap for Madison Down and James Scott this time by as well. No question about that. Jake Burton, Luke Rosella, Griffin Gardner, all arguing over the same piece of real estate. We're looking at the clock, and we've got a feeling we might be sub 6 hours here too, boys, which would be extraordinary pace if we get there. Safety car completely destroys that, of course, but we're hoping that we can go green to the end, because I don't think we're going to have any shortage of drama and excitement without a safety car, let alone with one. So, Madison Down the leader, James Scott second, and they're going round again. So those boys opt to go a little bit further into the run. So they all pass that critical lap number, boys. That now no longer factors into the equation for these front runners.
Oh, here we go.
The first one that pulls the trigger, Josh Anderson. Been a nice recovery from those guys too.
Yeah, and we touched on how lucky he was not to get involved in that incident that unfortunately the 22 of Brady Myers got involved in. But, you know, he's in the lane now, so that starts to give you some sort of idea of where TT are at as far as their fuel numbers. It won't be too much longer. But how's this race playing out? Anyone who's familiar with the series, the two most dominant and professional teams in our series is TTR and Lobs, and they're battling it out for the biggest race of the year, the Bathurst 1000.
The top 5 are locked out by those two teams, and they have been for a while. The Evolution Racing team are there, or thereabouts, ready to pounce if something goes awry for that top 5. Andrew Gilliam, good recovery from those guys as well. The 201 back in the top 10. Rick Kuznetsov is 9th. Zach Rattray White 10th at the moment, as they head across the top once more, and you just sense that these boys have now got into qualifying trim. It's going to be 45, 50 minutes of qualifying numbers from this lot to bring the curtain down on what's been a terrific day at the office. You mentioned earlier some of the guys that have worked hard. I don't think there's a car in the field that hasn't worked hard at some point, because this is the hardest track on the calendar, arguably. One of the hardest in the world. So just to be here at this point, I'm not going to use the phrase, we used it enough. Just to be here at this point, you've worked hard enough as it is. Some have worked harder than others, but you know, they've made a rod for their own back throughout the course of the day by either not getting a clean run in qualifying or having something fall foul, you know, be it a mechanical issue, be it a tech issue, be it contact of cars, be it a penalty, whatever the case may be. They've had to chase their tail, but everyone to get to this point, superb work.
Well, I just think from Zach Rattray-White's perspective, could you imagine if he qualified that car? Where would he be? He'd be inside the top 10. I don't necessarily think he'd be in the top 5 pack, but that second pack, he'd be in it.
All bets are off. If we get a safety car, he will be in that pack. Here we go. Ethan Grigg go up the pit lane. So too Rick Kuznetsov. They're both in. Final pit stop for two guns at this field. And they've decided to zig first. Everybody else opting for the overcut. They're going for the undercut. I'm surprised we haven't seen Madison down coming yet, considering how short a pit stop that was for him last time round as well. He brought track position, but he's maintained it.
Was that Burton flashing the lights as they come up Mountain Straight?
Absolutely, it is.
There we go.
It's not that he's annoyed. I think he's just doing it maybe just to distract me.
I agree.
So,
I agree.
Why do you just sort of sit there and just, be all nice and happy? You may as well do your absolute best. If you can just distract that driver a little bit, then obviously it's going to work in your favour. So there's nothing against it in the rules, and I actually like it. Oh, I'm saying that. You couldn't even distract him enough. Look, Scott's just up there sideways, up against the concrete barrier.
Massive cloud of the wall.
Time to undercut. Stop sitting, stop waiting. Pull the trigger, boys. Pull that trigger.
Yep. Jake Burton in the thick of it. James Scott in front. Rick Rosella behind. Griffin Gardner's right there as well. So the Trans-Tasman Racing entry surrounded by teammates at the moment as they make their way down to Forest Elbow. Lap 139 of 161.
It says a lot for these guys up front here. Like, these guys are wringing its neck, and the margins between these 4 or 5 cars on track have been pretty much stationary for the last 5 or 10 laps. It's been nothing in it between these guys, and they are wringing its neck every single lap.
Interesting to note that, when you look at the qualifying pace, the tenths, the hundredths, the thousandths of a second that was separating different track positions, the top 20. Oh, here we go. Burton to pit lane. Burton to pit lane. So Burton is in. And again, buying track position early means that he has to come in a little bit earlier than these guys. Will this be to his benefit or his detriment? We're about to find out. And we know that Madison Downs punching out some good numbers here. Faster than most of the field behind him, chasing him at the moment. He's extended that advantage out to 7 seconds, Scott. Oh boy, we're set up for an absolute grandstand finish.
This is going to be, I think, brilliant. It's going to be so tight when this final pit stop comes. Andrew Gilliam, he's got a huge opportunity here. He needs to make ground. He has to make ground. These two guys have made their final pit stops of the race. I believe is actually for Bo Albert. He might still have a pit stop to come. But Anderson definitely has made his final stop of the race. They've been, in the wars. They've been fighting back from the rear end of the field. It's been such a long day. Now it's the final stint of the race. Ethan Grigol, final pit stop out of the way. And the critical fact is we've got to measure him to Gilliam because he was at the head of the pack where Andrew Gilliam was. So where is Gilliam on pit lane? And he's out. He's out massively ahead of him. Gilliam's done a number on these guys.
Yep. Huge power play there from Andrew Gilliam. Massive.
Yeah, look at the jump that he's got just on Jake Burton too. That's a massive margin. So, yeah, that's worked out nicely for Gilliam, hasn't it?
Well, I was saying he was down and out. I said that car was done.
No. And now this worries me about how much fuel that Madison and that has to take on. How is this going to affect and play out? James Scott, that gap between Down and James Scott is now 7.5 seconds. So, yeah, Madison is pushing on as much as he can. But I guess he's at a point now where he doesn't have to exactly fill it. He probably just needs enough to get home. Are they going to crunch the numbers and just put in just enough?
He's
we're just
going
gonna have to
and
wait
going
see.
and going.
Going again.
And every lap that he spends out, that's less time that he has to spend in the lane too, because they'll be crunching the numbers to find out how many litres they need to get home. There's no point putting any extra litres in there they need to.
You just see the lights at the top end of pit lane in the back of that shot. There's a few of them in. And I was about to say, James Scott has to pit. If his tyres are starting to roll away from him, he doesn't have a choice. He's got to come in. He is absolutely got to come in and come in now. Right? Because he cannot afford to be undercut by the cars behind him. Rosella's been sitting there fuel saving. Luke Rosella's going to jump him, I think, in this stop.
This is days like this. I love being in the commentary box. I don't want to be sitting there with a calculator in my hand and trying to crunch the numbers for these guys. I wouldn't wish that job on anyone. But that's what a lot of these teams are relying on now, is just making sure they've got that crucial fuel number to get to the end.
Just when you think you're sitting here and knowing what the hell you're talking about, everyone comes along and says, "Think twice, think again." We'll keep you guessing, on your toes for the balance of the day. Richard Hampstead up at the top 5 at the moment. We know the last round of pit stops has still got to play out, but that's been a nice drive from those guys. They've gone about their business rather quietly and trouble-free for the balance of the day, which is what you need to do. And some side-by-side action there at the chase between Latta and Yusuf.
That was great. Good hard racing. It's not over yet. They're going to come into this town. They're going to go straight into the braking zone here, giving each other a bit of room there. And that looks like the Heimgarten and Macaulay Jones entry too that's trying to get in the thick of it as well.
How about looking at that car? Because that car was done.
He's getting up the inside. There he goes.
Hasn't that been a fight back as well? Because they were toast at the end of lap 1. Well, before lap 1 started for them. They hadn't even crossed the start-finish line before.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Downs in.
Yep.
Downs in right now. So we're not gonna have to wait. We're not gonna have to wait very long at all. Oh boy, James Scott's been clipped by Gilliam.
There you go.
He's been absolutely eclipsed by him, and Luke Rosella's jumped the pair of them.
I love the clouds and the shadows there. We know we're not going to get rain, but the rumble and the thunder's about to ignite at Mount Panorama. How good is this? Final round of pit stops. Down, Gardner, Ratway White, all on pit lane. And Dylan Rudd has found his way to the front, but we know he's still got to stop.
The stationary time we've got to look at, boys. We can see Madison's still been in there just over 20-odd seconds. So he's still got a decent margin that he still has to be in there for. He's going to have his work cut out for him. Still up on the jack stands. There he goes. So he's dropped him, he's away. Where is that going to put him?
Rosella's got him. Rosella's got him. How about Burst? Dylan Burst and Griffin Gardner. Rosella's to the lead of this thing.
Wow.
There we go.
But nothing in it. Have a look at it. Nothing in it.
No. No.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Oh. Deceiving. Oh, wow. And now look at the face of concentration on Madison Down. Task ahead of him here to chase Luke Rosella. Arguably the biggest prize in sim racing sport. Magnificent stuff. So the number one comes back out in the thick of it, effective second at the moment. Where will Dylan Rudd factor into the fight? Hampstead, Myers, they've still got to stop for the final time. Across the top, they're on lap 142, folks. 20 laps from home. The final 8 of the 1,000 for 2024. The third last round of the championship, the last of the Enduro Cup. One hell of a ride it's been for the last, well, what have we've been on air for nearly 6 hours now. There's still a good hour and a bit to go.
Oh my word! You know what I like about this, and I don't know what we're going to get with the Gen 3, but I like the fact that it's been a chess match. You know, all of these teams, all of these cars have been supremely quick.
Yep.
All day long.
30 is going to get a 5-second penalty too, boys. You can see that top of the screen from race control. Contact with 543. And here comes the pole sitter to pit lane. So that just leaves 2. Dylan Rudd and Richard Hampstead. Front of the field. And then this fight. Exactly what we wanted. Doohan versus TTR for the title.
And just think about the journey all day. Luke Rosella's been there, and we talked to James Scott at the start of the day. He said, I prefer actually to lurk under the water. I don't like having all this attention and stuff thrust on me. Well, Luke Rosella's driven that race. Last year, won the Sandown 500. And at that stage, he wasn't with any of these guys. So this is Heimgartner trying to go for a move on Serono. Got covered all the way to the inside of the road. And neither of them made the corner in the end. And it's on as well for the race lead. Don't you think that one's gone away by any stretch of the imagination? Rosella doesn't quite get the drive, and Madison was forced to lift to allow him back in. Sim racing star of the past, present, and future. The future of sim racing, Luke Rosella. He's come from obscurity. Last year won the Sandown 500, picked up by Lobs Esports at the start of the year, and his year started in disastrous fashion. Madison Down, the champion from 2023, the star of fast. He's on what has been a phenomenal run over the last couple of years. Now he's focusing on educating the talent of the future. And Griffin Gardner, 2023 V8 Scops champion. He's the star of current. He's been working his way forward. He picked up a Lobs Esports contract midway through the year, changed teams to be here, and now he's here and at the front and giving himself every opportunity to win a Bathurst 1000.
And you mentioned Griffin Gardner. I mean, Sandown 500 win as well. How often do you see the Sandown Bathurst double be a talking point when we go enduro racing in the real world? So there's that at stake for those guys as well. Here we go. Down for the lead, down the inside. He'll put him on the outside for the exit of the chase, though. Can he hold it around there? No. Caution, better part of Valor. Switchback, however, it's on the run down to Murray's, but then he's got to get across and cover off the second of the Lobs Esports entries. Up around the outside goes Griffin Gardner. They're rubbing paddles to Murray's corner. And Down will still hold effective second for the moment.
And you know the best part? We're going to see this for 18 more laps. For 18 laps, these guys are going to go hammer and tong at each other. And Gilliam's 4.5 seconds off the background of these guys. He is still in contention to run with these. If these guys squabble, Gilliam will buy into the party.
James Scott, your kick sitting back there in 7th place at the moment. Not to be for those guys, it would seem. The closing stages. Rosella, Down, Gardner. And you talk about the past, present, future of sim racing, Scotty Radkin. There it is in car number 1. The past and present of Madison Down, the present and future of Rehan Leonage. In the number 1 today, we know Down's credentials, we know the pedigree. And it's great to see him passing that on to the next generation. And Rehan Leonage has made everyone stand up and take notice throughout the course of this Enduro Cup. Robbed in Brazil. Strategy unfortunately caught them out there. And poor reaction to a safety car deployment. But they're right there for the big one. No one's going to worry about Interlagos if they walk away with the prized Bathurst 1000 triumph. And they're every chance of that right now. But this is one hell of a boxing match that awaits Madison Down because it is 2-on-1. And here comes the 990. Dylan Rudd to pit lane. The final stop for the championship leader, the guy that led the Enduro Cup coming into today.
And Gilliam, all of a sudden, Gilliam's grabbed a few more spots as well. So, you know, there's every point. Gilliam, the way you've got to think about this is Gilliam sits on 1642 points in terms of the championship standings. And he's a bit over, he's 280-ish points back from Dylan Rudd in terms of championship standing. When today's over, whatever that margin is, there's 400 total points as Down's going to try and go to the outside at Murray's corner once more. Luke Rosella, you got the lead of the Bathurst 1000, but you better make that Holden Commodore a touch wider. And Griffin Gardner decides to get his car involved as well. They're going to go side by side. Hell corner once more. Now he runs it deep. Madison looks for the switch back at the drive out. He does get drive out the other side. Now it's to Mountain Straight. He's going to try and build a run. And after after 5 hours and 20 minutes. We're inside the final hour of the race. They equalise as they get underneath the Pettis Bridge. They're just about touching each other, looking for the side draft. Downs trying to cover him off, force him narrow. Late on the anchors now for Luke Rosella. He's got the lead of this race, but he is forced to fight, and fight he will, because he wants a Bathurst 1000 to his name. All three of them do, and down back to the inside, the centre of the cutting. He gets to the inside, lights him up. He'll have to wait another lap, and Griffin Gardner's forced to yield in the background as well. I said there was 18 laps of this. I think it's going to be on for all 18. Gilliam's down to 2.5 seconds, boys. He will be in this fight in 2 or 3 laps.
Indeed he will be. This is exhilarating stuff as they hit the top of the hill. Millimetres in it. 1, 2, 3 at the top. Extraordinary pressure and drama here. I was thinking that it might have been just a smidge too early to start the defensive tactics, but no.
No, you've got to.
These guys have got to pull out all stops, and they've got to do it all up, every lap for the final 18.
Yeah,
you don't want to give Madison Down a leg up at this time of the day either, Sandman.
No, I think it was a little bit cheeky from the 55 of Rosella, but yeah, he was playing the team game. He was trying to check Madison up, and then that would put Griffin Gardner in a position to swamp him and get the job done. But I think the thing that's going to help Madison now is that Andrew Gilliam is now coming into the fold, so that makes Griffin Gardner look a little bit in his rearview mirror. So they've all gapped out a little bit, but boy, oh boy, that was just it was a little bit cheeky, those last laps also.
Look at how dirty the offline part of the racetrack is. The marbles are building up. They have been since 10:30 this morning. And right now, at this very moment, you do not want to get a car offline, because it could be the difference between make or break here at Mount Panorama. A little look there from Gillian on the inside. Couldn't get by Gardner on the inside of Down. Rosella holds sway at the moment. Gilliam is, closing the gap. He can see those guys in the distance there, and if they keep squabbling, as Scott said, they'll be right there. There's a lap car in the mix there too that is somewhat off-putting, actually, to be honest, with the amount of intensity playing out in front. It's the 29, and they've got the best seat in the house really at the moment. We've got the second best. He's got a bird's eye view as Jake Maloney with Corey Shepherd's 37th at the moment. But whatever he does here, I just hope that he doesn't get involved in the squabble, because it's not his fight, it's not his race. But he's got the best seat in the house in the meantime.
Well, yeah, he's playing the team game exactly what Rosella and Griffin Gardner are doing. But obviously the difference there is that's actually for position. Yeah. So what he needs to do is sort of be cautiously aggressive, and like you said, not make any contact, because that will be definitely frowned upon from the officials.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised. So Andrew Gilliam's about 1.6 seconds back behind him. I wouldn't at all be surprised if the officials actually jump in here and get Maloney out of the way, just because we've got Gilliam, Scott, Burton all not too far behind. And you sit there and go, that's a little bit harsh on Jake Maloney. He's been in he's 2 laps off the lead of the race. That's the difference. There's no one on his lap.
He's not holding anyone up at the moment.
He's not at the moment, but the fact that there's no one on his lap means he's actually not relevant to this race whatsoever. So therefore, it is actually a good idea to just get him out of there. Not from a point of we're trying to play the game. It's just more of a point of he actually has no impact on the outcome of this race at all. So let's just move him aside if we can.
I think the only thing he needs to worry about is when Gilliam gets to the back of him. That's when he really does need to sort of move over and say, all right, you know what, I don't deserve to be here. But I think for the moment, while he's got no pressure there from behind, I think he's well and truly allowed to sort of be there. But I think it's only probably a couple more laps where, yeah, you're right. I think race control probably will get in there and say, look, it's probably best if he just moves aside. But for the moment, he's not doing anything wrong.
Rosella up 9 spots. Fastest up the race, Dylan Rudd. A 2! We're in the 2s for the first time today. Have a look at that. What a lap time from Dylan Rudd. Finds himself in the top 10. What a recovery that's been from those guys. They're out of contention for line right honours, but they've punched out a 2.847 on lap 146 of all things, as we see Anderson getting past there by Rudd at this point. That was the 9th and 10th, so the Lobs Trans-Tasman rivalry extends right through the top 10 here, boys. Dylan Rudd up to 9th. The next target for him is Robert Gibbs, and then Ethan Greg Galt And they're within striking distance of those guys as well. Across the top we go. It's Rosella from Down and Gardner. Gilliam not too far away, 1.6, 1.5 in fact. So he is pouncing and pouncing hard with 15 laps to go. You could cut the tension with a knife here, couldn't you, right now?
Oh, yeah, and it's just getting more and more for every lap. Here it comes. I mean, just have a look at it. For me, where do you go? Where do you look? Who's gonna take it away? Because it's just gonna take one moment, one opportunity, right? So all of a sudden that'll change everything major. I wonder whether or not Griffin Gardner's just maybe holding back a touch on the tyres at the moment, just going, all right, I'll let these guys have a crack at each other. The best thing I can do is watch them sail off into the sand with a little bit of contact. I'll sneak through and I'll take a win.
Is Rosella saving fuel? That's another question.
I don't know. I don't think he is.
Because he did leapfrog the field, didn't he, in that last pit stop?
Well, his pit stop transition time is the same as Griffin Gardner's. So
Right.
if he's in trouble, then so's Griffin.
Rudd to 8th. Gets by Gibbs. Anderson wants a piece of that as well. Got him. Gibbs was 2 spots in one corner. First to Rudd, then to Anderson. Next target, Ethan Grigg got. Here comes Madison down, pouncing. Riding the rear bumper bar of Luke Rosella to the outside at Griffin's. Not going to get it done. We ride on board with him, giving him the hurry up with 14 to go. It was about this time in 2005 that the great war between Marcus Ambrose and Greg Murphy happened at that part of the real estate that is Mount Panorama. Thankfully, we get through there unscathed this time by. But we've already seen Down very cheekily try it up the inside with very little real estate to play with at the cutting today. Don't back against or bet against that happening again in the final 15 laps, boys.
Well, the only thing that prevented him from getting it done successfully as well was drive on the other side. So, you know, he feels like he's got an opportunity. He feels like he's got the pace to try and do something. It's a difficult margin that he's got to try and deal with at the moment. And now, I can tell you, Jake Maloney's less than a second ahead of Andrew Gilliam. So I think there's going to be an opportunity. He's sort of right now going to be said, hey, now's your chance. Now you got to get out of the way.
That's it. So all of a sudden, it's 4 in the fight, and it's 3 on 1. And all of a sudden, you start to look at what I said at the top of the day about doing okay by Lobs Esports being 1, 2, 3 at Sandown and Interlagos, and you think, well, it's potential to happen again here. But they've got to fend off Madison Down, who has vast experience at this time of crunch motor races, and he is not going to be an easy beat here. He won't back out of this without one hell of a fight. He won't lay down. 14 becomes 13 laps to go, gentlemen.
Rudd just pulled the trigger. Rudd just pulled the trigger on Greek Gold.
There you go. Dylan Rudd to 7th.
Jeez, just watching this battle, I'll tell you what, so it won't be too much longer. Don't discount James Scott too. You know, these guys start squabbling, and before you know it, he'll be right in the thick of it as well. So, and here we go. This is a replay. The 990 taking a dive up the inside. Greek Gold just had to just let him on through. Wasn't much point arguing with him. He's definitely got some pace on board.
A little bit of a gap forming here too, boys. Second to third. So Gardner about half a second away, but still there. Maybe, just maybe, Andrew Gilliam, who we ride on board with here now on approach to the cutting. Once he gets by the lapped car, as we've been talking, that's been a talking point. Here it is right now. That's the moment.
Awesome. Good move.
Gilliam's released. Very well done. That fight's over. So now Gilliam latches on to Gardner's toe, and then it's 3 on 1 at the pointy end of the summit for the biggest prize on our calendar. You could not ask for a better finish than this. And potentially, boys, I mean, would race control be so cruel as to have a random caution at this point in time? I don't think so.
They don't call it either. It is a random.
No, that's right.
So,
exactly.
But there is a point in the race where it gets to X amount of laps where there won't be a random safety car. So, you know, I think from here on in, I think there's a pretty good chance that we're going to go green all the way to the end. But the one thing I've noticed too at the top of the mountain is that it's very overcast and not much sunlight. You can see a little bit, the sun's just peeking through the cloud here. So that's going to change track conditions for these guys as this race goes on. But it's definitely the top 3 we need to watch out for. And Andrew Gilliam, 1.7 seconds back.
track temperature has now dropped to 23 degrees, Scotty Rankin. So, if anything, it's suiting these cars perfectly at this time of the day. The hotter the track, the worse it is, you would imagine, but the colder, the better. Slick Hollywood numbers about to ignite here at Mount Panorama. We've already seen the first two of the afternoon. Could there be a few more of those from these top three on the run to the checkered flag?
Yeah, potentially. And the tyres are just going to continue to ail sort of as this stint runs on. I think they're beyond the best. So, we're not going to see another 202 pop out. And Dylan Rudd's thrown the best of those tyres away. He's really, really had a crack, and I think he's just about done all he's capable of. Griffin Gardner started to respond. He started to close it back down towards Madison Down. So, those top three have come back to each other yet again. But the big key factor is Gilliam's had clear air. He's not been running in dirty air for the entirety of this stint. If he gets to these guys, the lap time's been a little bit better, which means he's taken a touch more out of the tyre. But he's had clear air, so he's had clean downforce to the front end of the car. The front end of the car should still be relatively good. That could be a factor. Not 100% sure it won't be much in it.
Oh, down. Oh. I know he wasn't going to make the move there, but geez, putting his nose there, just making sure, Rosella was probably second guessing whether he would or not. That's exactly what he needs to do, but I'm a bit concerned. I don't know if Madison, if he doesn't get the job done in the next few laps, I don't know, he might be quickly running out of time because those Lobs cars are really ganging up on him. And I feel that if he doesn't get the job done on Rosella shortly, if Gardner gets past him, it's going to be all Lobs, I think, from here on in.
Conrad Straits is down close enough to have a crack to extend on Sam Mann's point. Is this the moment? Let's have a look at how close he was to the tail of the 55 on the run to the elbow last time by. He's right there again, almost in the back of the 55, who makes him go to the outside of the chase.
He's basically where he was.
Looks like he's saving fuel every time through that section.
Yeah. And that's the thing. At this point of the race, you don't want to cough, because if you cough, goodbye are your chances.
Well, this is where it's going to hurt Madison, because he's going to get pinched here from traffic. So I think they're intentionally holding him up, and now he's going to lose position. He's going to lose 2 spots here, Madison, just
to
from
the outside.
Yeah, that was just creative driving from the 55.
Brilliant from Lobs. Set that up. Strategic gamesmanship, teamwork.
And damage down. Look at that. The left front's got some damage.
And down drops to third. Gilliam is on his clacker.
I think he's going to
No, not yet. Not yet. Luke Rosella's going to lead this a little bit longer. Griffin Gardner wants this. You can just sense it. He wants to send down Bathurst double.
Oh, he's propping him everywhere. Gee whiz, Griffin Gardner. I think Madison had to have an emergency brake moment there, because I thought he was punching him. I thought all 3 of them were fighting the fence.
Yeah, look, it was pretty easy to see what the 55 was doing. They wanted to sort of walk up Madison a little bit to get position on him. That's exactly what they managed to do.
See what I mean?
He did have to pinch the brakes. You're right. He had to get out of that. So already they're playing the game with 11 to go. Strap yourself in, folks. There's another 22 minutes of this to come. It's been tantalising stuff thus far. It's held our attention and captivated our imagination from first until last, and it's not over yet. Down on the back foot in third.
Under 6 hours. We are going to get home under 6 hours at this point in time. We are 5:35 and 51. So about 7 seconds from now, we'll hit 5:36. And we're about 21 minutes-ish from the end of this race.
So, on the cusp of somewhere between 5:56 and 5:57. So, extraordinary pace at which this race is being run. But we knew that would be the case based on what we saw in the intense qualifying session and shootout last night. We right on board with Gilliam, who's all of a sudden a contender here. They've had an up and down sort of day, but number 8, they've bought the ticket. That's all that matters.
Now, I'm going to call, I think, probably Griffin Gardner's probably going to take this win. It's hard to go past him the way he's managed to get past Down. I think now, I don't know if Down's got enough for him to get the job done, and it just feels like the Lobs guys are really ganging up on Madison. And I called it before it happened, and I said if he didn't get the job done on Rosella soon enough, it was going to probably bite him. And unfortunately, he's been put in a position where he's been balked a little bit and he's lost track position. And I don't know, it's going to be pretty tough, I think, for anyone to maybe get past Gardner. I know Rosella's still holding on for the moment, but I think he might have something for him.
Hey, Scotty, just watch your mate, James Scott, in the 088. He's only 3 seconds off this train as well, so if they keep holding one another up, there's still enough time for him to latch back onto the back of the train. And it could be 4-on-1 for poor old Madison Down.
Well, I mean, the other side of the moment is that the problem that Madison's got is he's being checked up at really awkward spots, and that is so difficult to prevent contact. You know, what you're expecting from these cars is predictable behaviour. If you get checked up in an awkward spot, somebody does something you're not expecting, you're into one car, and because they're so close together, if he punches Griffin Gardner from where he is at the moment, he gets into the back of Rosella, all four of them go off, Andrew Gilliam bowls through and wins the race. Or Gilliam gets caught up into it, and in actual fact, the best spot to be is right where James Scott is. Him catching this pack might come with a big old question mark of, now am I too close to it?
And that's the point too, Sam, man. We mentioned Andrew Gilliam. Remember, it was a last lap incident between two of his teammates that prompted him to come through and clean up the pieces and take the win in Interlagos, so don't rule that out either.
That's
all
right.
Four of these guys are genuine race winners. There is a potential for every single one of these to write their own positive end or spin to the end of this narrative.
Right, boys, I've laid my cards on the table. As much as I want Madison to win, I think it's going to be Griffin Gardner. Mate, Scotty, who are you going for? Come on. 10 to go, 9 to go.
Right now, I think Luke's got it. I really do. I think he's defending quite well. I'm really liking the way that he's driving this car. The only question mark I have over Rosella is fuel.
Yep.
And I can't call that. I literally am sitting here going, everything I says... Well, no, I'm saying I think it's going to be Luke.
Okay.
But I just don't know if he's got the fuel he needs to make it. And we're not going to find that out until lap 161 as we come off the chase.
Zach, come on, lay your cards on the table, buddy.
No, I'm with you because my thought process here, Sam, man, is not if Griffin Gardner pulls the trigger and ignites, an exchange with his teammate here. It's when.
Yeah.
I think he's just waiting for his moment. He's just biding his time. He doesn't want to lead now. It's too early for him, but he'll want to lead in a couple of laps. And I think that's when he'll open up the door to Madison Down to have another crack at Luke Rosella, by which point it'll buy him enough time and enough of a buffer to go on and win this thing. So I'm with you with Gardner.
I just saw
not
the pace
that we're experts, of course, but
No, look, it's only a guess. Like I said, I picked Madison from the start, but I'd called it before Madison got past. I was like, if he doesn't get the job done in the next couple of laps past Rosella, he's going to get swamped and he's not going to be able to get the job done there. And the pace that I saw from Gardner when he got to the back of Madison Down, that's when I started to think, well, you know what? I reckon if I was a betting man, I'd put it on Gardner.
Gilliam's had a crack. Gilliam just went, all right, I'm having a crack now. I think that damage to the left front corner of Madison's car, I think that's actually compromising him. I don't think he can make the overtake now. I'm going to be honest.
Look at this, Ethan Grigg Gold under pressure here from Josh Anderson as well. This is for 8th, so Anderson a chance, maybe. And Grigg Gold also sporting a little bit of left front panel damage, but he has been for a while. Burton's still holding on to 6th, and should do. He's 5 seconds up the road from these guys. James Scott, no longer 3 seconds away, 2.5. So it could well be a race in 5, but he's running out of time. Time is stacked against him right here and now. He needs his teammates to engage in battle to buy him some time, some free time, to latch on here and have a crack and throw his hand into the ring. Extraordinary drama. You couldn't ask for or script a better finish than what's about to play out here. There's Anderson down the inside. Job done on Ethan Grigg Gold, who drops to 9th.
James Scott just took 0.3 of a second out of Andrew Gilliam. So we've got 8 laps left. He's going to get there. He's going to get there with about 3 or 4 to go.
So, and all of a sudden, you're not talking about a potential 1-2-3 for Lobs. You're talking about a potential 1-2-3-4. They'll want to box on with Madison Down and rub him out of the picture, I reckon. And they've got the monopoly. They can play the team game here and help one another out. And Down's defending. He's aware of it too. He's right there alert to Gilliam's presence. He defended on the run with the elbow. But did that compromise his run onto Conrad? We'll wait and see. I think he's lost the toe, potentially, on Gardner and Rosella. That's buying the two at the front a little bit of real estate, a little bit of time, and a little bit of less pressure on the shoulders, a little bit of weight taken off them at the moment. Down defending to the chase, to the outside. Gilliam! No, not yet. A little bit of a bubble on the exit as well. Down survives another scare.
And by the way, James Scott's in this fight. He's
there. Straight up the outside. So, and then there were 5, boys. Extraordinary how a green flag finished like this. You're adding cars to the fight. You're adding cars to the contest. Normally, we're not blessed with that sort of luxury. But today, yes, we're adding more fuel to the fire the closer we get to the checkered flag. 7 to go. Rosella, Gardner down, Gilliam and Scott. All in contention.
Think about the day we've had. Think about the year we've had. Think about the game. Mate, I've got to somehow define this race and wrap this up into a preview in a couple of days' time. I don't know how we're going to do it.
I think you mean review, Scott.
Review, that one. Yep.
Yeah, that one. Yep. Although that being said, you'll use the review for the preview of the next round in a few weeks' time. And by the way, take note of that too, ladies and gentlemen, as we watch the 04 and the 707 Freer on the edge, on the limit, on the run to the chase. So those guys are fighting down the order at the moment, still squabbling for positions 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 if you don't mind. Andre Heimgarten is on that train, and so too is Teo Serrano, Scott Gamble and Luke Mitchelson. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cars in shot at the moment. The 5th of those a little bit too far away for my liking, but the 2 teammates arguing over 24th and 5th. Right now, Zach Ratway-White's got his hands full. He's all over the back of the 9.5 SimSport entry of Rick Kuznetsov. This is for 11th in the car race. But yes, take note of the start time too, because that next round and the one after that, Eastern Daylight Time for the broadcast starts. So viewers in Queensland, the Northern Territory and Western Australia, take note of that because it'll be an hour earlier for you.
Hey, that's both of you guys, not me.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. That's why I mention it, because I'm bowing out in sympathy with the other long-suffering Queenslanders that want daylight saving but don't have it, Scott.
I don't know. My dad would tell you the complete opposite story. He'd prefer to move to Queensland, I think, at this point in time. But look, I mean, my word, we're at 4:35 p.m. in sim local time. We've got 6 laps worth of this motor race left to run. We're under 15 minutes to the end of this thing.
Yeah. And
we've got 5 drivers under 2 seconds for the lead of this race.
Couldn't ask for more. And if we haven't already won over some new sim racing fans today, then we're not trying hard enough. We've done everything we can. If you're not enjoying this, you're very difficult to please. Go and check your polls. It's Rosella, it's Gardner, it's Down, it's Gilliam and Scott, the top 5. I mean, you know what I mean. Sim racing's had its critics over the years, but the fan base is growing. We're still trying to win more people over. We're not there yet, but we'll have won a few more fans over today, I'm sure. There'll be people tuning into the last 2 rounds of the championship because of what they've seen here, because this has been top shelf professionalism of the highest order from these guys.
And just think about that, right? The championship's not decided yet.
Yeah.
And your championship leader has driven his way back to 7th spot. He's there and thereabouts right now. He's so close to putting one hand on the trophy, but he's not going to get there. He's going to have to wait and wade through Detroit Bel Air next time out. Right now, he's going to win the True Force Endurance Cup. Right now he is.
Yep.
In 5 minutes' time, that could all change and something could happen in this pack. Could you imagine if Andrew Gilliam gets in the back of Madison down here and it just kicks off a train reaction? Anything can happen. We're not done yet. And James Scott, he's got to overtake 1 car a lap from here to the end of the race, but he can still do it too.
I just had heart palpitations because Sam Man dropped out of the commentary box, and I was hoping that his computer wasn't going out at the end of the day like it didn't start. Andrew Gilliam won a round of the Enduro Cup. Griffin Gardner's won a round of the Enduro Cup. At the moment, Luke Rosella is on the cusp, on the precipice of doing the same thing. We could have 3 different winners in 3 Enduros, but we could also just as well have Griffin Gardner still in a position to complete the Sandown Bathurst double. It's very hard to win 3 Enduros, but it's exceptional that Lobs Esports is in a position to lock out the podium in all 3 of them, albeit with 3 different combinations on the middle step of the podium. Exemplary stuff. Exceptional performance. But Madison down. Finally, a little bit of luck falling his way in the Enduros. He's there. He wants to be the sting in the tail. He wants to be the exception of the rule.
Traffic, boys. Oh, is that a move there?
He wants to ruin their party. And it wasn't a move, Sam, man, but it was definitely bumper bar SMSing.
Now, this is what the teams will be looking forward to see this traffic in front of them. So it'll be heart and mouth for these guys because they know that the traffic is going to get out of the way. But whereabouts are they going to do it? Hopefully, it's not going to be across the top of the mountain. I think by the time the teams get to them, it'll be down the straight.
I'd really like, when you have a look at the two pilots, the 2 cars that are just ahead here is Tyson Broad and Michael Eckes. These guys are really exceptional in terms of their spirit of racing as well. I would really hope that those 2 teams are messaging each other and saying, hey, we're going to jump out of the way on Conrod and give these guys a regular crack. I'd like to keep going to battling to you, and I think we can. Eggers just jumps out of the way either way. He just wants to, and Tyson's going to do the same, I think. Yeah,
well, no one wants to be that guy or girl that ruins, a potential someone's win for a Bathurst 1000. So they did the right thing. It'd be frowned upon by the stewards, but it'd be frowned upon by the fans as well. You don't want to be in there and tearing up a good race.
No, and they've done really, really well. Respect to both of those guys.
When does Gilliam look to pull the trigger on Down? Down's actually closed back in, hasn't he? Onto the tail of Griffin Gardner. When does Griffin Gardner pull the trigger on Luke Rosella?
Well,
4 to go at the mountain.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have a look. I thought that Griffin Gardner was having a slinky look on the inside of Rosella at the cutting, but that wasn't the case. And just the time's running out, isn't it? They really need to get the job done. You can see how overcast it is there, so the track conditions are working in their favour. They'll have as much grip as they can on the tyres that they've got, and the last thing they need. I just thought maybe Griffin was sitting about to dive then. You can see he's just moving around, so I reckon it won't be too much longer before Griffin decides to make that move.
4 to go. The run to the top once more. I'm actually a little bit surprised at how tame these last few laps have been. Yes, we've added to the train. Yes, there's 5 fighting for it, but it hasn't been the gloves off, elbows out that it was when they were fighting for second at the end of the 3rd last stint of the race. That's the sort of intensity that I was expecting they'd bring to the final 3 laps of the race, but this has been a little bit tame. I think it should change in the next lap, surely. If it doesn't change soon, Down's going to miss out on the potential to go for the win.
Unfortunately, he's probably just a little bit too far back now to snag that win. I think everything would have to go absolute pear-shaped. You can see them all having a red-hot go, locking up the tyres there. Oh, you can see Down just wiggling around. He knows that he's running out of time. Gilliam's keen too, but he knows Gilliam's got Scott behind him as well. So, boy, oh boy, I think Madison will be dreaming about black and blue tonight. The amount of black and blue he's been seeing for the last few laps.
He's going to go to sleep. He's going to close his eyes and do an okay. He's just going to play all night long.
But that's the outfit they are, isn't it? We spoke about Lobs. They've been the team to beat this season, and it hasn't just been one car. It's pretty much been any of their cars, and have all been in contention. And have a look at that shot: 4 Lobs cars against 1 TTR car. So, we got 2 of the best teams in sim racing all battling out for the Bathurst 1000. Do feel for Madison. He's picked in the middle here, but I think the Lobs too are gonna gang up on him now with a couple of laps to go. But I think his chances are slowly slipping away now.
I think the conversation we were having earlier about whether Rosella was saving or not, I think that goes out the window considering that last time round we were all in the 3.8s, so no one's lifting. That's just tyre wear giving out at this time of the day, I think. The fact that we're not near the 203.1s that we were at the top of the day on the fresh rubber, where we're still in the 3s though. That's the pace of the race. So Rosella's good to the end, I do believe. 3 laps to go, make it 2 3/4 as we go to the cutting for the 3rd last time.
Still Down, just moving around a little bit.
Yeah.
That might be enough. I don't necessarily think he's going to be able to fight for this race anymore. I think it's just hanging on.
I called it probably on lap 10, and I'm going to stick to my guns with that one, regardless of whatever happens. I still think he's obviously now too far back, and he had his chance. If he didn't get it done, I figured he was going to get clipped around the ears. That's exactly what's happened. I think it's genuinely down to Rosella and Gardner. I'm still backing Gardner
to make a late race lunge, although he's lost a little bit of ground to Rosella this time by as well. Half a second the margin in this car race. 5 of them fighting for it. 1.6 covers the 5.
How was that?
Extraordinary. You're not fabricating this, ladies and gentlemen. We've had a very long green flag run here to the end of this car race. Nothing, artificial about this. These are 5 of the best in the business at the top of their craft, plying their trade and fighting for line ride honours. What more could you ask for? Yes, we've all loved the hype that comes with the safety car finish in the past. We haven't needed that today. We've got one on merit. 2 to go, Scotty. Bring it home. Oh,
and
Gilliam.
The final lap of the race. Andrew Gilliam sends it into Murray's corner. 12.4 kilometres of Mount Panorama. We will climb the hill for 2 final times for 2024 for Luke Rosella. He has languished. He has ailed. He started from the rear of the grid after a lot of issues at the Red Bull Ring. He had dramas early on. There was some words of, did he make a mistake? Did he intentionally blow an engine back at Sebring that kicked off the first safety cars that really started things off for us? Now he leads from the front. The final 2 laps of the Bathurst 1000 for 2024. The final 2 laps of Holden Commodore versus Ford Mustang. And Andrew Gilliam remains the only blue oval, the only pony with a card in this fight. To the top of the town, as Rattray White's going to go around the outside of Rick Kuznetsov and try and get that one locked away.
That's for 11th.
And will manage to steal that one off. To the S's for the final time. Across Brock Skyline. The next time by, it will be the last time. Rosella's pulled some margin. He's out to 0.5 of a second at this point in time. And what was 12 kilometres at the start of the lap now becomes somewhere in the realm of about 9.
I got caught out by some shadows there. I thought Gilliam was around sideways back there, and I held my breath. But, but it must have been just some shadows that caught us out. It's going to come down to Rosella and Gardner. I think you might be right, Scotty. I think Rosella might actually hold off here. It's only 0.3 of a margin. Griffin Gardner knows that he's only got one more lap to do it, so it's now or never. He needs to be close enough and be very, very clean to get the job done.
But he's in a position at least to have a crack because he's got a little bit of a buffer to play with on Madison down. White flag in the air this time, Australia. 6.21, 3 kilometres to go. That separates us and victory lane. In the
995 kilometres in the rear view mirror. There are only 6 kilometres that matter. And for Luke Rosella, what a final stint to this race. He's led all of it. He has been put to the test. He's been challenged by Madison Down. He's been challenged by last year's Scots champion, Griffin Gardner. He's been challenged by teammates. He's been told at points throughout this year, maybe he wasn't good enough for this field, but he is writing his own story here today. Last year, Harley Haber and him, they got lucky, they got in the right position. You might have said they might have fluked their way into a Sandown 500 victory. You cannot say that about this one. He has been quick. He saved the tyre. He saved the fuel when he needs to. And now he'll ask everything of that Holden Comma, everything from that rear tyre that he possibly can as they get to Reed Park. They'll get to Suleiman Park now. Over through the grade. They're under 6 kilometres worth of racing. Now they'll get all the way up here to McPhillamy. They'll crest the hill. Look at the fans up there in the stands. Look at the fans at home. Luke Rosella, is he going to win a Bathurst 1000? Is this the moment that he's waited for in his young career? Lobs Esports at the start of the year. There were questions about this. He's navigated the dipper. He's got to get through Forest Elbow. And the nerves, the temperament, everything starts to rise. The emotions, they just might boil over. He was such an ecstatic winner last year at the Sandown 500. Conrod Strait, if you're gonna blink in terms of fuel, you don't want it to be here. Griffin Gardner has been the shadow for the bulk of this stint. This is all that remains. They run all the way down through the fastest corner of Australian motorsport. Griffin Gardner's going to have a crack when they get to the chase. He's too far back. Covers it off from Madison down in behind. 3 cars under the Armour Bridge. 161 times to Murray's corner. And for Luke Rosella, put it in the book. He has a bubble at the final corner. Did he pull it up? He pulls it up. Luke Rosella, your 2024 Bathurst 1000 champion, and 5 cars home inside of 2 seconds. Madison threw everything he had at those boys today, and there was nothing left in the tank. And for the final race of Gen 2 at the mountain, could you have asked for anything more?
No, not at all. Not at all. What about that? The battle still continued down the field. What might have been for Fulton Al-Nabi. He's going to come home in 18th, hold off his teammate Wayne Burke and another teammate in Jordan Ross. And this is for 25th, if you don't mind, ladies and gentlemen. And Tom Free goes through to 24th. Yeah, actually, the 12 is in trouble. You're right. Well picked up. Matthew Bauer's going to have to lift that thing home. He'll lose some track position as a result. He's limping it to the line. He'll go back to 26th at the expense of Andre Heimgartner, given how their day started. They've recovered to 25th. Not bad. Taro Serrano's a chance of maybe... No, he won't. He won't get there. Bauer will get round the last corner, I'd imagine. Oh, no, there it is. Contact. 2 corners from home. Sebastian Vandel finds the concrete. Thomas Freeman gets through. And just when race control thought they were going to be able to knock off for the afternoon, they'll do some overtime.
Yeah, absolutely they will. She's got hairy there just between those two. Just get a little bit of bump and grind as they run to the checkered flag. But what an amazing race we saw. For most of the day, we had 6 or 7 cars that were nose to tail pretty much the entire race. And, mate, that changed so much. And we've been absolutely wrapped with this race. And congratulations, the Lobs team. They have been strong all day long, and to come out with the victory here at Mount Panorama, pretty special indeed.
What a recovery from Dylan Rudd as well to finish in 7th, only 11 seconds off the pace. And given that he had a pit lane penalty, Scotty Rankin to serve an invoice, that is not bad. That is the difference between 7th and the race win for those guys, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I'd wholeheartedly agree with that. How about that top 10? And we talked about, my voice is giving out because what a week it's been. What a week. For Luke Rosella to come home and you know, he drives alongside of Richie Stenaway. Richie had to come from the back on Wednesday night, didn't have an easy time of things, but he put the effort in, he put the hard yards in. Dylan Burse, I feel for Dylan Burse. I think that 93 car should have won, but what Rosella's done over those last couple of stints has just been magic. Madison down, Rehan Leonage finally get something for how good they've been this endurance season, and we'll get an opportunity to talk to Rehan in just a few moments. Andrew Gilliam, he's tight. He's at least taken this. You know, Dylan Rudd, could you imagine if he'd finished out in the weeds in the 30th? All of a sudden, our championship battle would be under 100 points again, and we'd be on. Griffin Gardner might even lead the way. Might be the way things go. You know, it's so tight. James Scott drove back to these guys. Jake Burton led so many laps in the middle of that second to last stint. It was too much for him to lead. Rudd home in 7th. Joshua Anderson, Ethan Grigol, Robbie Gibbs, and Lachlan Capel. They should be proud of themselves for that 10th place finish.
Especially Ethan Grigol. We talk about how unwell he was coming into this event. So you come home and rag a car around here with a teammate and finish inside the top 10. When you're feeling great, that's a hell of an effort. When you're feeling pretty average and under the weather, that's a stellar effort. So well done, Ethan Grigol. You should be absolutely proud of that result.
Our chat thread lighting up now as drivers pass on their congratulations to the winners, Rosella and Stanaway. Magnificent stuff. Outside the top 10, Zach Ratray White on the subject of good quiet achievers today. Rick Kuznetsov 12th, Richard Hampstead home in 13th. They started 15th, so they've moved forward as the day has gone on. Hayden Veld in 14th. The pole sitters 14th after qualifying, first in the shootout, 15th home, a case of what might have been they got caught up in some garbage. Adam Briggs, Dylan Pereira, Forzen Al-Nabi, he got caught up in the same incident with Myers, of course. Wayne Burke, the hard charger from Sandown, and Jordan Ross made up the top 20. Here's one for you guys. There's been 4 doing okay by Lobs Esports Stable entries in the top 5 in all 3 Enduros. Today, the only one in which they didn't lock out the podium, obviously. Well done, props to Madison Down and Rehan Leonage for that. But I don't think there's any doubt now that they are the endurance experts in this caper, because that is a formidable record across 3 races and 2,000 kilometres.
Yeah, brilliant. Ian Ford, Sean McNamara, Loon Mitchinson, Tom Freer, Andre Heimgartner. After that, lap 1 for that car, 25th spot. Yeah. Matthew Bowler crawls that car home to 26th spot, runs out of fuel. Scott Gambo from Taylor Serrano. Bo Albert, that car was inside the 10 at different points throughout the race. They looked like they might have been the best of the ERT cars at one point. Finishes in 29th. Unfortunately, when it goes bad, it just goes very, very bad. Brian Borg and Andrew Dyson home in 30th, and Dyson will be happy with that after how Wednesday started for him. Outside your 30, though, as we roll over Leaf, we'll get to Thomas Freeman. We'll get home ahead of Sebastian Vandel in the 900 car. Marcelo Rivera, not able to scrap back very, very much. Tyson Broad and Michael Angus got out of the way in the dying stages to make sure that there was no impact to the fight for the race lead. Kurt Stenberg home, also 1 lap down after issues for Alexander Bird, the teammate for him. Jake Maloney, my apologies, just 2 laps down, sat behind that lead pack for that entire last stanza. Blake Warboys home 3 laps down. Damien Johnston, your final of finishes. Dylan O'Shea, the first of the retirements after teammate Hayden Sell collected the stricken car of Thomas McMillan. Those were the only 2 cars not to score points, and that costs one of them a championship. Can you believe we had 2 retirements for the first time we've used the new damage model at Bathurst? We had more retirements last year with the old damage model.
Yeah, but the thing that's been interesting throughout the entire Enduro series is that we've seen so many engine dramas. And this was spoken about in the podcast leading up to Bathurst, is that teams were noticing just even in practice that they were lunching motors too. So it's something that's it's certainly been a game changer with the fact with the 94 and Phil Cell, how it's pinged him. But I think that's caught us by surprise throughout the entire endurance series that people have had dramas with motors.
Something to be said too, boys, about the approach in which all these guys have taken here. There seems to be a mindset of the bigger picture. Picture number 1, the Endurance Cup, and picture number 2, the overall championship as well. So when you look at the lack of attrition today and the finishing rate, that just screams to me that everyone acknowledges, yes, Bathurst is so important. It is the grand final. It is the big daddy. But at the end of the day, there are championship implications if we don't net points here, as we've already found out in the most wretched of circumstances for both Phil Cell and also the 19 of Dylan O'Shea for 9.5 Sim Sport, both of them in the same safety car period, the second one of the day. Magnificent stuff. And here's the other one for you as well. We talk about the pole curse at this place, don't we? Right? So pole finished down in 15th, but the podium from 10th and the 2 luckies, 7 and 13 on this grid. So 10th to 1st for Luke Rosella and Richie Stanaway. From 7th on the grid for Griffin Gardner and Dylan Burse, and from 13th for Madison Down and Rehan Leonage. So, again, it can be won from anywhere in the field. It can be lost from anywhere in the field. But all those guys did the right thing. They knew that it couldn't be won early in the piece. It had to be won at the end. They bought that ticket. And once that last stint played out, I mean, I think Luke Rosella and Richie Stenaway might have caught a few people napping, including us, the way in which they pulled that one out from under the clouds to lead effectively and hold on fuel at the end of that final round of pit stops. Just extraordinary stuff.
Righto, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. We have run 1,000 kilometres and we've celebrated our race winners out on track. It's time to talk to our 3rd place finishers. From the bottom end of the podium, probably the worst thing that could have happened was Sandman picked them to win the thing. They got commentators cursed before we even got into today's race. It's the number 1 car. His first ever appearance on a Logitech Pro Invitational Series podium. Rehan Leonage and main driver Madison Down Congratulations today, boys. Since that final safety car, a bit over 2 stints to go, it was just a sprint race to the end of this thing, wasn't it?
Yeah. You go.
Your question was directed at you, Rayhan. Go, mate.
It definitely looked like a sprint race from where I was. Biggest thing was for me getting fuel right for him, because if we got it one bit wrong, we would have been in the wrong spot, and then would have been in a worse position. Probably would have been Lob's podium lockout in that case, but looked full on for the last 2 stints even.
In terms of the race at large, Madison, it was, we all talked yesterday, just set the race up, say those golden 3 words, buy a ticket, buy a ticket, buy a ticket, and they were said a number of times right throughout the day, but you set it up, put yourself 10, 11, in a really, really good position, and a stoush with yourself and the 2 Lobs cars that became 2 more Lobs cars and 4. But the racing, there was games played, it was aggressive, but you know that you're getting into bed with that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We spoke about that early in the race with you guys, that we were just, finding our way to the end and trying to strategize our way into the lead for that last bit. We did obviously get to the lead and strategized our way there, but it just didn't quite work out in the end there. It's always going to be tough with basically a whole team on one there, so tried to find a way around, threw everything at it. I reckon I had the car in the fence upward of 50 times in that last hour, so I'm surprised it held together, but happy with how I drove, happy with how Rayhan drove across the whole Enduro Cup as well. We had really good pace across the 3 races. Disappointing to not get a win again there in the Enduro Cup, but happy to be on the podium.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Madison, it's been, like you said, it's you two have had your fair share of ups and downs, but to walk away with a Bathurst podium is still not a bad reward for a hard day's work.
Yeah, for sure. It probably stings a little bit that the last 2 years we've been runner-up in P2, so it hurts that we couldn't go that little bit better and get the win, but the positive is we're fast every single time we come out here, and we're always in that battle at the end, and that's always exciting to be involved in. So nice to be there yet again, and overall just happy that we've got the pace to match these guys. We've struggled a fair bit through the year with pace, so it seems pretty clear that we've got the pace to match for race wins again, which is great.
Can I just jump in and ask Rayhan one question? We took a shot of you there earlier, mates. It almost looked like you wanted to bite your fingernails when Madison was in the thick of it about 2 stints from home. How difficult is it? I mean, you know the pedigree that Madison brings to the table. You know his credentials. You know that he's very well experienced to handle those high-pressure situations. But how helpless do you feel, and how stressful is it to watch on from afar knowing there's absolutely nothing you can do about it?
Yeah, it was really nerve-wracking once I saw it getting heated up towards the end there. Definitely felt helpless, but I knew, Madison's got a lot of experience, so I knew he'd be able to handle the situation pretty well, which he certainly did. That proved it with the podium in the end.
Before we let you guys go, Rayhan, this has been the first time we've had a chat to you in the comms box, so mate, how's it been dropping into the TTR fold and having Madison there to sort of support you? First of all, you should be pretty darn proud of how you've driven this whole Enduro series. I think you've done really, really well. But, mate, how has it been when you got the call up to join TTR and knew that you were going to race with Madison down?
I felt really honoured. Don't really have much else to say. I knew that we had the chance for something like this to happen. Started finding some pace and getting up there again. It was really good being with them as well. Definitely learnt some things. So hope we'll come back next year.
Well, mate, if Madison's not signing you up quick smart, I might have to give him a clip around the ear for you, because I think you're a real talent, mate. You should be really proud, and so should your family. And if they don't give you a TTR contract, mate, let me know and I'll have a word to Madison for you, okay?
Yep, thanks.
Well done, boys. Congratulations. I know P3 hurts, but it's nice to walk away with a result at Mount Panorama. So well done, boys. And before we let you go, Madison, is there anyone you thank?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just going to say massive thank you to Rayhan. Obviously, as I said, he jumped in, did an amazing job in this Enduro Cup. Hasn't really put a foot wrong the whole time. So, yeah, credit to him. A lot of talent there, and definitely going to be seeing him around these series for a long time to come. Credit to all of the co-drivers we had in the team as well. We're so lucky to have so many kind of A-grade co-drivers. So thank you to them and just the whole team. A lot of effort goes in behind the scenes for a race like this. So thank you to everyone, particularly Brady, for a lot of work on setup this week, and a shame it didn't go well for him. But yeah, thank you to him as well. And all our sponsors, VRS, Kirapak, Penrite, Factory One, so many on our car. So yeah, massive shout out to those guys.
And Rehan, before we let you go?
Yep. Same as Mads with all the people. Everyone's put in good effort, especially in the Bathurst, it being the last Enduro round as well. And thanks to Mads as well for driving really well and teaching me a couple of things through the Enduro Cup. And thank my personal sponsor, Hybrid Racing Simulations.
Good job, boys. Well done. Well, there you have it, boys. Scotty, mate, I think Rehan's going to be giving a lot of people a lot of grief in the future, and they may be kicking Madison for giving him all the help that he's been given, because I think he's a star of the future, and definitely someone we'll need to watch as the years go on.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree with that. We're going to take one step further forward in terms of our podium from today's racing action. We'll take a step forward and pick up the driver in the 93, Griffin Gardner. That was a very tight last stint. It was on like you wouldn't believe. 5 drivers joined the fight for the out-and-out race lead. You had to send an audacious move right around the outside of Madison down. It's not very often that you get one of those to stick, man. How good was the racing over those last 2 stints? The entire pack, there was nothing separating so many cars through that section of the race.
Yeah, it was pretty intense last couple stints. Took me a while to get back up to speed. Have not been in the car for a fair while. I think Dylan did about 60 laps in a row. So after we got settled, it was it was on.
In terms of those final few moments in the race, like we were sitting here and saying there was probably a little bit of fuel saving to do. We thought you guys might have undercut just a fraction on that final stop just to try and grab some track position. What was it like from the car?
Yeah, I normally play it pretty conservative, so I just wanted to make sure I had enough fuel if I had to push in clean air, which is what we had. Luke was a bit short, which I think is why you see we're going a bit, we're a few tenths off the pace for a little while there. And I think Woggy was just saving some fuel, but on my side, I was pretty safe and just trying to play a team game there.
Mate, in terms of things, the championship this year is not necessarily gone all your own way, but there's starting to be all those little bits and pieces that are coming together late on here. You've been so quick, so consistent. One last time out at Sandown, 2 podiums on the trot here. First and a second from Sandown and Bathurst. What more can you ask for from 2024?
Yeah, it's been a big turnaround since the start of the year, but I think big credit goes to the crew at Lobs, giving me the car underneath me and everyone working together, just elevated to a new level and executed on race day, which is what you have to do to perform in this series. So yeah, just hopefully finish off the year and go again next year.
Mate, finally, the floor is all yours to thank everyone that makes it possible for you, and not just yourself, but the team. And also, I get the feeling a big shout out goes Dylan's way as well.
Yeah, firstly, big thanks to Dylan Burst. I mean, he was actually unbelievable the whole day. Same thing at Sandown, for a guy to come in and not have only drive the car for about 3 weeks and compete with guys that have been driving it for years. I mean, it's just unbelievable, his talent. So massive shout out to Dylan. I definitely wouldn't have won Sandown and been here without him in the car. So massive credit to him. And also everyone at the Lobs crew, Shane, Brad, everyone there, just for all the support, all the work that goes in. Shane's up late at night tonight till 3 a.m. spotting for us. It's just unbelievable, the commitment. So big thanks to everyone there. And just our sponsors as well, Ryco Performance, HRS, and yeah, just all the crew at Lobs.
Mate, congratulations, and go enjoy, sit back and relax, and enjoy the remainder of your Sunday evening.
Cheers, mate.
And finally, it is my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, for 2024. They have driven a phenomenally difficult last stanza of the race. They tried everything. They threw it really out there today. They challenged at every moment that they were required to. He flew under the radar for such a long period of time, but he did that back at Sandown 500 last year. For Lobs Esports, Luke Rosella and Richie Stanaway. Luke, obviously Richie can't make it, unfortunately, up here to have a quick chat with us here tonight, mate. But the start of the year, we were talking about it. You just went through the absolute ringer in how difficult things were. You started off with multiple DNFs, with just things just couldn't go your way. If you go back all the way to the start of the year, did you even think for a moment a Bathurst 1000 win would be on the cards?
Certainly not, mate. Yeah, I mean, I thought I peaked really last year winning the Sandown 500 with that last stint drive, but oh wow, I just can't believe it that I'm standing here. But yeah, coming from the first few rounds of the engine failures and just really poor driving on my end, getting involved in silly incidents, to finish, you know, the season strong like this, to bag, you know, all those top 10s previously before this round, and getting a strong finish at Sandown, and you know, getting a win here in one of the biggest races of the year. It's just unbelievable. I just can't believe it.
I mean, you had one of the most experienced campaigners, a guy that's driven right around the world in terms of things alongside of you. What does Richie bring to the table in terms of the driving partnership? Is it the wealth of knowledge? Is it the cool, calm head? He just knows what to do at all sort of stages?
Oh, look, he's just a fantastic operator. I mean, he drove flawlessly all day. He had a bit of PC dramas with his FPS, a bit of stuttering, and still with that, he drove through that, and yeah, drove just unbelievably. So he did an amazing job. I mean, he's done an amazing job the whole Enduro campaign, really. But yeah, it's amazing to have him on board, and just to have all the other people on board, especially, you know, Brody. You know, worked on the setup throughout the week. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it today, but yeah, he got us a really good base, and we made some minor adjustments to it. And yeah, I want to thank all the other blokes as well throughout the week to get where we are now with all the work. So it's good.
I think the big thing is, you know, you sit down and you look. Last year it was Sandown 500. This year it's Bathurst 1000. Does that change the market? The championship's gone, obviously, for the remainder of the year, so it's just support the rest of the boys with the final few races. But 2025, all of a sudden, we've seen you pop through and be able to just run up front consistently, put yourself in really, really good spots. Does all of a sudden you want that number one at the end of 2025?
For sure. I mean, the goal, you know, naturally anyways, always been brought forward. I mean, I would have been laughing last year with even just one win. And of course, the goal for this year was to be in that top 5. Unfortunately, we might not just get there. But yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, next year is going to be fighting for the championship, no doubt. So, yeah, hopefully we can start next year a little better than this year. But yeah.
Mate, finally, the floor is all yours to thank everyone that you want to give a shout out to. I get the feeling it's going to be more than just the team sponsors. You've already mentioned Brody, you've mentioned Richie, and you've just mentioned, you know, Shane, everyone that's a part of the Lobs outfit, of course, but anyone else personal, get the moment in.
Yeah, I just want to thank, of course, yeah, all the Lobs drivers throughout the week, especially Griffin today. Yeah, being that rear turret for me in that last stint, he did an awesome job, and his co-driver as well, Dylan Burst. Want to thank the sponsors, Doing OK, HRS, Ryco Performance Center. They do an amazing job. Want a special shout out to Scott Nolan. A lot of people don't know him. He's done a lot of work for SSR throughout the years, and really he got me the opportunity a couple of years ago to have a go in the Scops in the V8. So want to thank him. And yeah, just all the personal friends I've met along the way in sim racing to get me here. So thanks everyone.
Mate, congratulations. Go and celebrate with the team. I know there's obviously quite a lot of emotions for you. Is, you know, any final just big celebrations or any moments or anything you want to get off your chest?
I mean, I've already got a Heineken in my hand, so yeah, I think I'm gonna have a few more of them tonight, I reckon.
Mate, congratulations. And I have the absolute pleasure as well. That result will take you to the top of the True Force Endurance Cup standing. So you and Richie Stanaway are our Endurance Cup winners for 2024 as well, mate. So congratulations.
Cheers, Scotty. Thanks for your work as well, the commentary. Good, doing an amazing job.
Mate, thank you very much. And I'm sure I'll be talking to you in the next week or so. We might have to get something out on the socials about the trials and tribulations. Ladies and gentlemen, that is going to wrap us up here from the 2024 Bathurst 1000. The championship, 2 rounds will remain. Who is going to stand atop the pile? Dylan Rudd drove his way through the season to make sure that he kept his championship fight alive. It could have been Andrew Gilliam that was wearing the championship number 1 heading into the final 2 rounds. But when you head to the streets of Detroit Belle Isle, anything can happen. Anything does happen. And if you thought Bathurst was a difficult race to win, Detroit Belle Isle becomes significantly more difficult. Last year, Andrew Gilliam was able to snag a race win, his one and only on the season. This year, he's been in contention already. He's already chalked up a victory when we went to Interlagos. Could this be the spot where the championship spins its final roll of the dice? Could the roulette ball drop down and drop into the 00? Perhaps it might land on the 201. Perhaps it might land the favour of the 990. Or could somebody from obscurity rise up to take the title? 7:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time from the 23rd of October. 1 month away before we go racing for the Logitech Pro Invitational Series once more. We'll see you all then. For my co-commentators, Zach Caban, Sandman, I tell you what, ladies, boys, it's just been such a lovely day, hasn't it? The racing's been phenomenal.
Sandman?
Yeah, look, Bathurst never disappoints. It didn't this year, and man, all I think about now is I want next year to hurry up because we're going to have Gen 3, we're going to have weather, and we're going to have all sorts of excitement. So bring it on. This was amazing. Probably the perfect way to say goodbye to this era of V8 supercars, but bring on next year.
I was going to say, stand by for the news. We're not too far away from news time, dinner time on the eastern seaboard. What a day we've had. It goes by in the blink of an eye, doesn't it? Sunday roasts are being cooked left, right and centre, but everybody here has enjoyed the hell out of this over the course of the last nearly 7 hours that we've been on air, boys. What a pleasure it was, as you say, Scott, to spend the day with you two. Well done to Zach Ratray White on the way out to up 28 spots today. Those guys charged well. So they'll get the OG Gear Hard Charger Award. That's a little bit of late-breaking news for you. You were right as well, Scott, at the start of the day, talking about Dylan Rudd's potential points advantage going into the next round. 252 points, if what I'm reading is correct. So every possibility that he will wrap up the championship next time out. And from a personal standpoint, as I make note of Scott's prediction finishing 5th and a combination in Burton and also we saw Emily Jones in sharing with him a combination that was very near and dear to Sandman's heart today. They finished in 6th, so they were there potentially when the whips were cracking as well. No, by no means a great performance from them, by no means anything to be turning your nose up at or disappointed by. But what I want to say on the way out, because I know we're going to go and wrap it up, Scotty, Sandman, thank you very much for having me throughout the course of both Interlagos and today, letting me gate crash this. I also have to send a shout out and a thank you to a friend of mine by the name of Stephanie, because she potentially flagged this weekend as a weekend to come up and visit me, and then I got the call from you blokes to come and sit in and do Bathurst, so I had to bump it back a couple of weeks just to make sure that I could be here, and by no means regretting that, not regretting that decision in the slightest, because what a show we've had over the course of the last few hours. So thank you very much to you guys for having me on board, and good luck with the final 2 rounds of the season. I look forward to tuning in, and well done to the doing okay by Lobs Esports Stable, because as you saw there on those final points, 1, 2, 3 for the Enduro Cup. That again surmounts them as the endurance experts. So looking forward already to next year, as Sandman said. I think we're in for an absolute cracker, and the interest in this series going to that next level, because not only have we awarded 1 spot on the grid for next season this week, the other 20 are still being fought for, of course, the automatic qualification. Then the excitement builds towards the qualification series. So a lot to look forward to in the next short while. Boys, thank you. Greatly appreciated. Thanks for having me. Look forward to doing it again sometime down the track.
All right, thank you very much for being along for us. To all our fans that are watching out there as well, we want to say a big shout out to the series sponsors on behalf of Logitech G, who get in their primary sponsor on behalf of Motorsport Australia. Playseat get involved as well. The Gamesmen and OG Gear for all of your sim racing gloves and socks. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure to be bringing you the entire coverage from today's Bathurst 1000, your Enduro Cup winners and Bathurst 1000 champions, Luke Rosella and Richie Senaway. We'll see you in a month's time when we go racing from the streets of Detroit, Belle Isle.
Hi, I'm Brendan Leach, driver of the number 7 Audi R8 or MPC Audi Custom Racing. First impressions of OG gear on the sim, fantastic. It feels really nice in your hands and doesn't gather up under your fingers. The sock, very breathable for me. I get sweaty feet when I'm on the simulator. I know that's not the nicest thing to say. It has just the right amount of grip because your feet do just naturally move around on the pedals a little bit, and I like the way that they give you that freedom but also give you that stability that you need.
It's motorsport, but not as you know it. Test yourself and your everyday road car. Safe, affordable, but most of all, fun. And all you need is your daily driver. Experience the thrill of a sprint day. Race against the clock at a hill climb. Or test your reflexes with an auto test. It takes just 3 simple steps to get started. Get on the start line. Search Motorsport Australia Daily Driver today.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.